Friday evening. That used to run from 10 till midnight, but it's only 10 till 11 this year, so even less track time for all of these runners to get to grips with a track. And by the way, I'm Johnny Palmer. I'm joined alongside in the Ford Performance Studios for this segment by Bruce Jones. We've got voices from the pit lane that we will introduce very shortly as well. But the track in a sense has been swept for a lot of Sunday, Bruce, and that was test day, but then it went back to a normal public road. Certainly a bit of the track did. So there's a great deal of cleansing the track surface that has to happen again.
Yeah, very, very good point, Johnny. But I always wonder how many laps it takes. With now 62 cars going in and cleaning it up. Look, they're mounted on fantastic, fat, slick tyres. And you know, that should suck any extraneous dirt away from it. But right now, the thing that really strikes me is just how full the pit lane is. As I said, 62 cars. A short while ago, we only used to have 55, 56 cars. But right now, they look fantastic. And I think this mix of GT3 cars with the LMP2s and, of course, the Hypercars is going to be very good, because a lot of the teams coming in with the GT3s are rock solid. They've been running these cars for years.
Let's take this short break to remind drivers of the need to respect track limits. There is an absolute need to respect track limits. We are at 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pit exit is now open. Pit exit is now open. As I was saying, remind drivers of the need to respect track limits. Remind drivers of the need to respect track limits.
They are the deep and dulcet tones of our Portuguese race director, Eduardo Freitas, and he's being assisted, I notice, in this session by Ramsey Fayez, who's the kind of second in command, if you like, because even race directors have to take a pause during a 24-hour race. And Fayez beginning his career at the Bahrain International Circuit and is now very much ensconced in international sports car racing. So Bruce Jones, Johnny Palmer in the Ford Performance Studios. We have two voices for the first hour of Free Practice 1, and one of those is Joe Bradley watching cars leave the pit lane.
Down in the pit lane, if you can hear me. Yeah, the cars are just leaving the pit lane now. They all were being pushed out of the garage, ready to go, and the lights have just changed. As you know, they're back out on the circuit. Very, very close in the pit lane as they line the cars up, ready to go out. So it's going to make an interesting situation when the cars come back in. A few cars still standing. The number 59. McLaren is just waiting. There doesn't look like there's any problems there. They're just biding the time before they head out onto the track. But the clouds have just come out. It's got a bit cooler as we just get into this session here.
Okay, well, we're keeping our eye on the skies, because certainly the forecast for the weekend is for showers to intervene, and as long as it's not really heavy rain, I don't mind a little bit of the wet stuff, because it tends to spice things up. You think back 2 weekends ago, well, a week and a half ago, Bruce, when you and I were at the Nürburgring for the 24 hours, that first bit that wasn't affected by the very dense fog and cloud was fascinating because of those knife-edge decisions that teams had to make on their next tyre choice.
Yeah, a little flurry. It sorted out the field. It was all set to be possibly the greatest ever Nürburgring 24 hours, and I've been to quite a few of them. It just everything was set with the split tactics they were taking, and the consequences, particularly on a circuit that's 25 kilometres around, and having the wrong tyres at the wrong occasion as the conditions change. But here it looks it's dry. I did spot, ever the optimist, a little patch of blue sky as the cars went out of Tête Rouge running down the straight, but it is grey, but as I point out, a little bit cool, and she's from Scotland, so it's probably nearly freezing. Yeah, no, it's fine.
Joe Bradley was doing his best ever impression of Diana Binks. That was so good. She's the other voice in the pit lane, dealing with the other ends. And Joe Bradley, just remind me then which end you are. And Joe making a murmur in my ears that we were going to give that another blast. But we will get to Joe in due course, with the Peugeots, the number 93 and the 94 cars being held back, deliberately so. Binksy makes a great point in that we started, well, I say we started, there was a period of time when we were adding garages known as the Granny Annex, I remember, in my early years of coming to Le Mans, so the late noughties. That got us to 55 cars, I think. And then we went, because there was Garage 56, which was the project, the additional one to add to the standard 55 that was in place for a good few years. Then we increased to 60 cars, and now those 2 garages were built right at Pit Inn, and it seemed like they were built for United Autosports. I wonder whether United actually submitted some plans to say this is the sort of garages we would like, ideally, please. So we're now up to 62, and what it means is, even though this is a very, very long pit lane, cars, when they're all in pit road, are absolutely nose to tail, and we're talking, probably half a metre, if that, maybe a metre between each car. So if you're pitting and your neighbours are, you need some level of understanding. You do, because it's going to, what goes around comes around, as they say, and if your neighbouring garage doesn't help you at all, so a little bit of understanding. But what can you do when suddenly the weather changes? I don't think it's going to change, certainly in the first hour of this 3-hour free practice session, but if it does, and suddenly everyone comes in at the same time, very, very difficult. But right now we're seeing the cars going around, starting to clear up the track, and the Ferrari is already diving under the Dunlop Bridge, down through the Forest S's. Track conditions look very good, but how it feels under the tyres, as Johnny pointed out, the track, or large sections of it, have been used as public road, as it is between the Le Mans test and when we get the cars out onto the track today. So maybe they can feel a bit of difference, Johnny, but visually, I can't see it. They're all looking as though they're going very comfortably around Tête Rouge and on around the track. There's still a few cars in the pit lane. I think the Lamborghini was one of the ones in there, and of course a lot of them do that classic out and in. They do that exploration lap right now. Nielsen Racing, Fabio Scheerer's brought in their number 24 Oreca. That's one of the many cars from LMP2. Can we just talk about LMP2 for a second? Of course, please do.
No longer in the World Endurance Championship. It's sort of highest category you can race in the WeatherTech Series, but also obviously the European Le Mans Series, Asian Le Mans Series. But it's still one of my favourite categories because it just provides rock solid racing, doesn't it?
Well, what you've got is, in the other 2 classes, massive variety. Okay, LMP2's got pretty much zero variety. You can, I'll remind you, you can actually run 4 different chassis in LMP2. A bit from Jean-Eric Verne there, by the way, in the Peugeot. That's just a systems check message. And those from Stellantis, who very much enjoyed this race last year when Peugeot were leading in the rain. And I'll mention that word again, rain. There is some expected this weekend. So could the heavily redesigned Peugeot have an opportunity to flourish, at least for a segment of this race, out front and get plenty of the spotlight? Going back to the point about LMP2, you could, if you wanted, run a Dallara or a Riley Multimatic, but everyone goes, or a Ligier, everyone goes the Oreca 07 route. The bit that is mandated is the 4.2 litre Gibson V8. Those engine power plants made in Derbyshire in the UK, so they're normally aspirated. I think there has been some talk about maybe introducing a hybrid component into LMP2 engines in the future, but for the time being we stick with the rawest form of engine possible. They sound fabulous, but what you know is that your near neighbours have got exactly the same kit. There's also, and I got to the bottom of this because there's been a bit of rumour, I think, on social media that maybe the LMP2 Pro-Ams are running to a different specification of car, a bit more horsepower. That is not the case. I've been able to source that in various places now. They are exactly the same LMP2s compared to LMP2 Pro-Ams. The difference is purely driver lineup, where a Pro-Am team has to have a bronze, and the LMP2 standard, it's a silver rated driver. You need at least 1 silver in your combination, but there's nothing to stop the Pro-Ams really getting in the mix later on in this race. You look at the test day results, the top 6 in LMP2, 4 of them were Pro-Am teams.
Well, when you look through some of those Pro-Am teams, so of course it's all in the name, it's Pro, and if the Pro sets a quick time, that's no surprise.
The yellow flags are now out, and this is now we played a game of marshal posts versus zone segments because there are zones issued on the map that I have in front of me, which there are 35, and this is more to deal with zones that are affected by incidents. And I think up to about marshal post 24 and 25, they do tally up, so I can confidently say this is the approach to Indianapolis. the right-hand flick and then that much harder stop through the left-hand kink and the banked turn of Indianapolis. But that was probably a car spinning and then continuing, because no sooner has it flashed yellow that the greens are out again. So we have a fully green racetrack. We are already 8.5 minutes into the session and still waiting for the meaningful times to come through from the quicker cars, as one or two went out for a quick lap, then darted back in again. The track does look, that expression, fairly green at this point. It's shiny in places, so I would think grip is at a little bit of a premium and will be so for the first half an hour, Bruce.
Yeah, in fact, I've just done a bit of detective work, and it was James Allen, the very promising, well, not promising, he's already delivered, Australian driver for the Duquesne team, car number 30. Had a little off-track moment, but nothing untoward, and rejoined. Whether there was someone else involved down there, I haven't seen, but did catch the image of that one. So, early tumble, but nothing too bad. Fastest lap so far, well, the fastest lap we had in testing was 3 minutes 26.9 seconds. Fastest so far today, 3 minutes 29.8, and that would be the first flyer. So, you know, that maybe gives you half a clue about how greasy the track is.
Johnny Palmer in the Ford Performance Studios with Bruce Jones to my right, and if I look to my left, here is a legend within sports car and certainly 24-hour Le Mans commentary, Paul Truswell. You kept me company for all day on the test day on Sunday, and raring to go for this first free practice session, Paul.
A bit more than raring to go now, Johnny, because I'm here. And it's been great being able to wander around and see some of the cars, and talk to spectators and talk to various other people. And yeah, there's a huge atmosphere here, and everybody's looking forward to a great Le Mans as always. Bruce mentioned that fastest lap already down into the 329s, 329.8. What he didn't do was tell us who it was by. It's Phil Hansen at the wheel of the Hertz Team Jota Porsche, who is quickest. So there's a indication there that the Hertz Team Jota Porsche, which was one of, they've got two cars here, but they were both bettered by the Porsche Penske Motorsport team cars on the test day, but say Jota being the car that's gone quickest, although I do on the screen here get a little indicator when there's a potential track limits infringement as well. Track limits is all being monitored electronically these days. It's not just being done by Marshall's line of sight. They're done electronically, so we do get an indication of when a track limit offence has been made, and as I say, potentially Philip Hansen did go over the track limits at that point, although meanwhile the fastest lap has now been changed because it's now a Peugeot who's quickest. Stoffel Van Dorn in the 9X8 has done a 329.551, so the track may be green, Johnny, but it's still very quick.
It's 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans for 2024. As the number 7 Toyota, remember they are all black this year, as opposed to 12 months ago when they were carrying the more familiar Toyota livery of principally white with a bit of red and black as well. But this new livery debuting at the Qatar 1812 kilometres earlier on in the season in March. Let's head for a Crowdstrike pit and paddock report to Joe Bradley.
Afternoon, guys. Afternoon, everyone. And just to give you an idea of the geography of the pit lane for 2024, so I'm at pit in and I've got the cars coming towards me underneath the Rolex, what will be the podium on Sunday afternoon. The first two garages this year, well, they belong to the Acornis Lexus team, and a bit of history here because this is the debut of the Lexus marque at Le Mans. So a brand new marque debuting here next door to the first two garages, the third and fourth garage. We've got the Toyotas, cars 7 and 8, they're in their usual place. They are pretty much straight to their pit box on entry. I heard you mention the weather as well, guys, probably about time to mention that as well. Got some ominous looking clouds. We've had little splashes of rain pretty much the whole week. The whole week we've had douses of rain, but not enough rain, I think, to affect the track condition. So it might rain, whether it's going to make it, the track wet is very doubtful. And this is forecast for the rest of the week and indeed across the race weekend. That means, guys, for us, it's going to be even more entertaining than it usually is.
And at the other end of the pit lane, I'm at the pit out and exit. The number 60, the Lamborghini Iron Lynx car, has just come in and been wheeled into the garage area, but it doesn't look like there's any major issues there. What I'm experiencing up here is a number of teams, as expected, are coming in and making some setup changes. So the number 85 is also there as well, the Iron Dames. And then if I move back down to the 24 Nielsen Racing Team, that car's been in the garage a good 10 minutes or so, I think, at the moment, but the driver is in behind the wheel, and they were making some significant setup changes there, but no dramas to report up this end. It's business as usual, and I think we talked about it earlier. You know, at this point, everyone's being as cautious as possible and making the changes that they need to at this stage from the information, of course, they got from the test day.
Diana Binks, and prior to that, Joe Bradley with our Crowdstrike pit lane reports. Don't forget to get involved on social media. If you're using X, then the hashtag for the whole of this week, including race days, is RLM_24H. So RLM as in Radio Le Mans _24H. Make sure you include that in your messages, and we will do our level best to give you a mention as well. Nick de Vries is now quickest in the session. Car number 7, the Toyota, and the time a 3:26.918 from the Dutchman. Although, am I seeing a different time from your screen, or you just got it at a different level? I think you have, Bruce. So I'll stick with the Dutchman. New in at Toyota, so this is a little bit of a baptism of fire for Nick, but you know, he went to Formula One. I don't think he got all the luck that he deserved necessarily there. His career came to a fairly abrupt end, but he's been taken in by Toyota, and I think, you know, he could really rise to this challenge now.
Oh, I'm a big fan of Nick de Vries, and already that time, so it was effectively the third flying lap, and that was just 11 thousandths of a second down on the fastest time set on Sunday. So there was a debate on Midweek Motorsport about whether teams would want to go for a fast time now, almost as a banker they could throw towards qualifying or just work towards a setup, but here and now, and I think the whole attitude at Toyota Gazoo Racing, they really fancied they'd win it last year. They didn't, and it was the one that got away. All the time they remained the World Endurance Championship. You get to the 100th anniversary and somehow they just didn't quite get the wherewithal to win it, but they're looking very solid, first and second on the charts. It's 3:26.918, that's 3 minutes 26 for Nick de Vries, and Ria Hirakawa in the sister car is just a fraction slower by 0.6 of a second. So they're out clear, but only by a small margin over Robin Freitz. Good to see the BMW crews coming forward. It hasn't been a real easy baptism for them in the World Endurance Championship.
Right, some changes at the sharp end of LMP2, because we have a quickest time now from actually a Pro-Am car. That's Ben Hanley, who's just done a 3:34.9, and literally moments before that in the LMP2 22 from United Autosports, Ollie Jarvis has done a 3:35.290. But without further ado, let's head back to the pit lane for another Crowdstrike pit and paddock report. Here's Joe again.
2024 sees the return of the Ford Mustang to Le Mans, and Ryan Hardwick. Ryan is one of the drivers down to drive the number 77, the Proton Mustang. Having Ford back at Le Mans, from our point of view, Ryan, is quite stupendous. What's it like driving the front engine car?
Yeah, I mean, I think having Ford back at Le Mans is special for everyone, and I mean, especially me being an American driver. I mean, it's why I joined this program, to have the opportunity to drive a Ford here at Le Mans. It's quite special.
And all right, Ford have been here fairly recently with the GT program in GTE, but to have the Mustang, I mean, when you say Ford, the name Mustang just rolls off the tongue, doesn't it? It's fantastic to have it here.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, the Mustang is a central car that's very, very important to Ford and has been for 60 years now. And it's special to me, too. My very first car I ever owned when I was 16 years old was a Ford Mustang. And so I've always been a passionate Ford fan. And obviously watching the GT and their success from 2016 into 2021 is it's quite special. We have most of that same core group of people back from the Multimatic side, and then also combined with all of our great people here at Proton Competition, we got a good group of people working on this.
Ryan, give us an idea of the nuances of driving this front engine car around this track.
Yeah, well, it's quite different than what I'm used to, coming from a mid-engine car. But it actually, so far, my laps, I think the Mustang suits this track quite well. The front-engine car is really nice in the braking in the corners. And, yeah, I think so far I'm really happy with it here.
What's this session about for you guys?
This session, we really are working through a couple different setup things. You know, this is our first time here with this car, so we're trying a lot of different things, just trying to see what's comfortable for the drivers and what is not, to give us a direction where we want to go in the race.
Brilliant. Thanks for talking to us, Ryan. I think your car's due in any moment. Thanks again. Ryan Hardwick, he's going to be, we're going to see him in and out of the 77 Mustang.
And Joe, with that Crowdstrike pit lane report, yeah, there are 3 Ford Mustangs in the LMGT3 category, and you can spot that they're very, very different liveries, thankfully. So Ryan's car is the sky blue, the colour you may well have become used to from Wright Motorsports. And he used to race in GTE Am last year in a Porsche, and as he said, now adapting, adjusting to a front-engine big muscle car. Then you've got the 88 Mustang, which is the Proton competition car that Dennis Olsen has been in already, but he's now back in the pit lane. That is completely black, but with quite a bit of gold here and there, so very Lotus John Player Special-esque, and you might miss that in the night if you're not paying attention. And then the 44, which is the additional car, not part of the FIA World Endurance Championship, but a certain Christopher Mies making his, I can't quite believe, debut at Le Mans, but that's because it's never been a GT3 related race before. Finally, his opportunity, and the bronze driver, who I think is the oldest driver in the field, John Hartshorn, joined by Ben Tuck.
Yeah, John's mid-60s, I think maybe 66, something like that. But yeah, I mean, Christian Mies is one of those ones I too tripped over. I thought, surely, I mean, he's been winning everything everywhere all around the planet for a very long time now. But be so interesting for him to finally get his sort of teeth into an event like this, and he'll be fantastic for that team. He's a very personable individual as well, and we know, Johnny, even in a sprint race that helps, but when you're working through a big program over many days and then doing the Enduro, to have a guy who'll just fit in and be quick, well, you know, that's exactly what you need.
If you are around the track listening to 91.2 FM and spotted the 46 car on its what turned out to be in lap, that was Valentino Rossi in the 46 WRT Beamer. So I hope you gave him a wave on the way through. The 7-time MotoGP champion, just breaking the car in for this session. I wonder whether he may be kept in for a slightly longer stint as things pan out. This is a 3-hour session, so there's plenty of opportunity to do 1 or 2 simulated stints. The bright yellow Ford Mustang then of Chris Mies has just done a couple of laps and is back in pit road. The nice thing to have ticked off though already early on in this session, Paul Truswell, is actually we get to Paul in just a tick, because before that Joe Bradley has another Crowdstrike pit lane report for us.
Yeah, perhaps. I think, well, this is subjective, Harry, but in my opinion, your car is the prettiest car out there. The number 99, it's the Proton 963 Porsche. It's the prettiest because it's just that plain white, little bit of green trim. They say less is more, and I would say from the looks, your car is going to be pretty fast.
Well, they say a fast car is a good-looking car, so yeah, hopefully we're right on that one. But yeah, amazing to have the backing of the Porsche family, you know, the FA Turbo sponsorship on there, and that brand coming back to life, all the incredible events that they've been doing on the ice and stuff over the course of this year. So yeah, hopefully we can do them proud this week. Obviously it's a famous sponsorship and logos from back in the day, much history from Le Mans, and yeah, we want to try and recreate some more this week. Yeah, it looks brilliant.
Where is the 99 963, Harry? Where is it in the scheme of things? I mean, you know, the philosophy that Porsche have brought to these customer 963s, they want to see a privateer 963 win the race. How close are you to doing that?
Yeah, I mean, look, you saw in Spa, the car nearly won. 99, you know, led for a lot of the race. Julian did some fantastic overtakes up Eau Rouge, I think everyone will remember for a long time. And obviously, ultimately in that race, the Joda car won, another privateer car. So it really shows that we have the same equipment. Obviously, each team does their individual stuff. We're not really sharing anything or working together. We're just doing our own things. But within Proton, I know I've got a fantastic setup here. We've got Jeremy Moore, who was part of the very large part of the Porsche LMP1 program. So we've got amazing minds on the car, and I think the car has had a big step over the winter. You know, last year, first year of the car, I would say, you know, we've got some results. We've got a podium at Petit, but really this year I think the Porsche has shown to be one of the cars to beat. And yeah, like I say, hopefully we'll continue that here in Le Mans. So far on the test day and the early running this week shows that we're in the mix for sure.
Harry, it doesn't seem that long ago since you were making your debut here. Young Harry Tincknell making his debut. Now you're an old hand, being at Le Mans, I don't know how many times. Is the experience of being here with so many different cars something that you can add to this program?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're right. It was 10 years ago since we won that first Le Mans on my debut in 2014 with Jota in the Zytek, and you know, it's like a click of the fingers, and we're 10 years down the line. Obviously, be lucky to win it again with Aston as well in the COVID year in 2020. But yeah, I think absolutely. I think driving in both GTs and prototypes makes you better in both, because you understand the complexities and what each different class, the challenges that those present. So when you're in a prototype, you're just trying to get through the GTs as quick as possible. And if you've never driven a GT, you don't really understand as a prototype driver. You're wrestling around a 1350 kg car with much less downforce of you and stuff like that. So I think it makes you a lot more efficient in the traffic. I think it makes you ultimately safer. Of course, it's a 25 race. Of course, it's all about speed, but you've got to get to the end, right? Any incident along the way, and it's pretty much game over at this level these days. So yeah, I think it definitely makes you better in both. And yeah, this is a once-a-year thing, right? It's not that you can come and test here. So just having that experience, you know, 10 years in a row of being here is incredible, and looking forward to number 11 this year.
I didn't have to ask me; they were looking forward to it. I already knew. Thanks, Harry.
Up the other end of the pit lane, it's Diana here. I've got Maxime Martin of the number 46. You're just waiting, getting ready to go out. We've got this official sort of practice session underway. First of all, how are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling good. I mean, we had good test days Sunday for the prologue. So at the end, at the moment, Valentino is in the car, and yeah, we do some tests for sure. The main goal is to prepare the big race, so long runs, and at the moment everything is fine. We try different things, but all good at the moment.
How much did you learn on the test day coming into today?
Yeah, we learned a lot because it's quite new for everyone. It's a new category with LMP2 so it's a very specific track. So we need to do a lot of testing to understand where the best performance is for the car. But yeah, we learned quite a lot. We try now. We keep learning, so we keep trying things, and yeah, like I say, at the moment everything is good.
You seem very relaxed. This is such a great event. How much are you looking forward to getting it underway?
Yeah, looking forward. I mean, 24 Hours Le Mans is always something special. It's always a special race, a special week. To be able to race with Valentino and with Amat here, I think we have a really good package. We have a good car, good team, good lineup. So I can only be relaxed and hope for the best.
Maxime, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Maxime Martin chatting to Binksy there as part of the Crowdstrike Racing pit lane report. Joe Bradley before that. Yeah, Maxime with a background more so with Aston Martins, although he's got, being Belgian, this strong connection to WRT as well. So welcomed into the BMW fold and has driven for them for a couple of seasons now. Ahmed Al-Hati is one of those standout bronze drivers. So as long as they get some luck, which they really did not have at Spa, punted out of that race through no fault of Al-Hati at all, you know, they could be one of, well, many contenders to have a good result this weekend.
You know, they really, really could. I love the way that Binksy said, you know, he's seeming very calm. Maxime's always calm. However, in the heat of the battle, when it comes to overtaking, I think maybe his heartbeat goes up a bit. But he is the rock in that team. And just to wind it back, he does have a history with BMW. He won the Spa 24 Hours with them back in 2018. And, of course, his father and his uncle used to race BMWs in the Spa 24 Hours back in the 70s as well. But, you know, when I look at GT3 drivers, if there's a team with him in it, I think come what way, wet or dry, he's going to make sure it's at the front end. I have a huge respect for Maxime.
Yeah, second with Rover Racing in Nürburgring 24 Hours last year as well. The slight off-track moment for the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963, and likewise in LMP2 for the Vector Sport car number 10, which has vaulted the Ford chicane. That's more easily done. You just slightly misjudged the third element of the double chicane, and it results in the Vector Sport car straight lining that final segment of it. The 6, bear in mind there are 3 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963. So the standard WEC entries, which are the 5 and the 6 cars, and then this new one with the red visor. I'm talking about on the top of the car, just over the top of the windshield, and you can tell the difference between the 4 relatively easily. The 5 and the 6
I just missed the whole chicane, so if they do a track limits for that, it's a joke. And also I massively slowed down to let everyone go.
That's Marino Sato, possibly pointing the finger at some of other drivers in the field. He drives for United Autosports this year in one of their McLarens. Who was in the number 6? Who is in the number 6? That was Laurens Vanthoor, slightly outbraking himself at the top of the Dunlop curve and into the chicane underneath the bridge, and then doing exactly the same, the number 83 Ferrari from the hypercar class.
The early laps, we discussed about how slippery the track might be. You described it as green. Of course, we know it's grey in real colour, but it's very, very green indeed in conditions. And there's been a flurry of cars going off. Perhaps the most spectacular sideways moment so far, but it was caught, was from Antonio Fuoco, such a superstar in the Ferrari hypercar class. But at the moment, how high up the rankings are they? Well, Ferrari are sitting 11th and 12th. That's cars 50 and 51. And the Robert Kubica car, in fact, has just vaulted over them. He's gone up to 6th place. But fastest time is Hertz Team Jota. Still Callum Ilott at the top with the number 12. 3 minutes 26.6 seconds. That's top, but teams are just trying to get a grip with the track as it is at the moment.
Yeah, so Ilott fastest, but now in pit road in the Hertz Team Jota Porsche 963. At the time of 3:26.610 from Nick de Vries in the Toyota. I was going to go further, but it is now 2:30. So instead, let's do our first of the week Hertz hourly updates.
The Hertz hourly updates, getting you to your let's go moments for over 100.
And to mark your card, if you go away from the race at any point this weekend and then you're coming back in and you're not sure who's in what positions, then exactly at 2:30 each hour throughout all of these sessions today and tomorrow, and indeed for the whole of the race that starts at 4 o'clock on Saturday, if you're tuned at 2:30 each of the hour, you will get one of these Hertz hourly updates. And I can tell you that Callum Ilott has just rejoined the session in the number 12 Porsche 963. So that's one of a couple of gold-coloured cars, and his time of 3:26.610 puts him fastest by 0.3 of a second from Nick de Vries's Toyota GR010 Hybrids. The 7 car, therefore, that Nick drives is second fastest from the number 2 Cadillac of Alex Lynn, which is parked in the pit lane at the moment, but the Cadillac V-Series R for the Brit had managed a 3:26.928 before he came into pit lane. 4th fastest and 5th fastest, they're both Alpines for Mathieu Vaxivière and Charles Milesi in 36 and 35 respectively. It's a 3:27.4 for both. Then Robert Kubica in the number 83 AF Corsa Ferrari. That's the principally yellow car with the red flashes on it rather than the two almost factory cars. They're all run by AF Corsa, but 83 is slightly more satellite than the 50 and the 51. 3:27.513 has just been posted by the Polish driver. After that off-track moment, though, did that include the shortcut at the Dunlop chicane? If so, I'm sure that lap will be deleted. Ryo Hirakawa in the second of the Toyotas, car number 8, is 7th fastest, and then René Rast in the BMW number 20 with the M Hybrid V8 making its debut at the 24 Hours of Le Mans this year. Another Cadillac, the 3 car of Sébastien Bourdais, 9th fastest, ahead of Laurens Vanthoor in the Porsche Penske Motorsport car number 6. So that is the best so far of the factory Porsches. LMP2, fastest cars, 3 of them are all Pro-Ams to this point, but with their pro drivers. Louis Delatraz in the 14 is in the pits, but he's done a 3:34.245, quicker than Jean-Baptiste Simonin for Duquesne in number 30, and the United Autosports USA entry for Ben Hanley, 3rd quickest, number 23. Then the quickest of the standard LMP2 driver lineups, that's Jonas Reed, Christian Reed's son. Christian, remember, retiring at the end of 2023, but Jonas will continue with the family name. And car number 9 for Proton competition, is the quickest of LMP2 and 4th fastest within that whole category. And then ahead of Nolan Siegel, who we missed during test day. He was busy in an IndyCar race at the weekend, but is now getting some laps in car 22 for United Autosports. In LMGT3, Inception Racing's Brendan Reeb in the McLaren that he drives for car 70. There are 3 McLarens, remember, due to be in the race, and that's the fastest so far with a 3:58.770. 0.288 of a second faster than Daniel Mancinelli's Aston Martin Vantage of Heart of Racing team, number 27. GR Racing's Daniel Serra in his Ferrari. That's a car change year on year. They used to race Porsches, GR Racing, but Ferrari 296 now for Mike Wainwright's team. Car 86, third fastest. Ahead of Ben Barker's Proton competition Ford Mustang, number 77. The 66 JMW Motorsport Ferrari for Giacomo Petrobelli. And Kelvin van der Linde in the 78 Acodis ASP team. Lexus, 6th fastest in LMGT3.
Hourly updates brought to you by Hertz. Getting you to your let's go moments for over 100 years.
91.2 FM Radio Le Mans for 2024 and around the world, of course, via the radio show Limited website. It's Bruce Jones, Johnny Palmer and Paul Truswell in the Ford Performance Studios. I tried to bring Paul in a couple of moments ago, but then we had some more Crowdstrike pit and paddock reports. So, Paul, it's sort of a stale point now, but the good news is everybody has been out to taste this session.
Yes, they have, and I suppose it's not that surprising considering that they were all out only on Sunday. Time was when there would always be one. There's always one which has a problem, and so we'll, as I say, we can tick that box off. Everybody has been out, and I think the surprising thing, again, I made the point during the test day, I'll make it again now because they're going even quicker now than they went on Sunday and continuing to lap quickly, and particularly you mentioned in the rundown there, Johnny, the Alpines, 327s for both of the Alpines, 327.4s. That's an awful lot quicker, 2 seconds quicker than they went on Sunday. So they're looking more like a serious threat now. Although, as I say, there's a great danger in reading too much into these times. Single lap times over a lap of Le Mans during the first free practice session. Nearly all of the teams, Johnny, I reckon, will be looking for long runs. Even if they're coming into the pits, they won't be changing very much, apart from maybe the driver, during those pit stops, in order to get a feeling for how reliable, how good the tyres are, and how much wear there is, and all this kind of thing, measuring the energy usage and such like. So the teams will be using this session, I believe, for long runs rather than setting lap times.
Yellow flags were briefly shown at Marshall Post 32. That sounds roughly in the vicinity of Porsche curves. I'll get Trussers to confirm that in a moment because I know you've got the proper map regarding locations of incidents. It's clear now, is the bottom line. So we can head for this Crowdstrike pit lane report. And Joe.
And another mind-blowing bit of statistics, really, guys. So the 23, the United Autosports Oreca, is being driven by Mr. Ben Keating, who I would have lost money on. Ben Keating, I would have said, it's got to be Ben's, what, third? No, this is your 10th. Unbelievable, the way time flies.
Yeah, 10 in a row. It's kind of special to have a whole decade of running at Le Mans. And, you know, in 9 different cars through the years. I've driven almost everything now. And, you know, it's there are lots of things that make this special. It's my first time to be back in the LMP2 in 7 years. And I've won the last 2 in the GT class. So it's kind of fun to be back in an LMP2. And it's kind of fun to try to go for 3 in a row.
I mean, it's the sort of thing, 3 in a row in 2 different classes, Ben. Is that something that you can put at the forefront of your mind at a race such as this?
I mean, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't thinking about it. But I also think it's ridiculous for anyone to think that they are a favorite to win this race. There's so many cars out there. There's so many things that can happen that are out of your control. I view every single car in the race as a long shot. So as long as we take care of the car and we don't have any penalties and the car holds together, I think we have a good shot of being there at the end. But that's a tall order.
Yeah, I mean, Ben, you know what it takes to win this race. It must have been quite a satisfying statistic for you to be the last ever winner in the GTE class, though. Those GTE cars were special.
Yeah, it was really special for a lot of reasons. It was the last year for GTE ever. It was the 100th centenary race. It was, I won in a car that I sell in the United States, and it'd been a long time since Corvette had won. And so to win as an American driver, to win an American car with an American team, listening to the Star Spangled Banner under the American flag on the podium, it was all crazy special.
That is very special, Ben. Also special was those two guys that you won the GTE class with, who you're now having to race against. I mean, Nicky Katzberg, Nico Veroni, what a superstar find he was. I mean, now you've got a big...
Yeah, we are still very close, and we're having a lot of fun with this. I'm excited that we're all in the same class on 3 different teams. You know, I keep telling them we're going to find out why we won last year. You know, out of what happens with the 3 of our cars.
So you know their weaknesses. Do they have any weaknesses?
You know, those are my secrets to hold.
Ben, enough of the reflection. The future is all about this one. You're in the United Autosports team. You've got a team that also knows how to win this race. So give us just a little bit of insight. What does it take to win this race?
Yeah, I mean, for me, winning the race is all about just not having problems, not having penalties, not having mechanicals, keeping the car on track, not getting up in the gravel, not being involved in an incident, which a lot of that is out of our control. But that's what it takes to win this race. But for me personally, it's a unique challenge. You know, I've been racing the Oreca LMP2 and IMSA for the last 4 years, but I feel like every time I come to this track, it's brand new for me, even though this is my 10th time, because every time I show up on the test day in a new car, I feel so slow, and I feel like I should have learned it by now. And at the test session on Sunday, I was 8 seconds slower than both of my pros, and it's just hard for me to fathom. 8 seconds is an eternity in racing. And my goal today is to cut that in half. So, I'm taking little baby steps and trying to get a little bit more courage through these high-speed corners in this car that's capable of a lot more than I am.
Is the car radically different to the car that you drive in LMP2 and IMSA?
Yes, this is the first time I will have run on the Goodyear tire, which feels a little different than the Michelin does in IMSA. And I've never run a car with this little downforce. They have every bit of downforce taken off the car, and so from that standpoint, it almost drives similar to a GT, but it's still capable of a lot more than a GT is in the high-speed stuff. I just have to get my mind calibrated to what it's capable of doing.
I'm sure you will, Ben. You always do. Thanks, Ben Keating. Pleasure to speak to you as ever. Great insight there from that mindset. That winner's mindset, guys.
Totally, yeah. I mean, he's so enthusiastic. You could sit and listen to Ben Keating for 30 minutes or more. And very often we do, Bruce, frankly, because he's a great talker as well. You ask him one question and you get everything neatly bundled up in this perfect soundbite.
You do, and he also is one of those drivers who seems to encapsulate. He doesn't just look at his own class. He understands the entirety of the picture, where they fit in, and he definitely gets his head around pro-am combinations. But as he just said to Joe Bradley down in the Crowdstrike pit and paddock reporting team, is the fact that he's raced so many different sorts of cars, and it's extraordinary to get on top on each and every one of them. But as whenever you speak to Ben, he'll point out he's very, very careful about finding the best of the drivers he can get alongside him. And finding Nico Veroni, when he was lower ranked than he is now, was astonishingly clever. But he said he does his homework, and it seems to pay off. But also, he's such a people person that he draws that team together into a very tight nugget. The fact that, as pointed out, his 2 teammates from last year, they've all stepped up to from GT3 AM to compete on the LMP2 stage, but the fact they're in 3 different cars, it's a story within. It's a little cameo, many little cameos in this race, but we'll have Ben to explain it all to us, so that's great.
Yeah, you're right though about Verone. Used to be a silver, was last year, and then with the big championship win and also winning this race, he gets moved up by the FIA to gold, but he has never driven LMP2 before, Nico Verone. Driven LMP3.
In fact, he did so here, didn't he, in the Road to Le Mans race a couple of years back?
Yes, and he has done within the IMSA Championship as well, raced for AWA at Daytona and Sebring and Petit Le Mans, but yes, Road to Le Mans, which forms part of the Michelin Le Mans Cup. One of the Lamborghinis having a moment on the approach to the Ford S's, the Forest S's, should I say. Not the Ford Chicane, which I nearly said. Forest S's, that's the run through towards Tête Rouge. I couldn't quite tell whether that was the 19 or the 63 because it went through at such speed. It was just a moment at turn-in where the front tyres refused to obey. If it was the 63, then let's just get some drivers into the mixture. 63 is in the pit lane, so it's unlikely to have been Mirko Bortolotti. So therefore the 19, Andrea Caldarelli, I would say, with the moment.
That's currently...
Oh, it was the 19. Yes, that's what I said.
Yes, 19, yeah. So currently 17th, just under 2.5 seconds down on the ultimate pace, which is still the lap set some while ago now by Callum Eilert and that number 12 Hertz team Jota Porsche 963, which is clear of the best of the rest, which is the number 7 Toyota by 0.3 of a second. But in recent laps, we've had Cadillac Racing and Alex Lynn vaulting his way up the order. That's car number 2 to third position overall, just 10 thousandths down on that number 7 Toyota. So tightening up at the top, but right now, Hertz Team Jota, they can have a smile on their face.
Too right, as Jenson Button leans forward in his stool towards the back of the garage or behind the engineers that are calling the shots. Just for a quick word in the ear.
Is a 12 car at a 28.2. Ours is, 26.2. Ours is 28.2. Our best sector is Porsche curves, 0.3 off. Lots of mediocre sectors the rest of the way.
Jack Aitken in the 311 getting some useful information there from his engineer. So remember, 3 caddies in this year's race. We have the blue fronted number 2 that if you follow the FIA World Endurance Championship you will be well used to. The 3 car which did actually guest as a Spa runner last year, and Renger van der Zande spectacularly retired from that race when something gave way going into Eau Rouge Radion and spat him off to the left and heavily into the barrier. And of course the 3rd car is the 311, which is the Wayland Cadillac machine that Jack Aitken actually had a huge moment on the first lap of last year's race when he caught a bit of a damp patch coming out of the 2nd chicane on the Mulsanne, and then he ended up in the barrier on the left, and that's Armco. So did a lot of damage to the car. He nursed it home again, and Jack Aitken receiving the messages as to where the 311 Cadillac is quicker and slower than its major opponents. Certainly Cadillac coming again here on the back foot because of Earl Bamber's big crash in the Ardennes in the previous World Endurance Championship round. That was again a 6-hour race, and Bamber misjudging an overtake and hadn't actually cleared one of the BMWs on the Kemmel Straight, and it launched the number 2 car up into the air and collided with the concrete blocks to his right very severely indeed. That chassis was a write-off, and Cadillac having to find an alternative. 77 Mustang is in for a driver change. This is one of the 3 cars then run by Proton Competition in the LM GT3 category, as we can head back to Joe Bradley for another Crowdstrike pit lane report.
Yeah, this is a bit of a geeky engineering one for all of our race car engineering fans out there. So the number 4 Porsche Penske car, it's in the garage, it's up on the low jacks, and it's having a front damper swap out. They've basically swapped the front dampers. Now you access the dampers from a little panel that detaches from just in front of the windscreen, and the mechanic has to get his hands in there, and it's quite tight confines where the dampers are housed. When he loosens the damper off, the whole damper unit comes out, but then when they put in another set of dampers, he needs his teammates to lift the wheel, and so connecting the suspension and lining up the holes that bolts the damper in there. And it was just a bit of insight there as to what's going on in this practice session, where the team will be running through some different damper settings and changing and swapping the dampers out. They'll then go to the back of the pit garage and have the damper engineers looking into that and maybe swapping the settings on that for another try later on. But they are running through what I used to call a jobs list of things we want to try, things we want to just sort of experiment with, just to get these cars handling and optimizing them for qualifying. That comes later on tonight, and then of course we've got the Hyperpole session coming tomorrow. So lots of activity down here in the pits.
You make a very good point there though, Joe, because this is the only practice session that everybody gets before qualifying. Yes, there's lots of free practice in total, but if you don't make it into the top 8 in Hyperpole between the hours of 7 and 8 o'clock this evening, then free practice in terms of qualifying for the race is too late. You know, it's all done and dusted, and then you have to swallow your grid position. So there's an awful lot of stuff that has to be looked after within this session, and certainly not part of the plan is for the 65 Panis racing car to be off the road and in the gravel trap, and that feels like it's early on in the lap, not far from the Bugatti circuit. In fact, it's at the first left-hander, isn't it? So right-hand, long lingering Dunlop curve, and then it's, I think, Rodrigo Salas has fallen off the driver's left and scooted into the... No, in fact, was there some contact a moment or two ago with the 77 Ford Mustang? This car has only just rejoined, and I reckon Salas has this moment all on his own. He certainly does. Just a little bit too much right foot. That crucial change of direction between turns 2 and 3. And the car rotates on him and straight towards the gravel track.
Well, we just heard from Ryan Hardwick having a chat in the pit lane. Well, he saw plenty of that. It was right across his bows. I mean, probably only about a couple of feet between the nose of that pale blue Mustang and the starting to go sideways. Oh, definitely have gone sideways tail of the Oreca. So for Panis Racing, that we're just talking about how we're building up towards qualifying. Moments like this do not help.
Because now the extraction of that car may be made rather difficult.
4, 3,
yes.
2, 1. Slow zone 1 is now active. Slow zone 1 is now active.
I was about to say this provides the perfect opportunity for our first slow zone of the week. Now, slow zones were practiced during test day.
On the gravel, we are sending a telehandler on the gravel to put the car on the apron so that the driver can continue.
So Eduardo Freitas explaining to all of the teams, and they can relay that to their drivers, the plan for the recovery of car 65. The beauty of a slow zone, though, is that the rest of the racetrack is still able to be tackled at full speed. I was about to say still raceable, but we're not actually racing, it being free practice. But that's the reason why one of the Ferraris is absolutely flying its way through the Porsche curves. It's the 51, last year's winning car, that maintains exactly the same lineup for 2024. And James Calado, the Worcestershire menace, is at the wheel of this car currently. In tears, I seem to remember last year when chatting to Nick Damon. Nick got straight in there with the microphone, as he so typically does, to get early reaction from the 2023 winners, coinciding, remember, with the 100th anniversary of this great race 12 months ago. Well, will it be a Ferrari win again in 2024? If it is to be a Ferrari win, it will be their first of their FIA World Endurance Championship campaign. But as James Calado and his teammates said, well, we hadn't won a race this time last year either, and it was the only race they would win in 2023, it turns out. Diana Biggs now hot and ready to go with our Crowdstrike pit lane report.
Thank you very much. I'm in the TF Sport Garage. The number 14, Lewis Delatraz, has just jumped out after being out there on the circuit. First of all, Lewis, good to see you. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm great. It's super good to be here. We all love Le Mans, so to be back at this event is incredible. I'm super happy, and so far so good. So yeah, all good.
What was the objective when you were out there on track? Are you just looking to fine-tune ahead of qualifying?
I mean, I have two teammates who doesn't have much experience here in LMP2. Alex first Le Mans, so big one for him, and PJ first time in LMP2 after his first one last year in the GTE. And I mean, you know, on Sunday we shared the driving time, trying to all get familiarized with the track. And today we're looking a bit more for performance. But again, what I care about is a race car that is fast. In the end, quali is fun, but we want to win the race.
How much advice and sort of coaching are you giving the guys for Le Mans?
I think it's about sharing experience as we can. The best is the more laps they will do, the more they will learn. But I'm lucky, you know, PJ is super fast. He gets comfortable quick, and Alex has never been here, but in his second lap he was already quick. So I think I'm very well surrounded. AO and TF are doing a great job to get us up to pace, and I mean, so far I'm really enjoying the week.
How would you describe the challenges you face as a driver during this event?
It's crazy. I mean, it's a 24-hour sprint now in the LMP2. The level is so high, you just have to push the whole time. The cars are so reliable as well. We have to look after the car. We have to look after the weather. Make no mistakes. And I think if we run smooth for 24 hours, we'll be up there at the front towards the end.
A big grid this year, very close in the pit lane here. It's going to be hectic at times.
Definitely, if everyone pits on their safety car, I think there will be a lot of cars in the pits. But it's great. I mean, we will all get packed up after. There's no more 3 safety car restart, which I think is good for the sport. And again, it's not only the drivers, a team race, and they have to do the job in the pits.
Thanks very much, Lewis.
Thank you.
Dyna Binks providing that Crowdstrike pit lane reports. We are under 30 seconds to go for the slow zone
to remove slow zone 1.
To be removed. It's at the Dunlop chicane, I'll remind you, because of Rodrigo Sales having
we will be removing slow zone 1 in 10.
A little
9,
spin into the gravel
8,
trap at the top
7,
of the hill.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Slow zone 1 has been removed. Slow zone 1 has been removed.
And with perfect timing, back up to full speed then for that first run through the Dunlop curve and into the chicane at the top of the hill. And the whole track is clear again, as Callum Eilert remains the fastest driver in the session so far, 326.610. Sensibly, I think a number of the top runners at the moment all decided to pit rather than waste any tyres or brakes. The 46 car is really hammering into the full chicane though at the end of the lap. Interested to see who's at the wheel of that at the moment, because it appears to be on the ragged edge. It is Valentino Rossi, leaving not much on the table at all there. That car is currently 10th fastest as we can head back to Dyna Binks in the pit lane.
Thank you. With the 311 Cadillac Racing, Pippa Durrani. Pippa, they've just pushed the car back into the garage. Is there any concerns here at the moment, or are you just making the changes?
No, not at all. Everything is going according to plan. The only thing is that Jack requested to change his glasses to his contact lenses, so he jumped out of the car for a couple of minutes just to get that done, and then he's jumping back in and using the fact that there was a full course yellow or a slow zone to do that. So everything okay.
This is such a great event, and it's been such a build-up to the event so far. Are you sort of happy now we've got the official practice sessions underway and we're sort of getting into the getting close?
Yeah, no, it's been fantastic so far. The test day went well for us. Obviously, having accumulated the experience from last year brings us in a much more relaxed status to this year's event. So you can feel it. You can feel how everybody in our team is more relaxed, more easygoing, and how smooth it's been since the beginning. It's a very positive and refreshing feeling compared to last year. So yeah, we know it's difficult. Success across the Atlantic means nothing, but it gives us hope that we're doing something right over there, and we hope that we can do something right over here as well.
Well, I think motor racing fans all around the world tune into this event. This is a huge event. But you talked about being more comfortable this year. What was the biggest thing you learned from last year that's given you that comfort coming into this one?
Well, just the fact that throughout last year we progressed with the setup of the car. So we arrived here, we had zero idea of where to go, whether right or left, and now this year we arrived here with the setup that we finished the race, which was a massive progression throughout the weekend last year. And so just to arrive here with this is what we're doing from the beginning, that's already a massive difference.
Well, I'll let you go. Thanks so much for chatting to us. We'll get you through the weekend.
Pippa Durrani with Dyna Binks as part of that Crowdstrike pit lane report. Now, a car that we were due to catch up with, because the 37 Cool Racing car had quite a significant crash at the end of the first bit of test day on Sunday. In fact, it brought out the red flags, and I heard that as many as 3 corners had been damaged on the 37. They did manage to get it back into the day later on, but someone that probably can shed some light on that now joins Joe, Malte Jakobsen.
Malte, we were just talking about the team having to put the car back together after test, after that off that the car had. I take it everything's fixed and the car's fine.
Yeah, we were lucky to manage to get out at the end of the afternoon session after the accident that Lorenzo had at the end of the morning. And already on Sunday afternoon the car was fixed, and then obviously the team had a proper look at the car now on the few off days that we had, and it seems like it's all working and put back together properly now.
Malte, the LMP2 class is probably the hardest class to pick a winner from. Literally, I think the whole field could possibly win this race. I mean, does that make you feel better about the whole thing?
Exactly like you said. I mean, even with the Pro-Am cars, there is some proper competitive lineup. And we all know it's a 24-hour race and the weather conditions could be like last year. Hopefully it's going to be a bit better, but you're definitely right. It's super, super competitive, but our main goal is just to focus on our own game and our own car, and then we will see on Sunday morning where we are at the end of the race, and yeah, hopefully we'll be able to fight at the end.
Now this is your second Le Mans. Is it do you have a more calmer approach to your second Le Mans?
Yeah, definitely. It's bringing all the nerves and like your mentality going into this race as well. You are much better prepared because you know what to expect, and especially when it's such a long week leading up to the race as well. You know, like tonight and tomorrow night we finish super late the free practices, and on Friday it's very busy as well with lots of media activities and the parade in the town on Friday afternoon. So it's super important to just take as much rest as you can get leading up to this race, and then the start only starts at 4 in the afternoon on Saturday, so it's even a long day on Saturday morning leading up to the race. So it's just about getting ready and being as well prepared as possible.
Great stuff, thank you, Malte. Malte Jakobsen there. I think a driver that I'd wager my house on that young lad getting a manufacturer hypercar drive before very long. He is an absolute superstar.
He will, and he will win Le Mans with chosen hypercar driver as well. I'm convinced of that. He's still, how old is he now? Still in his teens, or has he just turned 20? Let me turn your microphone on.
You do that for me. 21 and a half.
21 and a half, okay, that's slightly older than I.
But he hit.
There's here Lamborghini.
Ferrari, but I don't know if it's oil or water or whatever, but the windshield is absolutely doing nothing.
Okay, copy. Careful on the end lap box this lap.
Well, Lamborghini, it's not exactly going to plan for them, I would suggest at this time, because the 63 car has only done 2 laps so far. Mirko Bortolotti had been in the pits for something like 45 minutes in the 63 car, whereas the 19, the major issue coming into pit road then for Andrea Caldarelli appeared to be the windscreen wiper just not functioning, and he had a load of detritus across it, so really struggled to pick his way into pit road. They've now solved that very steadfastly, because they've just basically torn off a hole, a tear off, one that kind of wraps around the whole of the windscreen, very similar to the ones that are on helmet visors. So that solved the problem. But if they can't get the windscreen wiper to work, then that's going to be a major issue, certainly come the race, Bruce.
Well, he did well to actually park in front of his own pit garage. But no, I slightly joke. But yes, when he came in, the screen was really, really streaked, and that looks like quite a concern. So for Lamborghini Iron Lynx, it'd be really rather good if they could find some form, because as Johnny pointed out, the better place their cars, number 19 is in 17th place, 2.4 seconds down on the best time, which is still Callum Ilot's best lap of 3 minutes 26.6 seconds, but still no time on the board. In fact, finally, I think we are getting a time on the board for the second Lamborghini. Have to scroll up to 22nd position overall, so right at the tail end, with just Isotta Fraschini behind them, brackets behind them by at least 2 seconds.
This is 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans for 2024.
Radio Le Mans weather.
The weather on Radio Le Mans brought to you by VP Fuels. Periods of cloud and sun today at Le Mans with northerly winds at 9 kilometres per hour and highs of 19 Celsius. It's still 17 currently. Whatever the weather, you can depend on VP Fuels and lubricants.
On 91.2 FM and around the world at radiolemans.com. This is Radio Le Mans.
Into the second hour we go then of this 3-hour free practice session. This is FP1, and remember, the only opportunity that teams get to tune their cars up for a single 60-minute standard qualifying session that begins at 7 o'clock, and that will determine our Hyperpole runners. So if you don't make it in to Hyperpole, which is tomorrow at 8, then that's where you start this year's race, the 92nd edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. That's the reason why perhaps this free practice session is going to be treated differently from the other 3 that follow, purely because they'll be concentrating on single lap pace, and therefore it's not going particularly well for the Lamborghini SC63s that are new for this campaign. They are LMDH cars, remember, so similar in that respect to the Porsche and the BMW. And LMDH are all running standard hybrid components that are produced by Bosch. The Extract gearbox is kind of integrated with that as well, and the difference between an LMDH car, which is the sort of IMSA style of building a hypercar, is that the hybrid is redeployed. The power comes through the rear wheels, just like the ICE power, whereas LMH cars, the Ferrari, the Toyota, etc., that's front wheel. So it was made. The interesting point was made to me a few moments before we went on air, in the race. If they have a hybrid problem, these LMDH cars, you're going to really struggle to get back to the pits, because ultimately the hybrid does not work, or if the ICE doesn't work, the hybrid doesn't work, and vice versa. Whereas at least there is some way of getting an LMH car back to the pits, even if you've just got a bit of rear drive, maybe even on the hybrid as well. But there's less wriggle room in an LMDH car.
It's a little like performing without a safety net, so you hope you never have to use it. The number 19 Lamborghini, we saw it actually push back into the pit garage, so maybe it's just because they want to work on the car a bit more, but certainly we saw the problem with the windscreen. Track continues to be really quite slippery, and in the first hour we've seen, Johnny, quite a few cars going for rides across the curbs. It seems to be settling down now. A lot of those were actually quite early in the session, but the biggest moment so far, of course, was Rodrigo Sales beaching the Panis Orica up at the Dunlop chicane. But again, it was a chance for the officials to practice using a slow zone, and I guess if you're off on the left-hand side of the circuit, driver's left, when you go up the hill, at least everybody can see you as they come round the first corner, and in terms of just knowing what's where. But for the race officials, it's a chance to rule the roost and get it right.
In these 2 laps we can remove the lift and coast, so you can remove the toggle, and we will be able to do 2 laps without the lift and coast.
That is advice to James Calado in the number 51 Ferrari 499P. And yeah, Cool Racing's number 47 car going across the curbing at the Ford chicane. And a certainly less than conventional line from Naveen Rao, who is the bronze in that LMP2 Pro-Am entry. Naveen, the 49-year-old from San Diego, California, joining Swiss team Cool Racing for this year. And we were hearing not a few moments ago from Malte Jakobsen, who's in the sister car, the standard LMP2 lineup, with Mallorcan Lorenzo Fluxa now at the wheel of car number 37. It's the Ford Performance Studios for 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans this year, and joining me in those studios, me, Johnny Palmer, is Bruce Jones and Paul Truswell, who we've not heard from for a little while now. There's certainly concern about the 63 Lamborghini and its length of time in the pits up until this point, and also you pointed out to me that one of the BMWs has been in pit road for rather a long time.
Yes, Johnny, that's right. The number 20 BMW is back out now with, I think, Robin Fryne's back at the wheel of it now, but that was in for a 15-minute pit stop, which suggests a little bit more than just a tyre change or something, so maybe something more significant being changed on that car. I just wanted to pick up on your points about this being the final qualifying session, or the only, not qualifying session, but the free practice session before the qualifying. And I think it depends really on whether or how you feel you are positioned in the overall pecking order. Do you regard yourself as being one of the cars that should be in the top 8, or are you definitely in the kind of beyond the top 12 or so, or if you're just in that window? Because if you are in that window of being around the top 8, then it would be quite nice to set a very good time. So, you do want to use this session to the maximum. And talking of using the session to the maximum, we've got 5 or 10 cars. How many? 1, 2, 7, 8, 9 cars, which have all been given a 3-minute stop-and-go penalty for not respecting race director instructions at the beginning of this session. They were told when they were allowed to go into the fast lane, and apparently several of those cars didn't pay attention to that. So we're going to have stop-and-go penalties 3 minutes long for the following cars. 2, which are one of the Cadillacs. Number 14, the Pro-Am Aero by TF Orica LMP2 cars. Number 24, which is another P2 car, one of the Pro P2 cars. Number 24. 25 is the Algarve Pro Racing Orica. 45 is the Crowdstrike Racing by APR, so another Algarve Pro car. Number 50, one of the Ferraris, and 51. In fact, both of the Ferraris then going out into the fast lane too soon. Also number 65, the Panis Racing Orica, and finally number 88, the Proton Competition Ford Mustang. All of those cars have to be in the pits for 3 minutes of this session as a penalty for not going out under the race direction instructions at the beginning of this session. So if our guys are in the pits, then that's why those cars will be just sitting there, basically having to stop-go penalty.
Our guys certainly are in the pits. In fact, we've had a shift change. So a Crowdstrike pit lane report from Nick Damon now at Lamborghini.
Up at the 63 with Daniel. Slow start to the session for you, but how's it going so far with the new car, effectively?
Yeah, well, I mean, we are checking some stuff at the moment with the car. We had a good Sunday test. Now we need to get back into the rhythm. And yeah, I think we need to get into the rhythm still.
What did you identify from Sunday that you still need to improve on the car?
Well, I mean, with the package we have right now, we are working quite well. We still didn't have a big upgrade package so far this year, so we are working on trying to understand what's the best things to bring in the future to make big improvements in the car. But so far we had a productive Sunday test, so we were moving in the right direction.
We have 3 hours now, then into qualifying, a few hours later. Are you actually that bothered about qualifying?
Well, I mean, honestly, it's of course always good to qualify as good as you can, but also, like, we know it's a 24 hours race, so 1 or 2 positions will not make the race upside down,
And obviously you've been doing this a couple of years now. How are you enjoying sports car racing for a long single-seater career?
I really start to understand it more and more. It's not so easy to just jump into a completely different philosophy of racing. It's quite different, but I'm liking it more and more. The more I understand it, the more I'm enjoying it. Thank you.
Daniel Kvyat chatting to Nick Damon then at Lamborghini as part of the Crowdstrike pit lane reports. So Nick Damon and Dynabinks continuing at pit out for this part of our free practice 1 coverage. It's 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans for 2024. Don't forget to use the hashtag RLM_24H 24H RLM_24H as now the 23 car goes a touch wide at the first corner, or the first meaningful corner, as it tries to turn left. So the Ben Keating driven United Autosports USA car, the Orica 07, which is currently 3rd fastest of all the LMP2s, and it's still Pro-Am actually flying the flag for their subcategory. 1st, 2nd and 3rd fastest you have to look to Jonas Reed as the fastest non-Pro-Am car so far, which is the number 9 Proton competition, with a time of 3:35.054. We've almost got all 3 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963s running together. Certainly 2 of them have found one another. The second in the sequence is the number 4 car, with a very similar livery to the non-Salzburg one. So it's in fact, yeah, they're 2 running together, near identical colour scheme, the 5 and the 4. But the 5 car, let me get this the right way round, is the one with the black visor and black door mirrors, whereas the one behind the 4 has the red visor and the red door mirrors. So therefore the number 6 car, by process of elimination, has the white mirrors. And good luck, Bruce, telling them apart when it falls dark on Saturday evening.
Every year you go down, you walk up and down the pit lane and just try and pick out the differences, but that's when they're stationary. So, you know, when you then hop into the commentary booth, you then just go, oh please, and if it's running in the shade, you know, but we have to find these small differences. And I do like teams that run their cars in different race liveries. It really does help, and certainly in the LMP2 class they seem to have done that to very good effect. But these you know, the little tweaks, and it's all part of the learning process. And for those of you listening all around the world, do make sure you print yourself out a spotter's guide. It makes the world of difference, and certainly adds to the enjoyment. But what's happening at the front of the field? Well, nothing's really happening at the front of the field. That very early lap, Johnny, from the number 12 Hertz Team Jota Porsche 963 of 3 minutes 26.6 remains as it is, with still that number 7 Toyota Jose Maria Lopez now on board. You go, what? He wasn't on my spotter's guide. Aha, well done, people. That's because Mike Conway injured himself in a bike training accident. So Jose parked the Lexus that he was due to be driving here and hopped in. So he's just returning to fold where he was in the previous few seasons. And third fastest, that number 2 Cadillac. Alex Palou has now taken that one over. But I guess if you look down the charts, we've got 5 different manufacturers in the top 5 positions, which is we'll have the organisers of the World Endurance Championship and the Le Mans 24 Hours very pleased with life indeed. That's working very well. However, we'll see how that unfolds as we get into qualifying.
Yellow's out again, and this is again fairly late on in the lap. It's Porsche Curve's entry. So there was a spin and continue not long ago, but I can tell you that it involves the United Autosports USA car that I was speaking about not too long ago with Ben Keating. And
20 seconds to activate slow zone 8.
It's going to be a slow zone at Porsche Curve's entry, because Ben Keating has neither gone to the right at Porsche Curves or to the left towards Maison Blanche,
active in 10,
and effectively
9,
has
8,
split
7,
the eye of the needle, if you like, and gone
5,
right down the middle in the gravel
4,
trap.
3, 2, 1. Slow zone 8 is now active. Slow zone 8 is now active.
And that is Eduardo Freitas explaining to everybody.
We're sending a telehandler onto the gravel at slow zone 8 on driver's left.
It's going to be 80 kilometres per hour through slow zone 8, and obviously slowing much before that.
23. Please ask your driver, once he's on the service roads, to zigzag and brake as much as he can to get rid of all the stones before he enters the track. Please ask your driver to leave all the gravel as much as possible outside of the track.
Okay, very clear message there. Ben Keating went the entire way through the gravel trap. There's then a thin access road beyond it, the width of the car. His front wheels just onto the tarmac. 2 more feet, maybe 4 more feet, and he'd have touched the tyre wall. But third fastest at the time that happened in LMP2. But for Ben Keating, well, it's all part of the learning process. Don't know why he effectively went nigh on straight on. But the good news is the gravel trap, and it's an enormous one, Johnny, from front to back, did the job it's there to do, which is slowed the car and stopped the contact. But anybody who's approached the Porsche Curves at speed knows it's a fearsome sector of the track, and I guess if anything goes wrong, that is why you do have these gravel traps. But so for United Autosports, with that number 23 Orica, a little bit of a setback, but doesn't appear to be any damage. But of course, as we heard from Eduardo Freitas, the race director, just please don't bring that gravel on the track, because it could catch someone else out. But Ben's been racing a long time. He'll be fully aware what he's not required to do.
Maxime, so you have full fuel, you are on the double stint tires, you go only 1 lap, no curves, and only karting inside curb on this lap, and you box straight away. Out in, only karting curb inside.
So the radio communication could have been done in French, I'm sure, to Maxime Martin from the Team WRT engineer, but that car, in number 46 BMW, Maxime Martin, heading towards the end of the lap, and a graphic description there of where Maxime needed to be going slowly. A bespectacled Ben Keating now is watching from left to right to make sure that the marshals are dealing with this recovery as neatly as possible, to do as limited damage as they can to his number 23 United Autosports USA LMP2 car. Don't forget, we've got Studiovision back functioning again for 2024, as it has done for so many years now on YouTube. Studiovision by Karting Live TV, brackets Nick Damon. He looks after most of it, and we're forever grateful for him to allow you to see inside the Ford Performance Studios once again in 2024. And a lot of the time, actually, the figures just to watch us do the commentary work that we do can sometimes outweigh those watching the race. Just enjoy listening to our voices and watching our faces with the weird expressions as various things unfold during the 24 hours. Also, if you're trying to sync our coverage here on the Radio Show Limited network with pictures perhaps from elsewhere, then if I tell you that we are 1 hour and 18 minutes into this race, or would you prefer a countdown? No, I'll do the countdown. So 1 hour and 41 minutes still to go, and 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12 seconds. Brought to you that countdown clock update by Omologato Racing Time. And the yellows remain out for the time being at zone 8 as the recovery of Ben Keating's number 23 United Autosports car continues. But the rest of the track you can still go at full speed, and Ben is doing the obliging thing there of making sure he recovers whilst being off the track as much as possible coming out of Porsche curves, because there's still quite a bit of gravel wedged into all the crevices of car 23. And I think he'll do a little wiggle, a Scandinavian flick perhaps, to make sure some of those stones drop out, but not on the racing line, to help with everyone else's run into Porsche curves, which is a very important place. It's where big accidents can happen, but it's also, as far as the stop clock is concerned, where you can gain and indeed lose lots of time. You have to be brave on the route into Porsche curves. After that bit was redone many years ago now, Bruce, it sort of sorts the really gung-ho drivers from those that are not willing to drop time necessarily, but are doing the sensible thing. They'd probably be doing the thing that you and I would prefer to do. But some of the speeds that we saw, certainly in LMP1 days, of the approaches through Porsche curves in the Porsche and the Audi, unbelievable. It's like it's on fast forward. They still defy the laws of physics many times, and to me it's the most fearsome corner on the circuit. You might say, of course, decades ago the banks were up against the edge of the circuit, there's much more runoff, but there's reason for it. But let's find out what's happening down in the Crowdstrike pit and paddock lane with Dinah Binks.
Thank you very much. I'm with Ian James from the Heart of Racing. Ian, the car's been inside the garage for sort of quite some time. It looks like you're doing a fair amount of work on it. What are the issues here, if any?
We just got a little bit of a leak around one of the drive shaft boots, so just a precautionary change while we can.
That's what this session's for, isn't it? Just to catch anything that you can ahead of that qualifying session later. But what have you learnt so far?
Yeah, obviously the track's a little bit quicker today, cooler temperatures, a bit more rubber down, so all the cars have gone a little bit faster, but the balance has stayed the same for us, so yeah, we're looking forward to qualifying later.
Going back to that test day, were you satisfied with what you learnt?
Sorry, what was that?
On the test day, back to the test day, were you satisfied with the information that you learned coming into this one?
Yeah, I mean, luckily all the information is transferred across to here. A bit of a tailwind in the test day, so the top speeds are down now, and it's changed the balance a little bit into the braking zones, but other than that, pretty much the same.
Ian, what can you tell us about the LMH program with Aston Martin?
I can tell you I'm excited. I can very busy, not much sleep, but yeah, next month we should have a car on the ground and begin the test program.
So you've not started the actual test program yet?
Sorry?
You've not started the test program yet?
Well, we've done a lot of testing with a mule car and different iterations of drivetrain and stuff like that, but not their final car, no.
You're looking forward to it? Why are you looking forward to it? What is it about it that's exciting you? Because I can see it in your face, you just started smiling straight away.
Well, I'm very British at heart. Aston Martin bringing it back to the top class here at Le Mans. The V12 just sounds absolutely amazing. I think it'll be a fan favourite, and I can't wait to get back here in 12 months' time.
Great stuff. Thanks, Ian.
Ian James chatting to Diana Binks with that Crowdstrike pit lane report as Mick Schumacher in the number 36 Alpine is heading at top speed out of Tête Rouge and into the first chicane on Mulsanne. Hearing that Alpine power plant. This is another LMDH car where Alpine have produced their own engine, but once more having to use the specification hybrid parts. And a word to make about an alarm that may be going off. I'm just wondering whether there are flashing lights in his cockpit, which will certainly at the very least be a distraction to the German, to the high side of the D station racing Aston Martin as he comes out of the second chicane and then through that little right-hand kink. So all the way down to the Mulsanne corner now, and rather than taking to the roundabout, Jinx well right ahead of that. It looked like one of the LMGT3 cars that he's following had a puff of tyre smoke, trying to stop in time for that tricky right-hander, and then heads out of that corner. I think Alpine will be pleased with their free practice session so far, considering it was not necessarily one to write home about during test day, but this is a bit more like it. Still 5th and 6th fastest in FP1.
Yeah, test day there was 17th and 20th position, so that's a proper step forward. And I think we just have to remember this is their first year with this car. And really, I think the signs are very, very good indeed. And in fact, there were questions in the previews on Radio Le Mans for Hypercars about which would be the better placed of the two French manufacturers, Peugeot or Alpine. Of course, your money would be on Peugeot. I still struggle to get used to them with the rear wing, of course. I loved them without any wings at all at the tail end last year. They went very well here, but Alpine are on the rise. So I think really, I love it when you have the sort of the ebbing and flowing of form. It's what sport's all about, but Alpine definitely going in the right direction.
By the way, in one of the Jota Porsches, Hertz Team Jota Porsches, Will Stevens now has taken over. That is the fastest car, in fact, the 12 machine. So Callum Eilert, who'd set the 326.610 early in the session, is replaced by fellow winner at the Spa 6 hours last time out. And again, that bodes very well for the privateers in the hypercar category. I don't think Penske would have liked that one bit. They will probably be grateful that it was a Porsche taking victory rather than one of their major manufacturer rivals, but I'm sure no factory team likes a privateer crew who got their hands on a 963 partway through last year, outpacing them. It was a terrific result because they did it without Norman Nato as well, so just the two of Callum and Will. Oliver Rasmussen is in the other Hertz Team Jota 963, the mighty 38 that has returned to Le Mans.
Now, we had a question just ahead of this free practice session about whether what was the target? To show you can set a really fast time or just go on working on your setup? The fact in each of the three classes, we've had a lap time set early on and nothing since, nothing approaches. Maybe that's the banker. Now they're working to the programme, and maybe if that all goes well, we'll go for another quick time towards the end of this 3-hour session. But as it is, we've still got the Hertz Team Jota number 12 Porsche 963 top of the charts in LMP2, as it has been almost since the start. The number 14 AO by TF Orica. Alex Quinn's just taken that over. That's still top in class. And in LMGT3, Inception Racing, you mentioned Brendan Iribe early on. His McLaren is still top of the pile. In fact, it's McLaren's 1 and 2 in LMGT3 because James Cossing has just taken over the number 59 McLaren from United Autosports. That's second in class. So again, what I like from year to year, you have different mixes, but having the 9 manufacturers coming here to play in LMGT3, for a lot of them it's their first time at Le Mans. Teams, drivers, and even occasionally manufacturers, as in the case of Lexus. There's a lot to play for there, but I think we'll see the quick times coming in again later on. Of course, we've had the slow zone twice. Once for Rodrigo Sales up at the Dunlop curves, and then, of course, recently at the Porsche curves when Ben Keating put the number 23 Orica from United Autosports all the way through the gravel, but importantly stopped about 2 metres short of hitting the tyre wall at the back. He's made it back to the pit garages, but I think we may see this session go through a bit of a lull, a busy lull, and then pick its way up again.
I'm reminded of the Porsche GT cars and how they did not perform at all well, it seemed, during test day. I think they were pretty much propping up the field, if not both stone last. They were outside the top 20. I think I'm right in saying yes. In fact, they were 61st and 62nd. They are doing slightly better in this session, but I remember Paul Truswell and I asked the question, was there a bit of sandbagging going on there?
I don't know what's going on, but something's not right.
Lawrence Vantor.
We are looking at it.
Lawrence Vantor suggesting something's not right with the number 6 Porsche. I think he pointed out on the straights more so. That is the Salzburg livery Porsche, number 6, with the white body stripes across the red nose and roof. As we can head for another Crowdstrike pit lane report, here's Nick Damon.
With Antonio Fuoco, who's sitting on the pit wall, but with the 50 Ferrari. Antonio, how do you feel the Ferrari cars are positioned amongst the competition here this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, we are focusing on ourselves. We are doing our program, and at the moment everything is going quite smooth. It looks like the competitors are quite strong here. We look Porsche and Toyota, but also Alpine and BMW, they are there, so it's going to be quite tough, and we try to do our best.
How important is the qualifying session coming up next? Do you really want to get in that top 6 hyperpole?
I mean, as always, we try to do our best, but we also know that here is 24-hour race. It's quite long, but yeah, for sure, as we show until now, we will try to do our best in qualifying.
Ferrari won here last year. How different is the car you're driving this year to the one you had last year?
I mean, the feeling is quite similar. There is some difference on track. They resurfaced some plays, so it felt quite okay.
You're one of the drivers you've been hopping in and out of GT3 cars and prototypes we've seen in America. How easy is it to just swap cars the whole time?
I mean, it's not that easy, but we get used to it, and I think I'm enjoying it, going up and down from hypercar to the GT, and I really like it.
Great stuff, thank you.
And as we catch that update from Nick Damon, our Crowdstrike pit lane report, now Ferdy Hatzberg has got a problem in the number 35 Alpine, which has stopped at the right-hander. And this is in the early part of the Dunlop curve at the top of the hill. So the car is right up against the concrete wall. And if it doesn't move anytime soon, we can get a bit of team radio, actually.
Copy, stand by, come back to you.
So it's throttle related, Ferdinand is reporting, and he gets the message, copy, wait there, we'll come back to you. So we'll come back to this incident right after our next Hertz Hourly update.
The Hertz Hourly Update. Getting you
to your Let's Go moments for over one.
Early guesses for Ferdinand Hatzberg's problem would be a puncture on the right side. The car certainly bouncing up and down as it came to a halt at the top of the Dunlop curve. We will deal with that in a moment. That's the 6th fastest car, though, so it's going to be interesting to see how that car gets on later on in the day and whether it can be one of the top 8 positions in Hyperpole. Tune in from 7 o'clock for that. But the number 12 Hertzstein Jota Porsche 963 is quickest, now with Will Stevens at the wheel. But Callum Islett's time still stands, a 3:26.610 from Jose Maria Lopez in the number 7 Toyota, the GR010 Hybrid. Jose Maria Lopez back in a Toyota. Well, yes, because Mike Conway is injured after a cycling complication, and therefore Conway out of that car, and the Argentinian is back, getting the old band back together, effectively in the number 7 machine. Pace is there as well, it looks like, for Toyota so far, at least, a 3:26.9. In third position, the number 2 Cadillac of Alex Palou in his V-Series R, the blue-fronted Caddy, a 3:26.9, third fastest from the 20 BMW of Robin Freins, the best of the 2 M Hybrid V8s. Then 2 Alpines doing better than they did last Sunday during test day. The 36 of Mick Schumacher is fastest of those 2. 5th quickest, though, when you put them all in together. 3:27.4. And now the Ailing car of Ferdinand Habsburg, 6th quickest, number 35, ahead of 7th fastest, the 83 AF Corsa Ferrari 499P of Robert Schwartzman. Brendan Hartley's Toyota number 8 is 8th quickest. Scott Dixon in the number 3 Cadillac. And 10th position is the Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 for Laurence Vanthoor. There's been another incident out on track, and therefore the red flag is out to stop the session, but the time will continue to tick by. We're just beyond the half-distance marker. In LMP2 Pro-Am, AO by TF. Their Orica is driven by Alex Quinn, although it's currently in the pit lane, and is fastest, number 14, a 3:34.245. From John Fowles' Duquesne team, number 30 Orica, 3:30.8. And the 23 car is third fastest at Ben Keating for United Autosports USA, a 3:34.9. The quickest of the standard driver lineups in LMP2 is the number 9 car still of Massimo Cappietto. Proton Competitions entry 3:35.054, quicker than Bijoy Garg in the United Autosports number 22, and Edex Sports Paul Lafargue number 28 is currently 6th quickest. And then in LMGT3, Inception Racing's McLaren, this time was set early on in the session. Brendan Iribe is currently at the wheel, although slowly heading back to pit lane, as everyone else must do under a red flag. But car 70 fastest, a 3:58.770. From United Autosports, James Cottingham's similar McLaren, but a different team. That's the United Autosports car, as I say, 59 second. Heart of Racing Teams, Daniel Mancinelli's Aston Martin is third fastest, number 27, ahead of GR Racing's Mike Wainwright's Ferrari, 86. The 54 Ferrari of Francesco Castellacci from Vista AF Corsa, and 77 is 6th fastest in LMGT3. That's the Proton Competition Ford Mustang of Ryan Hardwick.
The hourly update. Hertz Rental Car, getting you to your let's go moments for over 100 years.
So with an hour and 25 minutes to go, we're under a red flag in this first free practice session of Le Mans 2024. Arnaud Robin, who had just left the pits in the Acodis Lexus, made it just round the corner from the old signalling pits, barely, in fact, and has ground to a halt partially in the middle of the road, actually, which is why there's yellow flags there at the moment, and that has brought the red flag out. No TV cameras down there at the moment, but we have the circuit TV, CCTV cameras. We'll get full coverage later on in the week from Thursday onwards. Saturday, when everything is switched on. So I have to say, the quality down through the years of the CCTV cameras that race control uses really improved. Here's Ferdinand Habsburg in the 35 Alpine.
Okay, I'm going. It sounds terrible, but I'm going.
Yeah, for the moment, keep doing like this. We know that the drivability of the engine is not perfect, as you mentioned. Looks not an issue regarding the reliability of the engine at that moment. Try to come back to the pit.
Now, this was the
going. Second gear, full throttle. Is that okay?
That's good. That's good. Try to bring back the car, mate.
This was the car that had just popped out the pits as well, the number 35 Alpine Endurance team. Quick mention, welcome back to Ferdy Habsburg, and delighted to have him back. He looked fit as a butcher's dog's personal trainer when I was talking to him earlier in the week. He's been out after sustaining a back injury in an accident in testing at Aragon with Alpine. We had Jules Gunon filling in for him in the last couple of races, and it's great to see him back. John Hindhaugh, Paul Truswell in the Ford Performance Studios, and in the Crowdstrike pit lane reporting team for this session. Well, let's first check in with Diana Binks.
I'm with Ollie Mulroy from the Inception Racing team. Ollie, you've just jumped out of the car. What have you learnt during that session?
We're just trying to learn how this Goodyear tyre evolves over the stints. You know, we're limited to 15 sets for the race, so we're going to have to double and potentially even triple stints on tyres. So just putting mileage on the tyres really, and just seeing how the balance of the car evolves as we sort of build up the mileage on the tyre. And so far, really happy. Our pace seems good. Because we do the majority of our racing over in the States in IMSA, we've got very little experience on the Goodyear tyre, so we're just trying to collect as much knowledge as we can ahead of this weekend.
How much are you looking forward to being here this weekend at Le Mans? I know you said you're in the States a lot, and you do quite a number of other races in Asia as well, don't you? Yeah. So being back here at Le Mans, how does that feel? Yeah, it's awesome. This is my third Le Mans, third different brand as well. I did Ferrari, Porsche, and then here with McLaren. Yeah, we're really excited. It's very different experience actually when it's your second or third time. You know, there's obviously a lot of other stuff in the build up to Le Mans, the fans, a lot, you know, the parades, the this and that, and a lot of other pressure. And when you come back here with a bit more experience at Le Mans, you realise it's just another race weekend for us as drivers. All the main fundamentals are still the same. And you just feel a lot more focused on the job that you do on the track, and not so much. You're not distracted so much by everything else that's going on around you. So it's probably the most excited I've ever been about competing at Le Mans. So, and at the moment the car feels great. So we couldn't be happier really. You said just a second ago, you know, coming back for the third time, you're able to relax and enjoy this build-up more, because it's quite a build-up, isn't it? And you said it's pressure. I was going to ask you how you deal with that pressure, or do you just now enjoy it because you know what to expect?
Yeah. I'd say the first time I came here, you think, oh, okay, should I be feeling different on the track as well? Is it like, you know, is it going to affect me in the car? But now we're very lucky in racing. It's not like football or rugby or something where you are there with the crowd. Like, we're with the crowd when we're out of the car, and we're lucky that we can put ourselves in this little bubble when we get in the car with our helmets on. You hit the pit limits at the end of the pit lane, and that's it. You're just in another racing car on a special, incredible race circuit, and you just then have to settle into your rhythm. And I think what a lot of drivers do is fall into the trap of overdriving, pushing too hard. It's Le Mans, I've got to perform, but actually I think if you go into it with a mindset that it's just another race weekend, you end up getting a lot better performance out yourself and enjoy the weekend even more.
With Earl Bamber out the number 2 Cadillac. First of all, last time most of us saw you getting out of a car, it was in 1,000 pieces, but how are you?
Yeah, good. I mean, we tested 2 days later in Paul Ricard to prepare for this event, so no, luckily the Cadillac's nice and safe, so I managed to jump out of that. But yeah, preparation's gone well and seemed to be quite quick today.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because I think a lot of people thought the Cadillac might be on the back foot compared to the Ferraris and the Porsches. Is that how you felt, and now you don't feel that way?
It's really hard to tell. You know, I think in general, the ACO, the FIA is doing a really good job this year of getting everything together and getting us really nice and close. And I think it's mainly how you roll out. And, you know, we were good in Qatar, we were good in Spa, but we were terrible in Imola. And we learned from that, and we understood what we did wrong. So it's really, if we manage to get everything in a line, I think we'll be there.
How important is it that the car has a year's experience here at Le Mans, or has everything moved on so much it's not?
I mean, it's a big difference. I mean, just firstly, operationally, we're miles ahead of where we are. You know, the mood and garage is much more relaxed. You know, all the guys, the crew, engineering, everything's been working together for a year. So coming to this race, it makes a huge difference. And I think we know what our weaknesses were last year, and I think we've managed to tick the boxes off throughout the year, and hopefully we're come with another step forward from last year. Not on car speed is one thing, but, on pit stops, on strategy, all those sorts of things. We hope we're just that next bit better than we were last year.
Qualifying's next. Of course, you personally are carrying a qualifying penalty moving forward. So is it something you're not going to focus on too much?
I mean, I think at a 6-hour would have, but, with the 24-hour, I don't think it matters a huge amount, and especially with the safety cars and stuff like that here. It is a shame, but, it is what it is. I think the first goal for us is to transfer that hyperpole.
So you will transfer the hyperpole regardless. It's one of these things where the penalty doesn't get applied until all qualifying is finished.
Yeah, exactly. But, it's not easy to transfer the hyperpole in general. So
6 out of 23, it's a quarter chance, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. But, that's our first goal, is to transfer to that hyperpole, and then we'll see where we line up.
And I'm a year out of date, it's 8 out of 23, so the third now, it's even better.
Exactly. And, I mean, it's great. We've got so many cars on the grid. It's fantastic for the fans. It's a great spectacle for sports car racing. So, it is something really special this year to have that many cars on the grid.
Oh, thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Earl Bamber talking to Nick Damon down there in the pit lane, our Crowdstrike pit lane reporter. It is John Hindhaugh and Paul Truswell in the Ford Performance Studios here at the end of the Bugatti circuit. And don't forget, you can watch along as well as listen along with our Studiovision via, a number of places, powered by Karting TV. It's on the Radio Show Limited YouTube channel, Karting Live TV, I should say. And you will notice we have our countdown clock on there, brought to you again by Shami and the lovely people at Omologato. That will run all the way through, so you can, I know many of you are watching. We are solely radio this weekend, so don't get your knickers in a knot if we're not talking about what you're seeing on other broadcasters. We're not here to do television commentary this weekend. This is descriptive, this is radio, and therefore we might be giving you other information from what you can see on the screen. But we recognise that some people want to do that. So the Omologato in-race timer is there for you to be able to do that directly to our sound, coming from a watch manufacturer in motorsport that has real motorsport heritage, Omologato Racing Time. Paul Truswell, halfway through the session, and then got a red flag, so that split it up nicely. What have we learned? Who's been doing the long runs, if anyone?
Well, everybody's been doing long runs, John, so some more than others, but it's a good time for us to get a little bit of an indication of what we can expect during the race in terms of stint lengths. I'm expecting hypercars to do 13 laps in a stint. The P2's 11 laps in a stint. That's not really a surprise because we've had these categories for a few years now. This is the fourth year of hypercar at Le Mans, so that they know what to do. The thing that's a bit of a hard thing to work out is what happens in LMGT3. Those of you who've been following the World Endurance Championship this year will have seen the LMGT3 cars participating, and normally a GT3 car in other series will run for an hour and 5, maybe even an hour and 10 minutes, depending on the circuit. At Le Mans, because they have this restriction on the amount of energy they're allowed to use, as well as having a restriction in terms of the fuel tank, but the one that's going to catch them out is the amount of energy they have to use. And the energy is going to deplete at a different level depending on the driver, depending on the driving style, depending on whether we get a slow zone, yellow flag, da-de-da. And I think so. The LMGT3s are going to be looking at 10 to 11 laps for every stint. So we expect them, we spoke about this over dinner yesterday, but we expect them to kind of slot in their pit stops after the P2s, but before the hypercars come in. Got a green flag though, so Trowers very eager to get back on with things. They're back on the circuit, and we'll see whether anybody's going to be able to beat that Callum Islet time in the Hertz Team Jota Porsche. Will Stevens, as Johnny was saying before the break, has now taken that car over. Most of the teams are now at least on their second driver. Some have cycled through all three drivers already. Others have had long pit stops, as we've been saying, so have some catching up to do.
Hello to Alistair from Spirit and Wood. Great to hear you all on 91.2. On the grass at La Chapelle at the moment. Hoping the red flag doesn't last too long. Well, the good news is you should see the cars any second now. In fact, you'll have seen them because we are back to green flag with an hour and 13 minutes to go. Hertz Team Jota from Toyota Gazoo Racing, 12 from 7 from the number 2 Cadillac. From BMW, M Team WRT, that the 20 car is the Gili Maretu art car. And later on this week, if I scan through our extensive programme schedule, I will be able to tell you that the BMW art car comes at 8:15 French time, our special on that on Thursday evening. So tomorrow night, I was up in Paris at the Centre Pompidou, which is closing actually for 5 years to get a refurb. Nearly 50 years since I first went to that, and it was all shiny and brand new. It's amazing to see how it has, the exterior at least, is kind of toned down just a little bit. It's never going to match the architecture round about it. There was some controversy about its architectural style at the time, but it has kind of toned itself down almost, if buildings can do that. Well, we talk about cars having personalities and telling stories, so maybe buildings can as well. Anyway, that's later on this week. 5th is and 6th are the 2 Alpines, 36 from 35. And the top 10 made up by the AF Corsa Ferrari 499P. EFA is behind the wheel of the Prototipo. Then it's the Toyota Gazoo Racing of number 8 in 8th, Brendan Hartley, and Scott Dixon is in 9th, or at least he's just gone out in the number 3 car for Cadillac, and Porsche Penske Motorsport Kevin Estra's number 6 is in 10th position. In P2, it's all the Pro-Am cars that's at the front, but of course the time will have been set by the pros in the first half of that session. It's Spike, Aero by TF, and PJ is in the car right now, so it's the number 14 from the Duquesne, number 30, and United Autosports number 23. Best of the LMP2 is the Proton competition number 9. Whilst we get back up to speed, let's take a couple of Crowdstrike pit lane reports. Nick Damon in a moment, but first Andy Prio with Diana Binks.
Andy, good to see you here. You're here in a different capacity, so our listeners will know you obviously from your fantastic motor racing career, but you're watching this weekend and observing.
Watching, getting in the way, generally just being annoying, but no, I'm here with Multimatic and with Ford. Thankfully to Multimatic, they kept me on after I was racing in the Ford GT here. I've done a lot of development with them on other projects, and now with Ford working on the Mustang program, which has got a lot of potential. Look, I'm really enjoying it actually, working in the team, helping with advising, maybe giving some experience, working with the drivers and engineers, and looking for the sporting side, which is something engineers forget, you know, how you build momentum into the program, and yeah, just generally giving my experience, and I enjoy it a lot.
Yeah, all the experience that you have, you really bring into the fray here to give that experience to the team and to Ford and the development side of things. From a racing perspective, you're standing watching, do you still miss getting the helmet on and getting behind the wheel?
I don't miss the pressure, but it's very nice to have that moment to drive here at Le Mans, and when you're doing well, it's great. I do enjoy the driving, and I still get a chance to drive quite a lot with other development programs I'm doing for Multimatic. But yeah, I've had a good career, you know, and now it's time about, you know, giving it something back to the sport, to the younger drivers, to the teams, and thanks to Multimatic and Ford for keeping me here, and they still want me to do some races, you know, so if anybody hurts themselves, I might get in, and so I'm treading on a few feet, dropping a few things around here, but ultimately, you know, I'm really enjoying this role, and we'll see. It's just nice to be able to be in the sport. You know, I stopped after the Ford GT program, and I did miss it. You know, you do miss it, so it's nice to be back and giving something back to the sport and to the team.
Andy, great to chat to you. We'll chat to you over the weekend if that's all right. Sure. Good to chat.
Yeah, nice to see you guys. Thank you.
Up towards pit exit with Nico Veroni, who's in the 183A, of course. Well, Nico, you currently, of course, you were a winner last year, but you've decided to go to a different class of car in a P2. How are you enjoying it?
Yeah,
winners last year. I'm really happy to be in the LMP2 class this year with the AF course with François Perraudin and Ben Barnicoat. For sure, I mean, when they tell me there was this chance, I take it. I mean, I always want to do Le Mans in LMP2, so yeah, it's been a great opportunity.
You had a difficult start the season with the problems in America, didn't you, with the Corvette?
Yeah, that didn't go to plan, but yeah, likely. I mean, I could fix a bit my calendar and do some extra races, like for example this. For sure, it's not great because I'm a Corvette factory driver and I want to drive the Corvette, but you know, that's how things went. So yeah, for sure, I'm looking forward if we can fix something to do some racing with Corvette this year would be really nice.
Is it more difficult to drive a P2 round Le Mans or a GTE?
It depends. It's different. You know, I wouldn't say it's more difficult or more easy. For me, I like a bit more the LMP2 from what I like from personally. But it's fast car. You know, it's a lot of downforce, a lot of power, lightweight. So super nice. But I think it depends on the driving style of each one.
And of course, you have to get used to doing the overtaking. You've now got a whole group of cars to overtake, which you haven't had before.
Yeah, exactly. During the test day, it was like, wow, there's more cars this year. No, it's because I was overtaking the GT cars. So yeah, that's a bit more tricky. But yeah, I think it's the same for everyone, learning where to pass and how to pass them. This year the GT3s are super fast. So good on the braking that it's almost difficult, to overtake. So yeah, I think it's going to be interesting.
So we got qualifying next. Are you qualifying the car or is Ben doing it? Oh, actually Francois, isn't it?
Sorry?
Who qualifies the car? Is it have to be Francois, does it?
No, I think I'm qualifying the car. So now, I mean, we're having some issues that we are going to fix now. But yeah, we're working on it to get it all ready before qualifying.
Great stuff, thank you. I've got myself confused even so, like there, about where the bronze driver qualifies. Hey ho, John.
Nick Damon and Diana Binks, our Crowdstrike pit lane report. Let's have a look at Declan Brennan listening in on the other side of the Atlantic. See if we can hear from Brendan Hartley here. No, apparently not, but we do have an Aston Martin that is stranded in the first chicane, and that looks to be dead stick at the moment. This is Marshall's Post 11 for those of you following along with your circuit map. Double yellows, actually single waved yellows coming in to the first chicane. The Marshall's getting down towards the car. It's beyond the tyre stacks on the straight through, and at the moment I think that's is that the 78? I'm going to say that's the 78. Let's see if I can confirm that for you. No, that was the Arnold Robin car, wasn't it? The Acodis car. So that wasn't that car, because that hasn't reappeared yet. That came back on a flatbed, I believe. So wait for that. Paul, in the meantime, some slow zone procedure violations, which race control did not like at all.
No, John. I never know to what extent Eduardo Freitas is being like a headmaster and telling everybody to behave themselves now in order to try and improve behaviour later on, or whether these were...
Is this the first day of term? Is this what it's like?
Trying to set the tone early on. I mean, we heard him on the radio telling drivers as they went out at the beginning of the session to be careful about track limits, so they didn't pay any attention to him there. But there were five cars that were pinged seriously with a 5-minute stop-and-go penalty for slow zone infringements.
And a slow zone coming by the way. That will be slow zone 3.
With this unidentified car that we got
Correct.
at the first chicane on the Mustang straight. Which I didn't actually pick up which one it was, but the tracker suggests it is still stationary. Anyway, let me just tell you who is going to have to come into the pits for stop-and-go penalties. Firstly, number 7, the Toyota which is, I call it the Nick de Vries car. Nick de Vries, Jose Maria Lopez, Kobayashi wasn't quite sure who was in the car at the time of the slow zone, but it was that car. So the number 7, the number 11, the Isotta Fraschini, which hasn't yet to be mentioned apart from that, but it didn't behave itself during the slow zone. Thirdly, number 44, the Proton competition Mustang, which is the Christopher Mies driven car. Fourthly, car number 70, the Brendan New Reeve BMW Motorsport. It's the Inception Racing McLaren, number 70. Then number 183, the AF Corsa LMP2 car, Francois Perraudot's car, which obviously Nicolas Varon was not driving because he was talking to Nick Damon, but the car was pinged for a slow zone infringement, and all 5 of those cars a 5-minute stop and go penalty to be served during this session, and that's a good way to penalise you, I thought, because there's no point in taking away your lap time because it's a free practice session.
Yep.
So you might as well give them something else which is going to hurt them, and taking them off the track for 5 minutes is going to hurt them. Yeah,
because they'll say, you never get enough laps of any racing circuit, but at 8.5 miles here, 3.5 minutes for the prototypes, and around about 4 minutes for the GTs. Yes, you're right, you will lose a bit of time. So it'll be a couple of 3 laps if it was a GT car, and maybe a lap and a half, 2 laps if you are a prototype. If you want to get in touch with us, joining the conversation here at RSL_studio or at Radio Le Mans. The key thing, however you're getting in touch with us, use the hashtag RLM_24H. And then I can see it on this screen here. If you're watching on Studiovision, it comes up on this screen here. And that will get you in front of my eyes or JP's eyes. Remember that as well as being on RS1 and 91.2 FM, Saturday and Sunday, if you're in North America and suitably equipped, stop that giggling at the back, the whole race will be live on Sirius Channel 136 XM202, the responsible adult working her magic again and continuing the long-standing relationship we have with satellite radio and their 33 million subscribers in the US.
Wow. It's Mike Wainwright in the GR Racing Ferrari, number 86.
Well, I thought it was an Aston. That tells you about... I was just saying how good the CCTV is, but maybe it wasn't as good as I thought.
The rear end of a lot of the GT3 or GT cars gets very similar treatment these days. There's a good way of having your rear end configured. Talking about giggling at the back. But
oh dear, we've slipped already, Paul, and it's the first session.
But the way the splitter works, the way the rear wing is configured, it does make it difficult to pick them out.
It's just Renke van der Sanders radio.
Just before Tech Rouge.
And you can hear the car has slowed down. Exactly 1 hour to go, and the recovery or attempted recovery still goes on. Heading into the slow zone now, the number 155. This is the Spirit of Race with Larson the Younger in this car. You heard our Pesage reports, had a long chat with his dad, Johnny. What a lovely bloke he is. Very, very sensible. And I suggested to him that, if we were in his position in terms of finance and time, that we would all be doing this. Many of us would be who are listening to this. And how envious we all were of him being able to do this. And he said, well, how envious would you be of being in the gym 300 days a year just to stay fit for this, and the amount, how far away, how many times you've got to be away from home, etc., rather than sitting in the pool. And I thought that was a really, really good point of view there that I hadn't heard before from Johnny. And he wasn't being nasty about that. What he was underlining, Paul, I think, is that the days of the non-pro drivers turning up on the day where first practice is and, leaving after they've done their stint on the Sunday, maybe do a bit of qualifying if the series demands it. Those days are long gone now. You are not a pro driver in terms of getting paid, quite the reverse. But in terms of the amount of time that you are committing to this, you're going testing, you're keeping fit, you're doing data, you're probably talking to your pro drivers on Zoom calls. This is not just arrive and drive anymore. No, and the drivers themselves not only realise that, but embrace it. And these, call them AM drivers, gentleman drivers. Let's just call them bronze rated, because that's perhaps the precise term. The bronze rated drivers, they know that they are crucial to the car going well around the circuit, and they have to approach it professionally, even if they aren't very good being professionals. I always question when watching club racing, and there's often a pro class in club racing. There's a pro class in Mazda MX-5 racing in the UK. None of them are pros. They're all amateurs. But it's just about experience. It's about the way, they address their motorsport, and it's about all those side things that you're saying about keeping fit and looking at the data and trying to learn and get better all the time. Into the pit lane for the Manthey Manthey Pure Racing. Klaus Blackler brought it in on a very late call. It's gone straight back out again, actually. But it looked like he was struggling to get that car into the pits. We'll get our Crowdstrike pit lane reporting team on that case as soon as possible. As we are now at just under 57 minutes to go. It's 3 minutes past 4 French time. And let's take a look at the weather.
Radio Le Mans weather.
And it's periods of clouds and sun with a high of 19 today. Overnight, chilly with a low of 17 degrees. Looking at mostly cloudy with rain and drizzle tomorrow. Top temperature 21 degrees.
On 91.2 FM and around the world at radiolemans.com. This is Radio Le Mans.
CSI Le Mans in action for the first time so far this year. Klaus Bachler has come in and they've taken the 4 tyres off. Now the tyres on the left look like tyres. The tyres on the right look like they've just been collecting grass and doing some off-roading at the local county show. So he's been off the track at least on the right-hand side, or worse than that. But it's obviously no harm, no foul. They put new tyres on, but they've only got 15 sets. I hope he's not drawn that one out. And I'm joined by the wonderful, marvellous man who Nick Tandy insists on having a photograph with. It's Joe Tandy. It's Joe Bradley.
Why wouldn't he? The thing about these 3-hour sessions here at Le Mans, you always think when the session starts, we've got 3 hours. We've got loads of time. Let's just take our time. No, you can't. You've got to get straight on with it, and I've seen so many things being adjusted, cars in and out as if they're attached to a piece of elastic to their pit box. The teams are clearly, and if you can see the cars out on track wherever you are around the circuit, you'll see that some of these cars are really struggling for grip. And really, or is it that the drivers are really pushing to just explore the limits? But whatever it is, the time is ticking, and as you've just said, John, less than, 55 minutes now on the clock to go. Unbelievable the way the time flies.
Yeah, pretty much exactly that, Joe. Thank you very much indeed to Nick, and welcome to Bradders in the pit lane. 55 minutes still to run. Currently 19 Celsius in the air, 27 on the track. It's very humid out there at the moment, which could be a portent of something to come. Sim Racing Bar Steward using the hashtag RLM24H. And he says, any rain forecast for Saturday and Sunday? 100% chance on Sunday, apparently. An AM shower, then more showers and heavy rain, it says, on Sunday. Now VP Racing for, what do they call that, long range forecast. I'll tell you on Saturday night, because those things change more than anything else. You can probably get about 24 to 48 hours, but It's going to be approximate, I would say, at that point.
It's going to be a nightmare. I think having
working with me or just
no, working with weather. Having had the honour of working in a pit garage and trying to predict what the weather is going to do. Sometimes you're the victim, sometimes you're the beneficiary of good luck. But around a big circuit like this, when it can be raining in one place, not raining in another, and not wanting to come into the pits because you're at the beginning of your stint or because you're not in your fuel window or for all sorts of things, trying to decide whether it is the right time to come in for wets, or if you're on wets, trying to decide if it's the right thing to do to go on to slicks, is a very difficult thing. Somebody who knows about these things here at Le Mans told me that the rule that they're adopting is that the driver will decide whether to go from dry to wet tyres, but the pit wall will decide whether to go from wets to slicks, because the pit wall will be able to keep an eye on everybody else. And if somebody else is on slicks and is going more quickly, then they'll be able to say, now is the time to come into the pits. The problem is that won't work if nobody comes in or goes onto slicks, because you're all waiting for each other. But
very good.
It's no, I mean, I would rather have a race where it's all dry or all wet, or at least it suddenly starts raining and then it rains till the end of the race.
Takeshi Kimura is going to be parked for 5 minutes for using the external parts of the circuit rather too much, excessively using or going out of the track limits. Joe Bradley has walked down the pit lane to Cadillac and the number 3 car. Who have you got, Joseph?
I've got Scott Dixon. Scott, in just a matter of weeks, you have competed in perhaps two of the world's greatest motor races. However, the comparison is zero, isn't it, really? They're just, I suppose, the only thing the same is cars on a track. Completely different.
Yeah, they've all got 4 wheels, I guess, is another one. But, yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's definitely a real privilege to be able to do, obviously, the Indianapolis 500, but it's probably tougher, actually, to try and do Le Mans right now, just with how the categories are, how the classes are, and how it is with manufacturers. But what a lot of fun, man, driving these hypercars. It's always a pleasure to be here, and I think this is my 6th year, maybe, running the race here, so looking forward to it.
You are renowned, Scott, for being the best at saving fuel. That really does. I mean, this is the category that's made for Scott Dixon, I would say.
A little bit. I think IndyCar-wise, it's still very mechanical, or I guess not automated. Here, you can do a lot of automation, so it's a little bit different. But I think where the cars are now and where the category is, even to have such great races like Daytona 24-hour and Le Mans 24-hour running similar cars. It's huge, great to see what IMSA and the ACO have done to bring these parallels together and make it work in an international experience. So, yeah, they're a lot of fun to drive, and, hopefully we've got a shot this coming weekend.
Is endurance racing an aspect of motor racing, a type of motor racing that you enjoy? You've done Daytona, you've done Sebring, here you are at Le Mans, the biggest one.
I love the mix, man, but honestly, endurance racing is a ton of fun. I think with different categories, obviously my first time here was with the Ford GT program, back in 2016, and that was an experience just to come here for the first time, but it's definitely different in the hypercar and be in the premier category. But yeah, as I said, it's so tough to even be a part of these events these days, because there's such a small amount of drivers that get the opportunity. It's great to be here. It's great to be here, obviously, with Cadillac as well.
Well, the perception of the mindset of a single-seater driver is to be very secretive. If you find something, a nuance that's going to make you quicker, you keep it to yourself. I suppose having a teammate who you can make go quicker makes you go quicker overall.
Yeah, I think those days are kind of gone as well, to be honest. There's so much data now, and if you really want to look for it, you'll find it, whether it's onboards or, ghosting of cars, or even, the data from the other teams. So it's, you still have a personal, driver feel that makes the difference from what you like. So, but I think at Ganassi, Chip Ganassi Racing, it's always very much an open book. Ever since I joined there in the early 2000s, it definitely hasn't been accepted to, try and hide things. So, you hear about it pretty quick.
second year of the Cadillac for you, Scott. Is the car any different at all?
Yeah, I think all of these have evolved, some, whether it's the systems to, the setup of the cars, how they feel. Obviously, it's a little bit different for us. We're kind of the American IMSA side compared to, the 2 car, which is the WEC side. So to try and merge those again is a lot of fun, a lot of great people. I think it's just evolved. It's just got better.
Scott, I promise you in the race, this questioning won't be as long. I take the opportunity in practice to get a chat with you. Thank you so much. Scott Dixon, the driver there out of the number 3 Cadillac, and an absolute pleasure. He's a champion, isn't he, in so many ways?
So when I asked you who was he about to talk to in terms of the Cadillac drivers, the answer was indeed Scott Dixon. Let's hear what Max Martin's got to say.
Limiter rear, power limiter, TC7 please.
That's the team WRT 46. Sounds like they might have been falling foul of putting too much power out from their BMW. Another driver called to the Beeks office, and all of a sudden that was going to be another 5-minute penalty, Paul.
Yes, that's for Brendan Hartley's Toyota, the car number 8. So he's going to, and that was for slow zone offences. Also for the 66, that is the JMW Ferrari. Hope I didn't scupper that one because I misidentified that earlier on. But the 66 JMW Ferrari, then that's also got a 5-minute stop and go. There's several other cars that have also had warning for track limits. So this is definitely a theme of this session, and I hope either the drivers will learn that they're going to have to stay off the curbs, stay within the track limits, or they're going to be a bit more generous about how they implement them. But I think having enforced them at this stage, consistency is absolutely crucial, and the drivers are going to be the ones who are going to have to behave themselves. They just have to learn.
Various questions that a lot of people who are watching and listening for the first time. James Brown, how are you, James? How are you feeling? And one of our more regular listeners, just wondering if there's a requirement for cars and/or drivers to complete mandatory night driving ahead of the race. Yes, there are, Paul.
Of course, yes. I think I need to check actually on that. I was going to leave that until we had the night practice. 5 laps is the requirement. They don't all need to cross the start-finish line, but I think 3 of them do. So that's during the night practice session, either tonight or tomorrow night. We have 2 hours of night practice tonight, 1 hour of night practice tomorrow night. The organisers have relented recently and only get night practice until 11 o'clock, so we don't actually have to go on until midnight on Thursday night.
Excellent.
So you can get to bed earlier on Thursday night. But it, as I say, it does mean that drivers do have to go out and complete their night laps. If they don't, they're not going to be out of it necessarily. I mean, the race organisation, yes, they're enforcing their rules, but if you've had experience at Le Mans, then you can write a letter to the race control staff, and they will very often allow you to drive in the race, possibly not at night. But as I say, it depends who you are and how much driving at Le Mans you've done. And of course, everybody before they get to Le Mans has to have completed laps on the simulator. They have to have completed their 10 laps of driving either on the free practice sessions on test day, or if they were otherwise indisposed on test day, in either this session or one of the sessions tomorrow. So, you know, there is, you were saying about bronze drivers, there is a requirement, John, for all drivers to have had an appropriate amount of experience and demonstrate an appropriate level of talent before they actually go out and take part in the race itself.
That's somewhat subjective, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I know. Maybe I shouldn't have used the word talent, but you need to do laps within a certain range of your class leader.
That's Paul Trustwell. I'm John Hindhaugh. First free practice session. And by the way, regardless of how dark it looks, the evening sessions are all classed as nighttime sessions. It's not like the old days where we used to literally have to wait for somebody to make the call and go, right, that's dark enough to be dark.
Well, for qualifying and practice sessions, 10 o'clock has been the time when the night practice starts, and that's pretty much always been the case. But you're right, those going back far enough before the pit lane was completely reconfigured and there was a grandstand, a proper grandstand built on top of it. At that stage we had the famous purple light next to the clock, and when the purple light came on, then that was a signal to say the headlights had to be switched on. These days, of course, all headlights have to be on all the time.
Yeah.
And again, talk about Le Mans dictating what happens on the road. How many cars do you see on the roads these days without some form of lights on, certainly as far as daylight running lights are concerned? It does make cars easier to spot.
The AF Corsa Nico Varone driven Pro-Am LMP2, number 183, sitting in 14th in class at the moment and 37th. Now, this is at Marshall's post 5, which is, that looks like the Forest S's to me.
That's about right.
I thought there'd been more Marshall's posts to that point. And that car is dead stick to driver's right. Now, we are in a free practice session, so expect a slow zone, and possibly, if we've got to get something in to pull that car out, what does Eduardo call them? A telehandler. The machines. It's a car you can't miss. This one with the sort of starburst black, red and chrome on the side of the car. And a car, in fairness, that has actually pretty much all the cars in Pro-Am and LMP2 have a real chance of a podium finish, or perhaps better. But this one, Francois Perraudot, Ben Barnicat and Nico Varone, undoubtedly will be one of the cars to watch. Francois Perraudot, one of the smiliest, loveliest people in the paddock. He's just bought another classic Ferrari to go racing in, and also he has, I think, probably my favourite ever Le Mans car, which is the Toyota GT1, which was the TSO 20. Is that the proper name for that? It's a front right suspension failure on that number 183 AF Corsa Orica. The front wheel is sitting right up and poking out of the hole in the bodywork that they've had to have for a while, and the right front side of the splitter is sitting right on the ground. So that is a suspension failure of some description. Either the top or the bottom A-arms have gone, and here comes the telehandler. So we are indeed in a slow zone. Here, Eduardo launch into that one, but we have got it. So that's going to cost them some time, and there's a sort of I suppose there's a sort of resignation in the AF Corsa pit. In our previews, and I've just realised saying that, I thought that Proton were, they are, aren't they?
You're talking about the omnipresent.
Yes, AF Corsa and Proton are in each class.
They are, yes, absolutely. Yeah. We had a talk about this on the during the test day, and I decided that the tie-break should award the prize to Proton, because Proton are actually running 3 different brands of car, whereas AF Corsa are running Ferraris in the hypercar and in the GT car class. Yep. where as well as the Oreca in the LMP2, whereas Proton are running 3 different manufacturers. So they win the being in all 3 different classes competition.
Doing Le Mans the hardest way.
Tell me about it, yes.
Let's go down to Nick Damon with this Crowdstrike pit lane report. Mikkel Jensen just out of the now winged Peugeot, Nick.
Mikkel, you come to Le Mans with a very different looking Peugeot. It's gone more traditional. Are you feeling the difference? Do you feel it's an improvement here?
Yeah, I mean, we have done a lot of improvement on this car. The whole bodywork has been reinvented, so it's not only the rear wing. The tire size is making a big difference. Now we're on the same tire dimensions as all the other hypercars, so I think everything is just feeling a bit better. We struggle here a bit to find the balance in the car, but yeah, very interesting to be back with a new car.
It's kind of ironic, isn't it? Because, of course, Le Mans last year was probably the best showing of this car, wasn't it? You led for a large amount of the race.
Yeah, we did, but I think we still needed an improvement to fight with the big guys up front. Now, obviously, there's new stuff to learn with this car, so we have to see what we're able to get out of it, but we keep learning every session. Luckily, we have 4 sessions here. We also had the test day on Sunday, so we get better and better all the time, and I hope we can close the gap to the front runners.
Is it a situation where you're not too bothered about qualifying, getting that top 8, it's more about getting these miles on the car?
Yeah, obviously it's a 24-hour race, so the starting position doesn't really matter. It's more about getting the experience in practice. Obviously, it's all about the pride in qualifying. You want to have a good lap for the driver, for Jeff, who will be doing it tonight. But all in all, it's all about trying to get the race set up right, because you need to make the car work for 24 hours, and especially at night as well. So you need a car that works in all conditions.
As you said, you've had a huge number of updates. It's almost a Mark II, isn't it, of the car? I mean, have you managed to find out all the reliability? Have you done these 30-hour tests?
We've improved a lot on the reliability. I mean, we have seen it in the past races. I mean, we had a fuel issue in the first round in Qatar, but the car worked for 10 hours, the 93. Imola and Spa as well, we went through without being in the pit. We had a bit of issues on the sister car, but on my car that hasn't been this year. So I think we have done a great step in the reliability. And obviously the big task is Le Mans, because we have to last a bit longer than the other races.
Mikkel, wish the best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bit of an indicator that the track may be evolving, in fact definitely evolving, is the fact that we're seeing a bit of wing being took off, and this one, the number 60, the Iron Lynx Lamborghini, just been in for a pit stop, quite a lengthy one, as we saw wing adjustment on the rear wing, just being folded back a little bit, flattened off, give it a bit more straight line speed. Keep an eye on the number 60, on the sectors on this track, like on the Mulsanne, the run down from Mulsanne Corner down to Indianapolis. That's where it'll pick up the speed with less wing, and it's probably because the track's beginning to evolve and get grippier. I know we've had a lot of support race series practicing out from pretty much very early doors this morning, but also it's about driver confidence, and giving the driver a loose car is not perhaps the thing to do, certainly on the first practice session midweek. So we're beginning to get to that point where we're seeing drivers having the confidence to maybe just shave off a little bit of wing, a little bit streamlining the car for the straights, and that's where the gain is at Le Mans. I'm afraid there's a lot of straights, which means the drivers sometimes have to tippy-toe through the twisty bits.
Nick Damon and Joe Bradley currently on shift and on the beat as our Crowdstrike pit lane team. It's Paul Trustwell and John Hindorf in the Full Performance studios. Dave Alcock has set me and the team a bit of a quest. He says, I know that you're talking about fitness to drive. He says, I know all the drivers have got to go and do, if you haven't driven here before, you've got to go and do the simulator course. And that's the ACO Zone simulator. You have to go to Paris and do that. And what he wants to know is, what's the software that they're driving? And I'll be honest with you, Dave, I don't know, but it's a great, it's not, I'm telling you now, it's not going to be a console game. Because if it was, I'd be really good, because I'm really good on a gamepad. I'm useless when you put a steering wheel in front of me. We'll find out. I'm going to set Nick Damon that. I'll tell you who might know, the Simcast guys might know, and I know Matt Hunter is listening. So Matt, if you're listening and you know that, please let us know. at RSL_studio, hashtag RLM_24H. Another 5-minute stop and go penalty, this time for car number 11. For slow zone procedures, that's the Isotta Fraschini, Antonio Saravale in that corner moment. Sorry, Paul.
I just want to draw attention to the fact we've got a new fastest lap. Sebastian Buemi has gone quickest of all, 326.013 now. And again, looking back to last year, in this equivalent session, the fastest lap of the free practice session was 327.7. We're now into the 326s, and with the 326.013 and still half an hour of the session remaining, wouldn't be at all surprised to see them down into the 325s by the end of the session. So repeating the pattern of test day, 2 seconds of an improvement last year to this. And that's with stable regulations. I mean, apart from the BOP, but the BOP is supposed to keep them all at the same level. It's not supposed to improve or degrade the overall performance. So Buemi showing that Toyota is certainly quick. Still the Jota team, the Hertz team, Jota Porsche in second place with the time that was set very early on in the session for Callum Ilott, 326.6.
Are we still on the same tyres as we were last year? Have they evolved the tyres? And when I say evolved, I know they want to make the tyres last longer, so any evolution is not going to be quicker in terms of giving you more performance. It's probably going to give you more longevity.
Yes, exactly. Remember Houghton Haynes once told me that he'd been to the Michelin factory and they had these little test tubes have a little bit of degradation in one test tube and a little bit of extra grip in another test tube, and you just have to put the right amount of each test tube into the tyre. I mean, inevitably Michelin will have improved their tyres for the hypercars. Goodyear now operating what used to be the Dunlop operation, but Goodyear now supplying all of the tyres for the LMP2 cars. But I mean, they do have a choice. There are 3 separate types of slick tyre that Michelin provide for the hypercars, which are medium, soft, medium, hard, and soft. And you can identify those as by their tyre wall sides. They've taken that inspiration on from other areas of the sport. And if you look at the sides of the tyre walls, the hard tyre is red, the yellow tyre is medium, and the white side wall is white. The soft is white. So that should help us. And I would expect them to try and minimise their hard tyre usage, purely for performance reasons.
Joe Bradley has caught up with Dario Franchitti down in the pit lane. We'll go to him in just a second or two. Around the circuit on 91.2 FM, around the world on radiolemans.com. We're live from the Ford Performance Studios at the end of pit lane, and it's time for a Hertz Hourly Update.
The Hertz Hourly Update, getting you to your Let's Go moments for over 100.
Let's start with GT3 Inception Racing, and the McLaren number 70, Fred Schandorf, is at the top of the pile there, and in second place it's the 59. Oh, that would be a McLaren. United Autosports, Nick Costa behind by, what have we got, 58.7 and a 58.9. Heart of Racing with the Aston Martin in the pit at the moment. The number 27 car is third. GR Racing's Ferrari, is in fourth. Iron Lynx with the number 60 Lamborghini is in fifth, and in sixth position it's Vista AF Corsa, Thomas Floor in the silver and red Ferraris. In LMP2, all the Pro-Ams at the top still. AO by TF and the number 14 car in 24th position overall. It's got about 0.6 of a second lead over the Duquesne number 30, and then it's United Autosports 0.060 of a second behind in third position, the 23 version of United Autosports. That's the United Autosports USA. In fourth in LMP2, but the best of the LMP2, i.e. the Procast rather than the Pro-Am. It's the number 9 from Proton Competition. They're another 10th and a half further back with United Autosports 22 car, another 2/10 back from that. And the top 6 made up by EDEX Sport. You've heard what's going on at the top of the charts. Hypercar being led by Sebastian Buemi's recent time being put in by the GR010 as the Aston Martin Heart Arrest number 27, I think, is stalled just going out the pit lane, actually, up towards the Dunlop chicane. Yes, it has. He hasn't quite got to the end of the controlled pit lane area. It's 0.6 of a second between Toyota Gazoo Racing number 8 and the number 12 Hertz Team Jota 963. Within third place, the second of the Gazoo Racing Toyota GR010s, the number 7. Cadillac's V-Series R number 2 is in the pit lane, but is in fourth position, almost a full second behind the best time. And then it's the art car, the BMW number 20 from Team WRT. Again, just on 0.9 of a second. A second and a half away, the first of the Alpine Endurance Team cars is 36 in 6th. 7th is its teammates, well, half a tenth further back, so blink of an eye there, really. And following up there, the AF Corsa number 83 is the best of the Ferraris. That is the AFA car. And Robert Kubica, Robert Schwartzman in the 499p. 9th for Cadillac, another 10th and a half behind. It's really tight, actually, in that little gaggle between 6th and 10th. Renger van der Zande is outrunning the Cadillac number 3. And rounding off the top 10, believe it or not, the cars that were quickest on test day. And it's Andre Lotterer who's out in the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963. The Hertz Team Jota is in second, but that's the best of the works cars for Roger Penske, who has not won this race before. That's how it stands, with some 27 minutes remaining here on RadioLeMans.com, your Hertz Hourly Update.
The Hourly Update.
Hertz Rental Car, getting you to your let's go moments for over 100 years.
After that, of course, we were trying to keep hold of Dario Franchitti, but he's wandered off. No, he hasn't. There he is. He's still with Joe Bradley down in the Cadillac garage.
He's FaceTiming somebody. So what's the collective noun for IndyCar champions? Because I've got a gaggle down here in the Cadillac bit. Dario, it's great to see you, mate. You're looking really well. Are you here on a jolly?
I can think of a word that I can't use on air for a group of IndyCar champions. I'm good. I'm good. I just got here, drove down this morning. I've got my, obviously my Ganassi hat on because I'm part of the furniture, but my Alex Lynn hat on. I've managed Alex for 6 or 7 years now. So just doing a wee bit here, see what's going on, see what our options are for next year.
I always think this is a one that, I would have loved to have seen the Franchitti name involved in this race, but you were busy. I mean, you and your kid, doing you and Marino. I know you did the American Le Mans series, but this one would have been, I think, too much for me to actually accept. It would have been overwhelmed.
It would have been lovely. I got to drive in the old man's race, 3 or 4 years ago now, during COVID, in a DBR9, which was lovely, to experience this circuit. What a great place. What an amazing track. But yeah, it wasn't to be. I
were busy, in fairness.
I was busy, but I had a plan, which is kind of well known now. I had a plan with the guys at Porsche that I was going to drive that 919 beast in sometime after I stopped IndyCar. But unfortunately, IndyCar stopped a bit more suddenly than I thought it would. But there's been a few options of people saying about GT drives and stuff. I'm not quite sure I'm a silver yet, but
how far off are you?
I don't know age-wise, but I haven't driven for 10 years, so I keep pleading disability to the FIA, and they keep laughing. But never say never. I just think it's the most wonderful event. I love coming here as a fan, and I think I'd like to drive it one day. But I'm getting pretty old.
Well, we would love to see Dario Franchitti drive it as well. I think we're in a halcyon period of sports car racing, aren't we? I mean, the amount of manufacturers in the top class. We've got GT3 that's come along. I'm all for that. And then there's the LMP2 class. Pick a winner out of that. I mean, we are going through that cycle again, aren't we?
We really are. I mean, LMP2's kind of supported the Le Mans, the IMSA WEC. It really kept everything up when the manufacturers were out and it was on the down period. But bloody hell! I mean, was it 20 cars? 23 in the top class is unbelievable. You look at the driver strengths, the team strengths, and the manufacturers. It is blinding. I mean, I'm a fan of the old 962 Jaguar TWR days, and this is actually
9 manufacturers, I'm being told.
9. Did Hindy tell you that?
Yeah, and I don't know when we've ever had a period at Le Mans where we've had 9 manufacturers in the top class.
Long may it continue. Long may we keep it sort of cost effective. But even you see the activation they've all got here, they're getting value for money. You see the people here, it's Wednesday for God's sake, and the place is rammed. It's fantastic.
Dario, it's great to see you, mate. Enjoy your weekend. I know you've got a bit of business to do, but and your Marino is due imminently, I hear.
Yeah, he's swanning his way down with some of his posh friends right now. He'll be in tonight, and he needs a lift home from me, so he's got to be nice to me.
Oh, that'll be a thing. Thanks, mate. Younger brothers being nice to older brothers, that's the thing. Never catch on.
Dario Franchitti with Joe Bradley in that Crowdstrike pit lane report. See, Dario and I have talked about that Porsche thing before, and I wasn't sure he'd ever talk about that in the Open. Wasn't to be, as he said. Out on track at the moment, every dream matters. The new livery for the Iron Dames, number 85, and at the moment Michel Keating, just in fact coming into the pit lane at the moment. They've got a huge merchandise unit here with a lot of pink in it. Cool. As we've got another couple of cars taking 5 minutes stop and go. Paul Trustwell is alongside me, John Hindhoff in the Ford Performance studios here. You mentioned the potential of Eduardo Freitas and the race control team setting out their stall here, and we've got the Cadillac of Alex Lynn and the number 59, which is, and we've got a red flag as well just come out. The United, the second place United McLaren, both going to take 5 minutes, which they now won't be able to take as the red flag has come out. There's a double yellow at Marshall's post 6. We had that. We had the 183 EF Corsa Nico Varone car craned away. So in fact now that's gone now, that yellow. So what is causing us our problem? And the answer is I can't tell you, unless it is that car. It is behind the 3-layer arm core, but that's all. There's no tyre wall around there, but I wouldn't have thought that it was in any more danger from passing traffic than, say, the spectators on the bank are that are there.
And only 20 minutes remaining on the session,
Yeah.
John. So I mean, those 5-minute penalties that you were referring to suddenly become a bit more significant, don't they? When
Very much so.
Once we've got the red flag on, they're then going to have to take their penalty. There's also various cars under investigation for track limit offences, including the number 9, the 19, I should say, which is the Romain Grosjean driven Lamborghini SC63, the hypercar Lamborghini. But quite why the red flag has been put out, as you say, hasn't been made clear to us at the moment, and just looking down for potential reasons. Everybody seems to be circulating. I just wonder if there's something on the track that they need to avoid.
Possibly.
Again, that would normally be highlighted with a message on the screen.
Or a note from race control in our ears. Some quite serious work going on down at the 88 Ford Mustang. Michael Pedersen brought the Proton car in, and it's in a state of various undress at the moment. It's a bit déshabillé. and they are blowing air all over the place. They're taking the shrouds off round the exhaust on the right-hand side and blowing that, I presume, to cool it down. The right-hand side door is off. Driver's out of the car. So has that car been off is the question, and the answer, I'm afraid I can't tell you at the moment, as everyone else is touring back in under the red flag at the moment with exactly 19 minutes, 18, 57, 56, 55, 54, 53 seconds to go. If you're trying to sync our sound with something else, then we do have the Homologato Racing Time Clock. All right, we've had a prototype, we've had the Cadillac in the wall at Tertre Rouge. Big snap sideways for the blue-fronted number 2 car for Alex Lynn. Just talking to his manager, Dario Franchitti there, and that was a very, very odd lose for Alex. He's a pretty safe pair of hands. Got round the corner, and there was a snap to the right, then the left, and he went off driver's left and hit the barrier there, which is just 3-layer metal barrier. There's no Tech Pro or anything there. That was very early on in the corner.
But he was able to drive away.
Yes, he was.
So although that was obviously the cause for the red flag, apart from just making sure that the barrier is not damaged.
Which is exactly what they're doing, Paul.
Yeah. I was going to say, apart from that, there's nothing to do apart from bring Alex home. So we are told now, get a resume to green flag on a short call.
Which means we've got a huge traffic jam in the pit lane, and we'll wait for that green flag. They'll be just checking the integrity of the barriers and also making sure that Alex is not dropping any fluids or bits and pieces. You can hear this probably. Turns in, over the curb, slap right, slap left, bang. Slightest of touch with the nose, but obviously it's scattered a bit of carbon fibre all over the place, and most of it's gone off onto what would be the normal route national there. Came out of the... I made a terrible mistake the other night, Paul. I came out at Antares tram stop and went to the roundabout and turned left and drove the wrong way up the track. It just felt entirely wrong.
Yes.
I try not to do that, and I've forgotten that. I thought, well, I'll nip out this way. Very, very odd it felt. Let's take the opportunity whilst the damaged Cadillac number 2, the one with the blue nose, or blue half nose at the moment, and he's going to need some rhinoplasty when it comes in, to take a pit report, a Crowdstrike pit report from Nick Damon, who's down with Giorgio Roda.
No, it's been a driver, so Michael Pedersen instead. They swapped over. I think it was a language thing. Nick, your car is virtually naked. What's the situation?
Yeah, I just went in the car, did one out lap, and then the car caught on fire. So a bit of a short session for me, but hopefully the guys can fix it quickly. I think it's an injection problem or something. For sure, there was a lot of fuel inside of the engine.
So it's an overfuel in the fuel injection system that's broken, and then so it's a fuel fire.
Yeah, for sure.
Because they've taken everything off. So how bad was it? We didn't see it. So was it just? Did you stop immediately, go out, or did you have to drive it round? How did you get it back?
Well, just on the Mustang straight, I felt the car lost power, lost the cylinder. So I immediately called the team, said something is wrong. They checked, and it looks like an ejector was broken. So it just fired a lot of fuel in the exhaust, and it got really, really hot, and caught fire. So.
A weird thing to say, but prior to that, how has the car been going?
Well, I think it's quite great. I really didn't drive the car this session except for the one lap, but the guy says it's running better and better. We are improving every time, so it's going the right way.
Thank you, Mick. And just a quick aside, the cars are carrying stickers in memory of Parnelli Jones on the side of the cars for this event. Joe?
Yeah, the number 2 Cadillac has made its way back under its own steam. I've got to say, Alex Lynn doing a sterling job. It's just got front-end damage. It's going to require, I mean, this is scrap now. This nose section on the number 2 is now scrap. I don't even think that'll repair. It's completely devoid of the under-trace splitter section. And now as we go green, the track is clear. The Cadillac is back. It'll get a new nose. As the nose comes off, I'll see if I can get a look. Oh, yeah, that is scrap. It's just folded up on the guys as they took it off. And now they inspect the front end, see if the suspensions took any whack. But that'll go on now until... I doubt that we possibly will see this number 2 back out just for maybe a shakedown lap after the repair.
Our Nick and Joe on the spot at the right time. So a fuel fire for that Proton. You heard it here first on 91.2 FM, Radio Le Mans, live from the Ford Performance Studios, and our Crowdstrike pit lane reporters on top of that story. That's a significant incident with overfueling in the engine bay, getting into the exhaust. That's why they were taking the sills off. There was fire there. Meantime, the Cadillac is back in, getting a new nose. On the way out of the pit lane, as we've just gone green, Julian Andlauer in the number 99 went straight on over the Dunlop chicane, and a huge lock-up by the Iron Links number 9 Proton competition. That's Bent Viscal, another one of the many single-seater drivers out there. Hello, if you're listening around the circuit on 91.2 FM. It's Bradders and Nick Damon in the pit lane for our Crowdstrike pit reports, and Paul Truswell with me, John Hindhaugh, for the next 13 minutes, let's call it.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see that Cadillac out again.
No.
Because even if they do just put a new nose on it, it will take a little bit longer than that to check everything else. What is going to be interesting is that Callum Eilert is now back out in the Hertz-Steam Jota Porsche, number 12. He set a fastest lap 3:26.6 very early on in the session, before Sebastian Buemi, only about 15-20 minutes ago, went better than him. So a little bit of something to prove between Porsche and Toyota there.
Yeah, a bit of needle maybe. Incredible stat after Spa. And I had to look this up to make sure it was true. First one, which I thought was a great stat, it's the first time in the current WEC era that, and here comes the Cadillac, making liars of us all.
Well, Joe did say that he would see him out again.
Hashtag blame Bradley. So that Cadillac back out with a new nose. However, a problem for one of the P2 cars down at the exit of the first chicane. And reminder that we don't have full TV coverage for these sessions, so we're relying on what are very, very good CCTV cameras. I'll get that back to you in a moment on that. Paul's peering at the picture as well. It's got the red tail section. Is that... No, yeah, of course we know is off. I'll come back to that in a moment. The incredible stat after that Hertz Team Jota win at Spa was that was the first time in the current WEC era that a driving squad of drivers from the same country had won overall. It was the first win in WEC for a British flag team.
In WEC, yes, okay. I'll go with that. But of course, the WEC isn't that old.
12 or 13 years
compared to the history of the Le Mans and the history of the sports car world championship. But that is a fascinating statistic.
When was the last time that a British flag car won Le Mans overall?
McLaren,
95. Yeah, probably. But was that, or was that a Japanese entered car for the Ueno Clinic?
No, it was a British.
Right. Okay.
The car that's off the first chicane is the Cool Racing Orica number 47, which has come to grief there, and to my knowledge is still not moving.
Fred Vesti again behind the wheel of that. He just
Frederick Vesti,
yeah.
So that was that. Interestingly, just picking up on that point about all British, there isn't a single car in the entry this year which has 3 drivers of the same nationality in.
I'll come back to that after we've heard from Mike Wainwright down at Ferrari with Nick Damon.
Mike, your car's just been wheeled down the pit lane the wrong way by a number of marshals. There's quite a lot of muck on the tyres. What's happened?
I lost all power. So that's it. All forward momentum lost. Nothing to do. Full reboot, same issue. So we were parked up. Luckily, it's happened in session 1 and not the race, because that would have been the end. But let's find out what the problem is.
Whereabouts on the track was that?
Chicane 1. Just before chicane 1, to be fair.
So it's one of those things which you want to have happen. You're going to happen on a Wednesday.
Exactly.
So let's talk more globally. How is this Ferrari going? How do you feel the team's gelling?
Look, the Ferrari's great. With respect to the team, it's largely the same group of people that have been with the team. Obviously now you have Ferrari is Ferrari specialist, but in principle it's very much the same group of people.
And how different is it to drive a Ferrari GT3 and the GTEs you've had around here before?
Ferrari is very different to the Porsche. I guess the biggest difference is the Porsche was a GTE and this is a GT3. They are different. The most obvious difference is the brakes, if I'm honest. This has ABS, Porsche did not. But this is a high aero car. It's fun to drive, probably easier to drive, if I'm honest with you. Yeah, it's good.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks a lot.
Mike Wainwright there, as we've still got the slow zone for the recovery of the stranded. So that was a cool racing car, didn't we? Yes, we did. The number 47, Fred Vesti. Spike is going about his business rather nicely. PJ Hyatt behind the wheel at the moment, the 40-year-old man behind, well, he with Gunnar Jeanette behind Aero Racing, and PJ, who owns a lot of very nice classic cars back in the States. His car heads the LMP2 category and is the best of the Pro-Ams as well. First, second and third still belonging to Pro-Ams there. James Allen now just going out for decamped in the number 30 car, which is second in that class. Philippe Albuquerque has been plugged into the 23 United Autosports USA car. That's going to be a heck of a battle. 7 minutes to go. P2 talking to Ben Keating and to Francois Perraudot and to PJ. They will get their required driver time out of the way as quickly as they can through the race. And in the last 5-6 hours, we're going to be talking about a P2 team that will have P2 race that has however many P2 cars there are in it. There's no difference in potential performance between Pro-Am and the Pro class. So we could absolutely see some proper elbows out. And because they are effectively, they're all the same car. Think of that as a spec class, if you will. They tend to stay, generally speaking, on the same pit stop strategies as well. Maybe a lap difference here or there.
The leading group certainly will.
Yeah.
I tend to think that the pros will outrun the Pro-Ams. I call them the pros, the true LMP2 class, as opposed to the PA subcategory. And I think the PA subcategory is going to fall back the longer the race goes on. Not as far as qualifying is concerned, because during qualifying they will be allowed to use their pro drivers, and during the Hyperpole they'll be allowed to use the best driver, which isn't the case in GT3, by the way. No, but it will be a fascinating battle. I mean, and what you say about the battle, I mean, the fuel schedules, they will by necessity be on the same schedule, because there is one perfect schedule, optimum schedule, provided the weather is kind to us, then it should be all right. You asked about British flags on the winners' podium. Of course, I should have mentioned Bentley in 2003,
of course,
which was a British car winning the Le Mans 24 Hours.
And you set a little challenge, which was the 3 drivers of the same.
Oh, the same nationality.
Yes.
In this year's race.
In this year's race.
There isn't one.
There isn't one.
No.
Right. So it was a trick question.
Yeah. There are no teams which are all
we used to have a certainly British lineup. Certainly there'd been French driver lineups. We had all Danish driver lineups in the past.
Yes.
This year, there, really accentuates the multinational aspect of the race these days.
Yeah.
Because it is attracting interest from all over the world.
Nolan Siegel's going to have to come into the pits, and that will be the end of the session for the number 22 United Autosports LMP2, 5th in the LMP2 category at the moment, 2nd in its sub-category. That is overtaking in the slow zone.
Or the next slow, which is actually that little period just before the slow zone. So the marshal's post before where the slow zone starts shows a yellow flag, and of course that's a yellow flag zone. And so, but it's only the marshal's post; it's not the full zone. But it does mean that you do have notice of the slow zone before you actually are into it. Sebastian Boyn has just gone quicker again than he went before, so he's now at a 26.013. So an improvement for him there.
Yeah, there was a 5-minute stop-and-go penalty 6 minutes ago for the Lamborghini number 19 for Iron Lynx. Andrea Caldarelli brought that car in. They should be able to leave just before the end of this session, which only has 3 minutes and 6 to go. Kamui Kobayashi is under investigation for slow zone procedure. This really is people just getting themselves sorted. Dries Vanthoor, Matthias Besch, Michel Gatting all under investigation for not respecting race directors' instructions in the pit lane. So they were in the wrong lane when they were getting ready to go back out after the red flag. Now the problem with that is if they come through now, they'll lose some qualifying time. They'll get parked in the qualifying area. BMW number 15 just jumping the curbs with Dries Vanthoor behind the wheel, so that time will be disallowed because he was jumping over the right-hand exit curb to the Ford chicane. And we are down to the last couple of minutes. Paul Truswell, sum up what we've seen then in the last couple of minutes.
We haven't seen much from Ferrari. I'll answer the question the other way around. We haven't seen much from Ferrari. I was expecting to see the Ferraris more highly placed than they are. The highest placed of the hypercar Ferraris is actually the number 83 car, the yellow Ferrari, and that has only managed 10th place. The other two 499Ps a lot further down in 11th place is the number 50 car, which has Antonio Fuoco at the wheel at the moment, and then the 499P, which has Alessandro Pierguidi, number 51, is down in 15th. So I would have expected the Ferraris to be further up. What else have we learned? It's very, very close. It's very, very quick. We haven't actually got into the 25s, which I thought we might. But we nearly did, 26.013, the quickest from Sebastian Buemi. But it's also close between the brands, between the manufacturers. You ran through the top 6 a little while ago. We got Toyota fastest, who just had a quick time from Dries Vanthoor in the number 15 BMW. The M Hybrid V8 has done a 3:26.204 on its most recent lap. That puts Dries quicker than Callum Islet's Porsche. We've got Toyota first, BMW second, Porsche's third and fourth, another Toyota fifth, and then the Cadillac in 6th place.
Both privateer Porsches, though.
Yes.
One from Proton and one from Hertz Team Jota.
And the best Ferrari is the privateer one.
Yeah, interesting that, isn't it? They're not following, they've got no orders to follow. They're not manufacturing teams. So this was... I think it was Julian Andler that was saying after they had electrical problems, didn't they, on Sunday afternoon? I was listening where I could to you and JP, and they missed most of the afternoon session. But he said, look, we know where Porsches should be, and we're not several seconds away from that, to be honest, as Kamui Kobayashi gets caught in traffic coming through Indianapolis and down towards Arnage, and that might have ruined his lap there because he was on a very, very quick one. That might have been a qualifying sim, actually. And the man here has made qualifying a speciality. Checkered flag is out. Let's see what his next split time is like as he heads to the line. This has been a good lap so far for the Japanese driver in the number 7 car. And he was up by a couple of tenths of a second. Dropped some. Let's see what the next split is as he comes to the line. Just got the Ford chicane to come now, and he's got a clean run into that, being followed into it by the 51 Ferrari, I think that was. Through the final chicane, then onto the front straight, clicks up a gear, clicks up another gear, comes to the line. And does he improve? He does not. Kamui still in 5th position as he's taken the checkered flag. 2 good sectors, not overall best, but better for him. So it looks like it's going to be Toyota, Porsche, BMW, Porsche. So that must have been who's just improved there then to go back ahead of Dries Vanthoor. As the 99 drops into the pits.
It's Callum Eilert.
Callum Eilert's just pulled a time out, has he?
No.
Oh, no. They disallowed Dries Vanthoor's time.
Vanthoor's time has been disallowed.
Because he jumped across the curb. Because I said that at the time. So, yeah, so that's what's happened. Dries Vanthoor, as he went well behind the curbs. So checking through, it's still Aero by TF, the best of the P2s. Duquesne in the number 30. In 2nd, and United Autosports in 3rd. GT3, Inception McLaren, United McLaren, 70 from 59, and Heart of Racing Team for Alex Riberas, and the top 3, Toyota Gazoo Racing number 8, 12 Hertz Team Porsche, and the 15 BMW. Mentioned the top of LMP2. The 2 halves of that team, PJ Hyatt is in the car, which means that Joe Bradley can talk to Gunnar Jeanette down in the pit lane.
PJ Hyatt in the car, the 2 teammates, Alex Quinn and Louis Delatraz. They're about to get ready and practice their driver changes, so that gives me a chance. Your team manager, is that your role, Gunnar?
I'm not really sure what my role is here.
Well, you're team manager for this interview. So, Gunnar, bragging rights so far this week have gone to AO because you guys won the pit stop challenge, and here you are, first official practice session, top of the timing sheets for the LMP2. So far, so good, I think is the term.
Yeah, so far so good, definitely. Bragging rights in practice at Le Mans mean nothing, though. I've been doing this long enough to certainly know that. But yeah, I mean, you always want to have a fast car, but more importantly, a comfortable car and something that guys are happy to drive for 24 hours. So yeah, we're working away, doing our plan, and never sucks to be at the top.
How useful was that run out on Sunday? And what I'm thinking here, Gunnar, is how is the track evolving?
Yeah, to be honest, I think that the track has been in pretty good condition. I mean, ordinarily, when you show up for the test day and the first session, you know, there's all sorts of dirt and stuff coming off from all the public parts of the circuit. But there's so many support series now racing here and spending time before we get out on track that they're doing a lot of the track sweeping for us. So yeah, I mean, naturally the track's always going to evolve, but it's been in a pretty good state from Sunday to now.
Happy with the job list? Much left to do tonight?
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna give the car to Louis and see how we qualify. You know, confidence level is always pretty high when you have a guy like Louis Delatraz in your car.
Great stuff. I'm not going to say anything more and hex anything, Gunnar. Yeah. Thanks for talking to us, mate. Thanks for coming off your perch.
Let's just give you an update, because right at the end, Esteban Masson actually improved the time of the Acodis ASP LMGT3 number 87 Lexus, and nicked away the fastest time with a 3:57.808. Now that I think, Paul, is a couple of seconds quicker. We didn't see anybody in the 57s on test day. There was 3 cars in the 59s.
Yeah.
I seem to remember you saying, as I listened this morning on the way in, thanks to the very lovely radio in our Porsche Macan. So that is a significant improvement for LMGT3.
Absolutely, and as we've been hearing, the track is in good condition. The biggest hindrance against a fast lap time is traffic or a slow zone. And I think given that you get a fair wind with the traffic, and of course bear in mind when we get to Hyperpole tomorrow evening, there's only going to be 24 cars out there, so you're going to have less excuses in terms of traffic. But no, I think Esteban Masson there did find a little bit of clear track. And as you say, he's gone through, and that's a massive interval between himself. It's very nearly a second of a margin. 3 minutes 57.808. The best of the McLarens, the Inception Racing car number 70, has done a 358.770. So that's, as I say, nearly a second quicker. Masson has gone with the Lexus. So a great performance from him there, right at the death at the end of the session, and does remind us that we've got these 3 categories, and we're going to have to be looking in all 3 directions at once, I think, come the come qualifying, which is next up, which is all about getting into the top 8. And if you're not in the top 8, then that's your qualifying done. You still participate in the free practice sessions, of course, but your grid positions for the race will be set for the 9th and beyond in every category during the qualifying session that's coming up later on this evening.
Let me tell you what is coming up before the cars come back on the track, because there's no need for you to tune away from either RS1 or indeed 91.2 FM. Shea Adam comes along next with a special visit to Detroit to go inside Ford Performance and the Ford Mustang. We'll follow that with our latest in the series of Tyler's Long Ones. Sat down with BMW driver for pretty much the last 2 decades, Augusto Farfus, at the Nürburgring 24 a couple of weeks ago, and that we will play after Shea's Inside Ford Mustang feature. And then before we go back to track action, the author and broadcaster and journalist as well, Richard Williams, last year produced an outstanding book in my mind called 100 Years of Le Mans. It's been slightly updated for this year to take in the 100th anniversary running of Le Mans, and we had a chat with him a couple of weeks ago, which you'll be able to hear as well. And then at 10 minutes to 6 local time, we'll be back on track with Johnny and Bruce to take you through the first part of qualifying this evening. That's how it stands as far as the programme schedule here on Radio Le Mans for 2024. Around the circuit on 91.2 FM, around the world on radiolemans.com, live from the Ford Performance Studios. This is Radio Le Mans for 2024.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.
Radio Le Mans weather.
Well, this evening it will be mainly clear, and the temperature will drop to a chilly 7 degrees. If we're looking forward to tomorrow, cloudy, rain and drizzle late on with the top temperature of 21. As we head into qualifying in an hour or so's time, 16 degrees here at the end of the Bugatti circuit. That's your VP Racing weather on radiolemans.com.
Inside on RadioLeMans.com.
When it comes to doing fun stuff in race cars, Joey Hand knows what that's all about. And Joey, you've been a part of the Ford family for such a long time now. You've gotten to do just about every cool thing in the world. Driving down Highway 1 in the new livery, that seemed like a pretty neat experience. But then today really changed things. We got to go into the Ford factory. We got to go on the line with the Mustangs. And then you got to fire up a Mustang and drive it out of that place. What was that like?
Well, I mean, it's awesome. Yeah, I have been able to do a lot of cool stuff with Ford. I mean, from the, a lot of pre-production driving of Ford GT, when they told me, okay, let's go out and drive this thing as hard as you can on a racetrack and see if, see what happens. And so, and then fast forwarding to be, early days of the Ford Mustang GT3 car. And then, these trips where we get to see, kind of like get to see the Ford employees and get to see what Ford is all about and like kind of why we are racing, and who we're racing for, I guess, is always, I don't know, it just, it gives you the good feels, you know what I mean? Because you see all the people that are working at the plants, but then you see the cars, like the base of the car and what happens there. It's pretty wild, actually, to see how the system works. I mean, they're doing over 300 Mustangs a day in there, and like you and I were looking, going, this never stop. Like, you know what I mean? It doesn't stop for somebody to like, make a mistake or something. Like the cars just keep moving. You do your job, and then to see the ones pop out at the end and drive off.
Yeah, literally drive off the line.
Literally drive off. Somebody honk honk. We're leaving. Headlight check, horn check. We're rolling. I mean, that stuff's all really cool because I'm a big believer on getting to see the inside of things, whether it's, my team and what they do outside of racing or, in this case, basically where it all begins for our racing. But yeah, excited to be part of this because, the other thing is this is, with this new livery, I'm excited that Ford is doing this kind of stuff because I think it really gets Mustang owners engaged and people engaged and like, what's going on there? Oh, that's cool. And it's a different deal racing the Mustang than racing the Ford GT, right? Because the Ford GT was a very small group of owners, say, right? And now I always use the airplane reference. When you sit on an airplane, people say, what do you do? I drive race cars. Okay, what kind of race cars? I drive Ford Mustang. Oh, my mom has a Mustang. My dad had a Mustang. My cousin had a Mustang. I have a Mustang. You never know, but I'm telling you, 80% of the time, somebody says somebody in the family has a Mustang or had, right? So we're racing Mustangs for really all those people, right? From the 60s, it doesn't matter if you have a 64 or a 72 or whatever, it doesn't matter. And so people have Mustang. And so racing Mustangs, I think, resonates with people even more. So, yeah, I mean, it's always fun to see the inner workings of things to me.
And today we, as you mentioned, the Flat Rock Assembly Plant, FRAP, is it really like how they call that? We got to go there. We got to meet a ton of people who are actively building Mustangs. It's a way to say to them, look, guys, I know you're making these street cars. I know you're putting this exact bolt in every glove box that goes on, but it's for a bigger purpose. And when you get to go do these things, this is unlike any other racing program when you get to interact with people like this.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, like seeing what these people are doing, employees of Ford are doing every day to build these cars, just builds a connection for me, right? So it's pretty awesome. It's definitely awesome to see all those folks and to get to be able to drive the car down the middle of the plant and let them hear the sound of it, right? And then sign some autographs and all that. But yeah, there's always just more to it, you know what I mean? And that's, I think that's what's important for us to see is that, like there's always a background story. And for us, we're the race car drivers, so we get we get the glamour job, right? And we're the ones that are firing the thing down the streets of Detroit and Laguna Seca, driving it down Highway 1 like me. But, there's so many things that go into that. The car arrives to the race team from Ford, but that's not where it started, and it didn't start. It gets to the assembly plant, and we use one of those tubs from that assembly plant, right? That's part of the rules, but it didn't even start there. There's people that were designing the car and all that stuff. So there's such a long list of way back wins before it even gets to us driving around the streets of Detroit or anywhere.
Well, you get the glamorous job, but you also get more of an insight into the car because connecting to it through the steering wheel and the pedals, like, yeah, it's superficial in some sense, but it's also deep in your soul. How have you felt the development of this car since the first time you got behind the wheel a year and a bit ago?
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously every time you first drive something, you have a feel for something, and I enjoyed the car right away. The first drive I literally drove the first laps around Sebring with it, and I really enjoyed the car. It's something that you just kind of say, oh yeah, this is kind of in my wheelhouse. Of course, we spent a lot of time driving the car without anybody around us. You're doing all these not secret tests, but you're doing tests by yourself to endurance test things. You're doing things so people don't see necessarily, but that means you're not driving around other cars either, right? So we do all that early stages, and you have a feel for it, and then you go and you race against other cars, you run in the draft, and then you're like, oh, well, that made our deck lid fly off, right? Because it packed the wheel well up, and that's something we didn't know. And there's things that we learn during getting hit under yellow at Daytona and damaging the diffuser, and then how do we make stuff a little bit stronger? How do we quickly activate in those situations and change a diffuser or a splitter or whole nose or whatever. And so that's the stuff that we're learning now, and for sure we're just we're continually working on our pace. I mean, I think the cars we did the endurance races kind of got them out of the way, if you will, as far as our IMSA series goes. We still obviously have Road Atlanta in 10 hours, but I think we feel pretty good about that. Now it's about how do we make the car quicker every week, basically focusing on performance. And like I've told a lot of people, like I've been involved in a lot of first-time race cars, okay, in my life. And every time it doesn't always match up to, like, if you sat back and you look at the schedule of the year, you'd be like, oh, well, that's definitely the place for us. And I use the example of Ford GT, where the car was basically, the whole idea was to go win Le Mans, right? And you would not look at our IMSA schedule and go, you know what's going to be a quick track for us? Lime Rock, right? Like, that is not going to be, that does not pop into your head. Shoot, I mean, we won there, I know we won there once. I think we were on the podium multiple times, and that was just our car, let alone the sister car. So I personally am still looking, when I come through the schedule, it's not like every track. I think there's a little hidden gem there for our Mustang GT3, right? So we don't know which one that is. Potentially it could be Detroit, it could be wherever.
And specifically coming to this weekend with the Detroit Grand Prix, you're the only driver in the field who's ever been to the track before, who's ever raced on it. You've got that advantage. Elbows out? Is that going to be the strategy?
Is that an actual fact? Do you know that that's true? Wow.
Absolutely.
Look at me.
Hey, I do my homework.
I know you do. I shouldn't even ask. I know you do your homework. Well, that's an interesting fact. I knew I would be a few of maybe, but I didn't know I was the only one. But yeah, I mean, for sure, I feel like I've been here before, and I keep forgetting that the other people around me have not, and so they're going to be like thinking about learning the track and I did a full, I did a pretty long stint in this thing, so I have a good amount of laps on the track. So, I mean, I think, racing in professional series like this, this is pro, GTD Pro, this is GTP, everybody this weekend is a pro. And so, like I tell my son, you should have this track figured out in 3 laps. And so I think everybody should have this track figured out in 3 laps, but I don't think it hurts to have a stint of knowledge under my belt, especially when I go out of the pits. So, I mean, it always helps to have time in the car, but this weekend we also have a lot of practice. So we have more practice this weekend than a normal weekend, especially more practice than a normal street race. So I think everybody will get it sorted out pretty quickly. But I mean, I'm a street racer. I love street racing. I mean, I really love street racing. Long Beach is my favorite venue in really all the world, like venue, track, the whole vibe, right? I think, and just street racing in general, I've been lucky to win a lot of them. In my open wheel days, we ran Vancouver, and we ran Trois Rivières, and we ran streets of Denver, we ran Houston, we ran Miami. I've done Long Beach, I've done Norris Ring, and all these different tracks. A lot of the street courses that have been around the world I've done. So just you start to learn, how to street race, and street racing is different. You talk to people like, well, what's so different? Still a racetrack. Well, yeah, the difference is when I get it a little wrong at VIR or Road America, I just dip a tire in the dirt or the grass, or whatever, and drive down the grass, pull back on, no problem. You get a little wrong here, not only do you take your mirror off, but you bend a toe link on the wall. There's a huge difference in getting it wrong, and so the guys that are willing to work those margins really, really tight are going to be the quickest guys. And in here it'll be, those margins are so tight that you could have a pretty big advantage by just working those margins. So
you mentioned adapting to the car, learning through the endurance races, the boot lid, the diffuser. Those were the two most visual things that we saw. Ford has done things to try and help that, to use jokers in effect to try and change the car to make it more structurally sound. Do you feel that change in driving the car from where we were in January to where we are now, in June practically?
Well, you don't feel those changes. Those things are just things that keep stuff on and stuff. But I think, if people knew how much stuff we're doing in between sessions, they might be surprised. We're not going out with a similar car at all. Our mindset has been lately, again, getting through endurance, the endurance mindset's totally different. You're literally trying to make it through the race because you know that not everybody will, and that's the number one priority of those first two races of the year. When you start coming to Laguna Seca and then Detroit, and then Watkins Glen, these races are all like pace races, right? So immediately the focus switched as we rolled into Laguna to finding pace, right? And drivability and what we would call raceability, right? And so we've been throwing, we've really been throwing a lot of stuff at it. It's not small changes. So, and that's what it takes right now for us as we find our way with this car. But so every time we go on track, to answer your question, it does not feel the same. Sometimes it's a bar on, it's a bar off, it's a big spring, it's a small spring, it's just, you name it, we're trying stuff. Because, even though we've tested a lot, people think you test a lot over the course of a year. A course of a year of development doesn't really mean you're at the track every day, right? It's not. Development work is still some at the shop and then some at the track and back to the shop, whatever. So, and again, a lot of that focus was and normally is on making stuff endurance tested, right? So we're still in a full kind of a test learning phase right now, and I don't think it'll end at all this year. We're going to go to every track we go to will be new, and not necessarily for us drivers or the team even, but when you show up at a track with this car, with a new car, you just don't know what's the tendency going to be, right? So, and that gets me back to, like I said, Ford GT didn't show up to Lime Rock the first time thinking it would be quick, and it was. So, every week we just kind of get at that first session and go, okay, what are we dealing with here? And I can tell you, yes, we're reacting, and we're reacting quickly, but we're also, especially on my car with Dirk, we tend to like to react like big changes. I'm like, don't give me small stuff. Give me a big change. I want to feel it. Like, let's really find, like, okay, if it's wrong, it's wrong. We know we're not going back that way, and maybe find something that's right. So.
Well, you mentioned the Ford GT. Would you like one other stat that might make you pretty happy?
I like your stats. I like when you say it that way.
Fourth race of the career of the Ford GT. You guys weren't expecting to go in and win.
That's right.
Came out with the victory.
It wasn't our car, so I don't love that stat. It was the other car, but that's fine. Yeah, and that's something I remembered while we were at Laguna Seca a couple weeks ago. I was like, man, it wasn't. You talk about like how long did it take, and you kind of forget that we won in the fourth race for sure.
And the third race wasn't that great. Third race wasn't that great this year. Yeah. Fourth race was pretty darn good for the Ford GT. So here's hoping that the Motor City delivers for the Blue Oval.
Yeah, I'm excited about it. Again, you never know what's going to happen, but this is a race where it is just, for me, it's just a different experience when we come street racing, because you bring the sights and the sounds and the smell to the people, and you see people that are like, whoa. Like, a lot of people, it's their first race. A lot of people, they never got this close to a race car, or even for sure a race car on track. When we go down the main straightaway, you can stand, 10 feet away from the car going 180 miles an hour. So it changes your whole outlook on racing, I think. And so I love that part of it. And it just brings a whole different vibe. And then when you come into Detroit, obviously, for Ford, we're going to have a ton of people. We'll have employees, we'll have executives, we'll have Ford family members, and it just makes it.
Inside on RadioLeMans.com.
Well, and Dirk, you mentioned driving through the hallways at headquarters, but you also got to drive in front of the Capitol. They shut down Washington, D.C. just for you, as I understand it, right? Nothing else was going on, just you driving a race car, doing burnouts. What's it like to have done that in Washington, D.C.?
Yeah, that was actually that car. So that's quite nice. Now there was a huge event. They were talking about, I think Red Bull was talking about 65,000 people attending. The street was blocked the whole day just to get ready for that show event, and it was unbelievable. To have the Capitol behind us was kind of cool. In the meantime, you need to know that we are not practicing stuff like that, right? So we're here to go around a lap quite fast and not launching off or doing burnouts or doing donuts. And so they were like, let's have some fun, let's do some donuts, but we have no practice. You got to figure it out. And in the meantime, technology is so far, we don't even have like a clutch pedal to use. It's pretty much all automatic in truth. We have the ability to use it manual with a button on the wheel, but it's very aggressive, and like I said, that's not really meant to do it. I had time to figure it out, and at the end we went to the cords from the rear tires pretty fast, which I wasn't expecting. No, it was a good show, was quite some fun. I think there was a cool joint venture with Red Bull at that stage. So they had the Formula One, we were there with the Mustang, and so it was quite cool.
Rocky, you've been a part of some fantastic programs throughout racing in your past, but touring the factory today and seeing actual Mustangs coming off the line and knowing that your race car shares direct lineage with that, how does that make you feel as a driver representing them?
I think it's a very good point. Obviously, I'm new to Ford and to the race team. Raced for most of my career for German brands and have been to plants before, but you connect much more to the company, to the brand, to see the people behind, to see how they build the cars. You're much more connected. So I think a day like that is super important and makes you proud, to represent Ford on the racetrack with the Mustang. I'm still learning, but it's just great, and I hope we do well to make you guys proud, and that's what we are working on. Hopefully this weekend we can have a great race.
Harry, you were asking about right-hand drive Mustangs on the assembly line, because that's the kind that suits where you're from best. From a driving perspective, when you go home and you're driving on the right side and then you jump back in the race car and you're on the left side, how long does it take you to adapt?
In Australia?
Honestly, not too long, but it's incredible that we have Mustang in the UK now. And I remember back when I was racing the Ford GT program in 2016 to 2019, the Ford Mustang first came to the UK, and everyone was like looking at the logo and saying, "Is that a Ferrari?" We're quite uneducated from the Mustang heritage in the UK, but we're getting better. And amazing, we've got the Dark Horse coming as well. But like Rocky said, to actually be there today and witness the production line, and obviously, Ford started back in, when Henry Ford first out of the company, and that whole manufacturing process, and to be there and see the cars rolling off that will eventually be in the UK and everything is incredible. And I think our country is really appreciating the fact that we've got the Mustang there now, and we're obviously super excited to be here this weekend, Ford's home race, racing on the streets of Detroit. There's no certainties in racing, but I'm pretty certain we're going to kick some Corvette ass this weekend, and I'm looking forward to that.
I'm fighting words in this part of the world, but thankfully you're fighting for the right brand. Joey, we've talked about it before, the notoriety of the Mustang. It's finally something that you can tell people, yeah, I drive race cars, no, by the way, it's a Mustang, and everybody knows what you're talking about. How proud are you to represent this?
Well, always. I've been, with Ford now for pushing 10 years, so, just awesome. The full American part of me, the American flags on my helmet, it fits good with Ford, but
Yeah, like I always say, you know, I use the airplane reference. When you sit on an airplane next to somebody, say, hey, what do you do? I drive race cars. What do you drive? I drive Ford Mustang. You know, like, oh, my mom has Ford Mustang. You know, my dad had a Mustang. Or somebody always, 80% of the time at least, somebody had a Mustang in the family. And so to be able to bring Mustang to the track again and bring it to the people, especially here in Detroit, which I think is special to go street racing and really bring to the people, because you know, everybody gets to get away and get out to the racetracks, some of the places that we race, and so right here in the city, and the sound of it, and the smells, and all that, and then obviously this new championship spirit livery is cool, because we're, you know, I'm also, like I was telling you, I'm proud that at Ford and, you know, the people that make the decisions are doing this kind of stuff. You know, we're already only 3 races in, and we got a special livery, and I think it really draws people in and makes people think about, you know, what are we doing here? You know, what has won before us? Who won before us before we've done these races? And no matter what we do, I mean, like Harry kind of saying there, we're going to make history, you know, running these cars around here. And for me, that's what's really, it's what it's all about. You know, making the history. You know, we love winning, and that's the history we want to make. But not too far down the road here, you know, our Ford GT is in the Henry Ford Museum, and that's some cool history. I'd love to add some Mustang over there when it's all said and done. But yeah, it's awesome to be here, like these guys are saying, to see the factory and to be here at headquarters and to see the assembly line. I was pretty blown away by, you know, there's just Mustangs just keep moving. They just keep pumping them out, man. It's just going down the road. So yeah, excited to be here in town and really excited to go street racing.
Does anyone have any questions for these guys? I promise they don't fight very hard, and if they do, we'll smack them. So, any questions, just put your hand up. Oh, I want to ask both of you guys, because obviously you mentioned the Ford GT in the museum just down the street. What's it like to go into that place and see your name on a car and know that it'll forever be there?
Well, it's a big deal to me, a huge deal. I was able to take, I don't think Dirk's been there yet, right? But
field trip.
Yeah, field trip, maybe later after we get those jackets. But I was able to take my son there, which was awesome, and see that the museum is not. I mean, the race car is awesome, but the whole museum's cool. So, but to see that and to see the way they did it and have the car there, that is the car. How we ran it. It still has our seat in it. It still has our water bottle in it. Has the damage we took on the door. I mean, it's the car. It's as we ran it. And so, and for sure, just have your name on there. And they play the video of the onboard video of past the Ferrari and the telemetry and all that cool stuff. It was pretty cool to see. And that's the history I'm talking about. For me, whatever happens, I think it's awesome. My family will be able to read about it. They'll be able to go to the museum if they want to and check it out. And that's the high-end cool stuff.
Dirk, we got to go after this.
Yeah, that's definitely on my bucket list. That's for sure. It wasn't meant to be so far. I probably can see that coming up very shortly, but it's super crowded. Like I wasn't aware of damage of the country. What happened? No, it wasn't me. No, it wasn't me. No, it's really cool because it has basically. Yeah, it's the car which won Le Mans, and it has all the models, all the dirt, you know, everything. The whole race is basically still sitting on the car, and yeah, that's definitely a cool moment. I think that the best about it is it was on the day, 50 years after the first win. So on the day, so I didn't even know that on that day. But afterwards, they kept telling us. So yeah, there was no pressure for sure. So we were just there for fun. Like Harry said it. We were there. We had four guns out there to make it come true, and that's also what it needs. You need to have like a big family, a big we were all fighting for that victory basically, and it started. Very early in Daytona when we look back, right? It wasn't quite that fun because we had little hiccups there, and after all the testing we put in there, all the mileage we put in there, everything was running easy and super good, and then we showed up for the first race and we had issues. Little ones at the end, like Penny articles basically, which made the gearbox not shift, but that's what it is. And then come to Le Mans, it was a big thing. I mean, we had pretty much Edsel there, we had Bill there. Like I said, no pressure.
Question, yes.
Who accidentally left a little streak to the ball?
It wasn't me. Again, it wasn't me. Whoever talks to Bill, it wasn't Joe.
Anyone else? Go for it.
Hi, thanks for doing this. How much would you like to run this car or others at the Nürburgring Nordschleife? Because I know the cars are only in for a lot of different global GT series, so how much do you want to run down to the Nordschleife?
Well, I mean, that's a cool question probably for Rocky and myself, because we love that track. Being Germans, I mean, we can't hide. Even so, for me, Le Mans is definitely the highlight of the tracks in the world. But Nürburgring is pretty high up right there, and I think we're going to see the car there no matter what. We just need to find out the way we're going to use it, because I mean, obviously, customer can buy the GT3 and just go there, or we do like a kind of a factory effort, which I would like to do, obviously, and that would be also on the bucket list to really present that car in Victory Lane on the 24 hours race. But I tell you, that's a hell of a race. It's going to be brutal. It's coming up this weekend. Weather forecast is like rain all week, so you never know what you get there.
I think it's an interesting point there what you were saying, like with the 4GT program. I was part of the World Championship team. Obviously, Joey and Dirk were part of the IMSA team, and that was the only two places you could run those cars. Whereas obviously with this car and the racing where it is now, it's a global series. You can run this car in sort of lower series racing in the States. You can run it in the British GT Championship. Obviously, you can then go to Nürburgring, Bathurst, all these amazing races. And I think obviously, from Ford's point of view, it's incredible that we've got this global car entry now that we can run all over the world and in all those different markets that Ford are part of. So I think it's obviously a super exciting time. Obviously, this is the first year, so we're still developing the car during the year. We've been on the simulator last week and even tomorrow morning ahead of the race this weekend. But I think as the program starts to develop over the next 6 months into next year, we're going to see this car out pretty much every single weekend somewhere around the world, and obviously all those big races like your Bathurst and your Nürburgrings and obviously Le Mans as well.
That's a cool shirt. I need that. I don't know where to get that. Somebody tell me.
Any other questions? Well, if there's no other questions, we're going to have these guys do an autograph session for you. There's tables just over there in front of the race car. We've got really cool posters. We've got some stickers and some goodies. And don't forget about the raffle, because the giveaway will be taking place at the end of the autograph session. So thank you, everybody, for coming out. And how about a round of applause for these drivers?
The inside story on the teams, suppliers and circuits. Inside on RadioLeMans.com.
This day, wow. Wow. Ford has a lot of really cool stuff, Scott Bartlett. And now you get to play with this and roam these halls as if they're home. Ford is such a family, and I've really gotten that feeling through everything. But what does it mean to somebody so heavily involved with the race program to come back here to the roots of all of it?
Yeah, it means a lot, because really all of the race cars, they start their life all at these facilities, from design to engineering to the fabrication, the bodies themselves. When we were at Flat Rock this morning, that's where the GT3 body starts, the GT4, the Dark Horse R. So everyone here contributes to all of these programs, and it's important to really show them the final product. A lot of these people never get to see the final product, experience it, and for us, when we have the opportunity, our home race in Detroit, it's important to bring it back here. So it's really cool to see everyone's reaction and the excitement, being able to start the car, rev the car, maybe leave a few black streaks through world headquarters. The whole thing is just really exciting for everyone, including us, and just seeing the reaction from all the employees that, they take pride in this, and that's really what's important. And it is a family company. It's a massive company, but everyone's very tight-knit and a ton of pride in what they do, which is great to see.
It's such an interesting dynamic to go from flat rock, frap, which I really like the letters everywhere, and see the people dirty with the grease and everything smeared on them from building these cars, to coming and just having the race car in front of them to say, hey, the cars you build, this is how it ends up. Do you feel that as part of this?
Yeah, totally. I think one of the neatest parts of this morning was when I walked in before we were already set up and seeing one of the bare chassis with race car written on the nose. Like, that chassis was the chosen one. One chassis is going to go sit in a garage in Oklahoma as a Mustang EcoBoost, and this one's going to go to Le Mans. Like, it's wild that they all start there, and seeing the employees and how they responded was really cool. Ton of excitement to drive it down the hall, the Great Hall. But yeah, just kind of seeing it come full circle back to where it was born was really cool. And that was the comments from the employees, is it's really neat to kind of finally see the final product of the race cars, because they see the final product of the street cars that are built there, but not the race cars, and that was really special.
Well, and for so many of them, we got to walk the assembly line and to see bits and pieces going in and the engines being mated with the cars, and that moment of they're always going to be together kind of thing. But so many of the employees, they're responsible for one specific aspect. They don't get to see the full final product all the time. Yeah. When you bring back an actual race car, you took the hood off, the pure carbon, took the door off. They can crawl on it. They can crawl in it. That changes everything.
Yeah, and we want to make it accessible. And again, it's not like, stand behind these stanchions and you can look at the car, feel it. We want them to hold the hood, hold the door, see what the car's all about, tell them about it. Because, again, their part was very much about the body, but a lot of the rest of the chassis and the suspension and the engine, seeing that layout is something that they've never seen before at Flat Rock. So really cool to kind of share with them that final experience and that final product.
They make the body, but Ford Performance brings the soul and gives it life. And the events like these, they might seem superficial on paper, but they resonate so much. What does this do for team morale?
Oh, it's a huge morale booster. I think anyone that's in any job, you get in a routine, things can feel a little stale sometimes, especially if you're behind a computer or you're behind a press and you're just constantly operating one thing. But to have something where you see the team appreciate you, and we're putting resources behind this to bring this program to you, and it takes a lot of effort and people, as you can see, to make this happen, but it's important for us to bring it back to them and make them really know that they are a part of this program with us. And that right there is a huge morale booster, to feel like you're a part of something bigger and not just doing your job, but that you contributed to something like this. There's no better sense of pride and ownership than having this race car come back to you where you were part of making it happen.
We've got the Mustang Challenge starting in a couple of weeks. So excited for that.
Yes.
How doable is it to bring all the team owners to Flat Rock and to show them, hey, this is where your race car began. Remember this as you're out there on the circuits thrashing it.
Yeah, it is. I mean, again, that's another car that its life starts at Flat Rock, and so much of that car, more of that car is a street car than the GT3. So, it's really special. I think for that race in 2 weeks, there's been so much leading up to this, so much work on everyone from IMSA, Michelin, Multimatic, Ford Performance Racing School, all of the partners involved, the teams, the owners, the drivers. There's a lot of pressure because it's the first race, and we have a big field. We've got over 25 cars for the first race, so no pressure. But yeah, really special, and it's close to a home race. It's only 3.5 hours away, essentially, from Detroit. So we've got a lot of leadership coming down for the first race. We've got a special VIP entry that we'll reveal shortly that will be joining the field that I think everyone will be very surprised and excited about. But yeah, there's a ton of support from the highest levels of Ford behind that program as well. So again, family company, the Ford family loves to go racing, and they show it within every program that we're involved in.
Well, I don't mean to scare you, but I'm hearing sounds over my shoulder. It sounds like Dirk Mueller's crawling back into the car. Let's make sure he doesn't leave more rubber streaks around this place, huh?
Yeah, that's a great idea. Let's put it in neutral for him and we'll push it around.
The inside story on the teams, suppliers and circuits. Inside on RadioLeMans.com.
Today has been extraordinary. To be perfectly blunt through all of this, I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't what I saw. Flat Rock, I got a tour of part of the line, just kind of quick jab through the factory floor in about a 10-minute window that we had between the car being set up and then the first employees getting off of their break, because that's how the day went. We were able to do Q&A at the FRAP facility, but only on a break period because the line can't stop. We spoke to the line manager and he told us, and by us I mean myself and the 4 drivers who were there from the Ford Multimatic program today. So it was Harry Tinknell, Mike Rockenfeller, Joey Hand, and Dirk Mueller, all of whom you heard from. It was one of those things where we were stunned to find out that between 320 and 380 Mustangs per day roll off the assembly line. And we believe it because the cars never stop moving. They're on cranes, they're on hooks, they're on rollers. They are always in constant motion. And when one car is beginning at the very, very, very start of the line, not even with any semblance of driveline, another one's rolling off, getting the full test, making sure that the turn signals work, the headlights flash, the horn honks, and then getting a full walk around by some of the people who are known as old timers. They know to look for every single possible defect. If the car passes that, well, then it moves further off the line beyond where we even saw. We didn't go into the paint area either because there wasn't just enough time for that. But the cars are still spray painted, not necessarily dipped into baths, because that's the attention and the affection that they give to each Ford Mustang. From FRAP, we went to the world headquarters, and wow, really reminiscent of a technology pinnacle building kind of a thing. People everywhere on video calls, in meetings, speaking, just trying to communicate with their cohorts on lunch breaks to figure out what they could do better to try and help the company further. We drove the car down the main hallway of the world headquarters, opened it up for questioning from people in the audience who, to say they were educated about the racing program would be a fierce understatement. They're fans of the racing program. They understand how this works, and they understand why the cars that they built and designed for the street have such a big role in the motorsports world as well. It was a very big feeling of appreciation. And as someone who's not a part of this program, as someone who's viewing it from the outside, I felt the love towards the human beings who then get to go and do all the fun stuff of promoting the brand on the global stage. The people behind the scenes, the men and women who toil for 8 to 10 hours a day. And that's all the assembly line runs, by the way, at Flat Rock. They get all of those cars, 320 to 380.
Is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.
Hello everybody and welcome to one of our Tyler's Long Ones, named after Graham Tyler, our legendary pit lane reporter, and he started our tradition of doing long form interviews. Our subject today is a gentleman, and I use that word advisedly, who is ruthless on the track and a fantastic racer. And out the car, he's been a good friend to me and to our broadcasters down through the years. I'm delighted to say that we're sitting here at the Nürburgring, and more of that in a moment, with Augusto Farfus from BMW. Augusto, first of all, in a busy week, thank you very much for talking to us. Let's just explain where we are. We're in the Rover Motor Oil Lounge. You're getting ready for the Nürburgring, one of the biggest, if not the biggest, GT race of the year.
Yeah, well, first, after your phenomenal introduction, I can only thank for the opportunity. There is few people in the business which do with passion, do because they like, or do because of the money. And I think there is only few which have so much passion, knowledge and understand about the business. So for me to take part on this phenomenal interview, it's an honor. We are at the best track in the planet for the hardest, most intense race in the globe. So for the moment it's dry. This place can surprise you in a fraction of a second. So the weekend's still about to start. So at the moment all our expectations, the tension is very low, but
anything is possible right now.
Anything is possible, and we have a strong run in front of us.
Let's talk about Augusto Farfus, the racing driver. How did it all start? You've been around at the very top level for quite a long time. You're experienced. I'm not going to say anything else. You're experienced, but I've seen an awful lot of your career. Yes, you did some karting when you were younger, but that's not where your love of speed and competition started. You started in a different place.
Yeah, so for those which do not know me well, I'm Brazilian, so I was born in Curitiba. It is a fairly small town for Brazil. Same town as Zonta, Bernoldi, Gugelmin for the old-fashioned ones. And I started with motorbikes. My dad once for Christmas gave me a mini bike, which I used to drive on the backyard, and then surprisingly, I saw that there was kind of racing for those mini bikes. But that's how everything started. I started stressing my dad. My dad has never been a driver, or he was always been a car enthusiast. So he used to have the subscription to Four Wheels magazine and Two Wheels magazine. That's all we had back then. And in this Two Wheel magazine, it was showing a kind of a little championship for kids my age, same bikes as I had.
So how old is Augusto Farfus at this point?
I was 6. So, and of course, after endless stressing my dad, he decided to take me for a ride. That ride turned into a few more rides. Let's try a race. And then once we realized I did the whole, let's say, local championship, mini bikes, I won the championship at my first ride. Of course, we were young and, we were a child. My mom never loved the idea. My mom actually hated the idea. She tried over the course of that year to put me on soccer, karate, swimming lessons. She was just trying to
anything except mini bikes.
Yes. She did not succeed so well. During the year, there was another kid racing there, and he had a go-kart. And that's where, by knowing the people from the paddock, he invited me to try his go-kart. And I think that's where my mom decided to say, okay, maybe 4 wheels will be safer than 2 wheels. I went testing, and it was loved at first try. Really? Yeah, I think maybe by then I thought go-kart is like a mini car. I don't know. To be honest, I can't. But I just remember the day I tested, I pulled out and I said I don't want to do the mini bikes anymore. So I finished the championship. That was one race to go, and then immediately I started on the go-karting. I think my mom didn't expect how far that journey would have gone, but she at least felt a little bit more relieved that it would be a much safer journey. I did again the local championship, which I won the championship. Then I moved to São Paulo. São Paulo is the biggest, still now the biggest championship in Brazil. I won the championship the first try, and already in that stage I was 9. I was pretty serious racer. There was not anymore like a hobby driver. It was starting to become something like a professional.
So what was happening at school? Were you still doing your schoolwork? Did you still have to do your schoolwork, or were you kind of paying more attention to your tyre pressures and your kart setup?
No, I have to say I come from a lucky generation because I used to do 10 races in a year. Nowadays, the kids at my age, they do 50 races a year. Yeah. so I could still do the school. Of course, over the years, I started doing more races, more testing. But I finished the normal school in Brazil. I had to move to São Paulo when I was 14 to be able to go to school and race. So I lived for a year in São Paulo. It was...
At what age?
14. And I lived alone. If I think nowadays what I did and what my dad allowed me to do, now I'm a father. I don't know if I'll be brave enough to do the same for my daughter. So I had this apartment just outside of Interlagos track. So my mechanic will pick me up every morning, drive me to school, pick up me school, then I will go go-karting. And in the evening, I was literally alone at home. Crazy.
At 14?
14. In São Paulo, in an era where there was no iPhones, FaceTime. No. So if I think, it was pretty incredible. So it made me grow fairly fast.
Yes.
And on the same year, CRG was coming to Brazil. CRG offered me to become a CRG Brazilian driver in 1998.
Right.
So I did 1998 as a factory CRG Brazil, which was already an achievement. End of the year, they invited me, though, to come to Europe.
So hang on, at 14, you're already effectively a professional driver at that point.
Yes.
You're being paid, or at least not having to pay, for your racing.
Yes. I was, well, to be honest, now I cannot recall, but I was getting pretty much all the material for free.
Yeah.
Then I don't know exactly what my dad had to pay, but I have to say I was effectively getting stuff for free to race.
Yes.
Which is something outstanding.
And who were your influences then at 10, 11, 12, 13, 14? What racing were you watching when you had the time on the television, or what were you reading about? And who were the people you looked up to? Other Brazilian drivers?
Well, I've been raised from Ayrton Senna generation. So back the time we didn't have internet, we didn't have so much access in TV. So the only thing we could watch was Ayrton Senna's victory. There was a little bit of IndyCar. Mm-hmm. But I remember very well waking up early because due to the time difference. Mm-hmm. The race in Europe were always like 8, 9 in the morning in Brazil. So I remember me waking up Sunday morning and watching those races with my dad. And of course, being able to watch Senna racing is something extraordinary. So he was, of course, the biggest inspiration I had and the idol. I got the beginning of Barrichello era. Mm-hmm. When Rubens was about to start. Unfortunately, I saw his Ayrton Senna accident live, which was, I still remember the day. And then moving on, 1999, I moved to Europe. So CRG, after 1 year as a CRG Brazilian driver. And that was the biggest...
Hang on, you're still only 15, nearly 16.
Yeah, I was still 14, actually.
Still 14?
Yeah.
And now you've gone to Europe on your own.
Yeah, so I came to Europe testing. After a week of testing, Sergio said, I remember like it was today. I was seated in Tinini, so it's the CRG owner, factory in Italy. And he looked to me and to my dad, and then he said, okay, so Augusto, we are ready to have you. Next year you come in January, you're going to live here in the factory, and then you spend the year with us. And in that moment I was like, holy moly, mamma mia, now it's real. Now it's a step. You know, because until I was São Paulo, my dad could come and my mom, and then was like, oh. And in that moment, I still loved the idea.
Yeah.
Because it was, and that year I was then a full professional driver, so I got everything paid.
Everything.
The living, and I didn't get any money, but I got everything paid.
Yeah.
And I was like, wow, this is the chance of my life. So we agree, we did the deal. Oh, there was not much deal, but it was I accept the offer. Mm-hmm. And then on 1st of January, 1999, my dad took me to the airport. And he dropped me there. He said, when you land in Malpensa, in Milan, there will be someone with a CRG jacket. Introduce yourself.
Still no mobile phones. Still none of that.
Zero. Again, if I think, as I'm a father, boy, it's something.
You'd get locked up nowadays for doing that. It'd be like child abuse.
So, and that moment I was not really sure. I have to be honest. I was very scared of just going for this unknown country. And again, no phones, Nothing, huh? My dad gave me, I don't know, maybe $1,000 in the pocket and said, go. And when I went to the boarding lounge, I went to the toilet and I cried for probably, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes. Wow. Because I was so scared of what I was about to do. You know, I was about to take a 12-hour flight by myself.
Yes.
And I was.
Had you been out of Brazil before?
Yeah, I was the year before I was in Serie G, so I knew where I was about to go. Yes. But I had to face the whole journey alone. I had to carry my own passport, my own money. You know, it's different.
Very different.
Very. And I almost gave up in that moment. And then.
What stopped you giving up, Augusto? What was it that changed you from being that scared 14-and-a-half-year-old to going, do you know what? I'm going to give this a go. I can, because at that point, at that age, you've got to actually say, I'm not going to give it a go. You're going to say, I can make this happen.
It was a mixture of feelings because I don't come from a wealthy family. My family had a good life standard, but I was not like wealthy, which I could just pay for racing. So what did not stop me is the knowledge inside that my dad could not have paid for that. Yeah. So I said, I can stay home, but then will be pretty much it. Yeah. So I had to just fight my fears and my concerns because I said, I stay and I might finish here.
Yes.
So, and then we move on and I went and it was difficult because I ended up leaving the factory. With Ryan Briscoe, we shared the apartment. And there was also a Japanese, Toshi, Saito. With none of us could speak each other's language. So I could speak a very poor, basic English. Ryan was a bit more advanced on the Italian. Toshi, he could not speak anything, or a part of the Japanese. So it took some time. And eventually all of us started. Toshi went back to Japan. He could not stay. So I stayed with Ryan for a year. We both learned Italian. Then eventually we started talking to each other in Italian.
Not English?
Not English, no. Because, and it was funny. We'd go to supermarket and he wanted to buy the Australian stuff.
Yes.
And do you want to?
No, fine.
And I want to buy the Brazilian stuff. So it was a bit of a funny. And now since we're still friends. I mean, of course, our path parts away, but we're still in contact, and it's always nice to see Ryan.
When you think back to those times then, did you... Okay, so you've got over your fees, you've got there, you're going racing in Europe, you're part of the factory team, you're living there. That's a different culture, never mind just being away from home. That's completely different. At this point, are you thinking, right, this is my job now? I stick in with this. And are you thinking the next race? Are you thinking the next season? Are you thinking 3 years down the line? Or is it just right here, right now, in those early years, particularly that first year?
Now, of course, I always drove, and my dream was to be a Formula 1 driver. I was in such a winning path that they said, that's where I want to be. And I could not, in those young years, I could not foresee all the barriers, the difficulties, the limitations, and the problems you face along the way, because you just, okay, I want to be a Formula 1 driver, but and I think this is the beauty of the journey, because you see your target. Nowadays, of course, with the internet, it's much easier. Back then, I said, I want to be a Formula 1 driver. And along the way, I started to understand that to be a Formula 1 driver, you need money, you need a lot more things than purely your speed. So I was living my dream. It was phenomenal. And me and Ryan, we were very naive. We were both living for our dreams. Mm-hmm. So we would go to the gym together. We could have done many stupid things. We never even had alcohol, because we were, me and him, just so much into this journey, and it was a beautiful relationship, because we were just there for each other. You know, he was doing a different category, because he's a bit older. Yeah. So he was a class upper than me, and was really naive. You know, we just said, let's go for an ice cream, or there was no much of this. I think this new generation, they are much more advanced. We are a mixture between kids and professional athletes.
Yes.
And we didn't think about going to disco, party, alcohol, or whatsoever, because we were just there for karting. Yeah. And we go every day to the factory. Yeah. Some of the mechanics were our best friends. Yeah. So we would eat a pizza with them. We would be in the kart track probably 5 days out of 7. So.
And what are you doing at that point then? So you're driving a kart 5 days out of 7 at a test track or at somewhere that you're going to race, basically just testing, and driving. So presumably the driving becomes second nature to you. You don't think about the driving.
Yes, and I learned so much because we were a factory team. Back then also the tires, there was a tire war in karting. So I would test a lot of tires. So a lot of stuff I actually learned, it came a lot from those years because CRG would just do a new chassis, for instance, a prototype, and we said, let's go, because I live in Lonato. So there was the Lonato kart track, which is very famous. And maybe we just go for an afternoon, said, the chassis is ready. Can we go there and see how it stays together? We would even drive indoor cars because they were building indoor cars. Mm-hmm. So to run in the indoor cars. So maybe one day I had to run in engine like Rosberg was about to start. And Rosberg never ran in his engines. Oh, he lived in Monaco, I think, back then. I don't remember. I don't know where he lived. So, and those engines to run in the engines, you need like 45 minutes. Yeah. So me and Ryan would go to the track maybe because there was a junior race because Nico was a category below me. Yeah. So I was in between Nico and Ryan. And we would just go to the track and run in maybe 5-6 engines for him or for the other guys. Yeah. So there was always something. It was not like every time going to the track and sending maximum.
Yeah.
So
but there was always something to do, and it normally involved driving or going to the gym.
Yes, and these I started learning the dynamics of the vehicle, understanding the engine concept. So before the World Championship, I remember me going to Parma and testing like 45 engines because we had to bet the engines and select the engines for all the drivers. Mm-hmm. And I think one of my strengths in karting, my feeling for engines were pretty good back then.
Good mechanical sympathy.
So I remember this day, I went to Parma and I tested all the factory engines. And I had a notebook where I was putting like this has better top end, this has a better lower end. And I would fill up this book and then I had this. So it was a lot of learning for me. So it was an important year.
And that doesn't go away, actually. You learn those skills, they don't go away. Tell me about the transition after your karting, some ups, some downs, but some successes. Tell me about the transition into cars and how you moved through into what was actually a fabulous year in International 3000. We'll get to that in a moment. But tell us about the transition into cars and how that came about, Augusto.
Yeah, so that was a bit difficult. So then I had a little sponsor, which we managed to put me and Felipe together, Massa. Mm-hmm. Felipe is 3 years older than me. So Felipe was doing Formula Opel in Brazil for 3 years, mm-hmm. while I was already in Europe. And he won the championship in Brazil. So with his momentum, my momentum, we managed to put a budget together. And then we went for the first year of Formula Renault together.
In Brazil?
No.
In Europe?
Yeah. I only had budget to do the Italian championship. Mm-hmm. Felipe could do the European and the Italian championship. He had a little bit more money than I had. But the main difference nowadays, the kids which are coming out from karting, they are ready to do 30, 40 test days before the first race. My time, this was not the case. There was no sim, there was nothing.
No.
So I think I don't remember, maybe I did 6 test days before the first race. And of course, going to the first race, having Felipe, which had 3 seasons on his back, doing 6 test days, I struggled. And for me, it was a big frustration initially because Felipe was immediately up front, mm-hmm. and I was mid to midfield. And I was so successful in karting, and this for me was difficult to digest because I'm so good, but I'm here to win, and I was midfield.
Almost like starting again, in fact.
Yes, and now, after all my years, I can see how much that experience between me and... No, I'm not taking credits out of from Felipe.
No.
But now I can see how much 3 years of experience can make. Yeah. So I had a year in the progression. So eventually I started winning towards the end of the year. Felipe became the champion. And I won, I think, the last race or the second last race. So I had a nice run throughout the year. Then Felipe moved to 3000. Mm-hmm. And then I had a strong year. Then the year after I did again from Renault, and then I won everything pretty much. I had Kubica as my teammate.
Yeah.
And I was dominating the season, so I became European champion.
Yeah.
So then I start finding myself again the same Farfus as I had in go-kart, self-confidence.
But all that success, though, Augusto, doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to be able to... This is what people, I think, don't understand about motorsport. If you're a good footballer, soccer player, and you have success as a youngster, you're likely to get picked up by a team, and if you're good, you'll go through the ranks. It always seems to me that in motor racing, every year, you have to struggle to find your next year.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, a driver career... You're literally fighting for the next event, pretty much, and having success is not a guarantee of the future.
Even as a European champion, as you were.
And I was pretty young. I was 17 years old, and I was already European champion. And then I had this sponsor, the same sponsor which kind of believed on the project, and actually was pretty successful because Felipe won the first year, I won the second year, so we had a bit of momentum. They didn't want to pay me for Formula 3. So I had to go straight from Formula 3000.
Yes.
And it was too much for me. I was not ready. I remember I did the first test in Valencia, and the car was driving me around. I was still too young and experienced to drive such a beast. So, in fact...
Was it a physical car as well in those days? No power steering or anything like that?
It was a truck. I mean, the first I did in Valencia, I did, I think, 30 laps, and then they decided to put new tires, and I literally couldn't turn the steering wheel. I went out on new tires, came back in the pit, said, guys, I cannot even turn the steering wheel. So that car, it was... And those races were like 200 kilometers with no pit stops. That's right. So there was some tracks you go out and it's like 70 laps, huh? It was tough. It was really tough. And you had like the stick. Yeah. You didn't have paddle shift. You had to use the clutch. You had to do the yes. So it was an old school car. So the first year I crashed a lot. I was not ready for that thing, but unfortunately, my sponsor didn't allow me for another opportunity. So it was again a little bit like the car situation. Either you do this, or we don't pay. So I had to take. Eventually, I had also a good run. I was progressing during the year. They paid for a second year, and I won the championship. And
that was a fabulous. Was that with Draco? Yeah, it was with Draco, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was in 2003, and I became. It's still now. I think I'm the youngest Formula 3000 champion in the history. I was champion when I was still 18. I was turning 19. And
well, you've got to think at that point, though, Augusto, and if you haven't worked out, we're having a long one with Augusto Farfus. We're sitting at the Nürburgring at the moment, leading up to the ADAC Ravenel 24 hours for 2024 we're in. You've got to think, though, you've been champion in two different series in 3 years. F3000, youngest ever champion. Hey, you're on your way to Formula 1, aren't you? You've got to have that in your mind.
Yes, and that was... But in that moment, I was starting to understanding the limitations and all the problem, all of the barriers you have to cross to get Formula 1. And I was very close, and surprisingly, I was too young. So the teams we were approaching, and they didn't want to believe in me. First of all, because I didn't have the budget.
Yeah.
So there was problem number one. And problem number two, in their eyes, I was too young.
God, that would be the other way around nowadays.
Nowadays, it's different, but back then, people who go to Formula 1, they were 22, 23, and I was 19, 20. And it was very confusing, and on top, I didn't have any money. So for me, I could not, back then, they would sell the test days, they would sell. So we managed, actually, I will not put the name here of the team, to sign a contract with a team.
With an F1 team?
Yeah. And I was... And back then, do you remember they used to do this August test in Monza? Yes. There was this summer test week in Monza. So I managed to get a seat for this test. And our hope was, if I can go do the test, we can generate some media, some momentum. Maybe my sponsor will be able also to top up the budget. So we signed the contract, we make the deal. I was planning to do then the following year, the Friday. They remember back then there was the third drive for the Friday sessions, to do the Friday driver, and everything was shaping very well. And I remember the day, this team principal, he called me, And then he said, well, I don't know, let's say the seat fit was planned to the end of the month.
Yeah.
So he calls me halfway to the month, and then he said, oh, your seat fitting is coming in 2 weeks. Can you tell your dad to do the bank transfer for the test? And I think he understood that we would have the budget, but it was a very tight budget. And then I called my dad and said, no, look, we will be able to pay after the test, as agreed, but we don't have any now. And I think the team understood that I didn't have the budget the way because back then they want the guys like now. They don't want the guys which are just with the budget. They want someone who has a proper budget. You know, the budget should not be a limitation. And I was the guy which would have been maybe just there. And he calls me back and said, if you don't send me a bank letter guaranteeing the money now, I think you should not even come for the seat fit. And eventually I didn't go in for the seat fit.
You didn't?
He didn't allow me to do the seat fit. I'm going to spend money to do a seat fit for you. And I didn't go. And I still have the contract home, and a few years ago I showed to my wife. And then he was like, wow, I did not go for more. Look, the numbers here you're going to get. I said, no, those numbers are the numbers I had to pay. So, and then my career it was very sad because I won the championship. Mm-hmm. I was the man, let's call like this, and I didn't have a place to go. So I found myself in December 2003 desperate because I remember me telling my dad, I said, I worked the whole year or my whole career to become someone, and look at how I'm ending up, like zero, absolutely zero. So Alfa Romeo decided, they did a shootout.
Yes.
And I decided to, we called Tarquini because Tarquini was still in there. And then eventually they called me for a test in Valencia. But the test was 10th of December, so very late. I go to Valencia, I do the test, and there was a shootout with maybe 30 drivers. Was a
30?
Yeah.
30 drivers?
Yeah, it was incredible. The list of driver tests there was sensational, and they split the drivers among the size. So I went up half end of the morning because I was mid-size, and you would do 5 laps, used tires, stop, new tires, 5 laps, stop, talk to the engineer if you have any problem. Another 5 laps, stop, new tires, 5 laps, out. Next one in. 5 laps, 15 laps.
And this was, so remind ourselves, what car was this then that you were driving?
It was the Alfa, like the touring car, the super touring car, like the WTCC, which turned into the future, to the years. And front wheel drive car, something brand new for me, zero experience, closed roof car. And it was pretty brutal because you had 5 laps, stop, 5 laps, stop, 5 laps, out. Next one, 5 laps, 5. And they picked me there.
So you must have done all right. You must have done. Did that save your career, Augusto?
That saved my career. So then they select 5 drivers to stay another day to do a long run, a kind of a race simulation. And my race simulation was pretty strong. And I remember the day, and we were talking already almost Christmas. So we come back from Spain, Valencia, and Mauro Sips, which was running the Alfa factory team, still a great friend. He called me in his office. And then I remember like it was today. He looked into my eyes and said, why are you signing this? And then I was like, I didn't understand his question. He said, why you're coming to drive this piece of crap here, a guy with your speed and the future you might have in front of you? Yeah. And then I said, like, that's all I have. Yeah. And then he said, if I would be you, I would not sign this contract. I'm paying you very little money to drive a 2-liter front-wheel drive car with Tarquini and Giovanardi. Do you understand what you're doing? And I signed. But I signed. And
what would you have done otherwise, Augusto? Yeah. What was out there?
Yes, but for him it was shocking. And that time, nowadays, to see kids doing Formula 2 and moving to GTs, it's almost, I wouldn't say normal.
Yeah, true. When I was coming through, like when you were coming through, you wouldn't have seen that. You wouldn't have seen people thinking about something with a roof over their heads at that stage of their career.
And I remember when I announced, how many people were telling me, but are you so stupid? Like, but I had no one congratulate me for the move because they were like, but what the hell are you doing here? Going to, But in that moment, I was so desperate because Christian was about to come. I would have signed anything. So I signed, and he was very fair because he told me, if you sign with me, Augusto, the only thing I can promise you, I'm going to give you the same material as to the other two factory cars. And that's what it happened. I did the winter. I will show up in Monza, and I won my first ever touring car race. And this changed the whole perspective in the team. I did too many mistakes. I was too brave in the time. I was too young. I was not ready for... No, not ready. I was just too optimistic. I was coming from this 500 horsepower beast, driving this 280 horsepower front-wheel drive, and I was just sending it left and right.
Can I ask you a question? Because I'm conscious that you're very busy at the moment, so I want to move along in a minute. But look back now, could have been very different. So you couldn't have known what road your career would go down, but you've had a hellishly good career driving things with roofs over your heads, and that might never have happened at all if you'd not signed that contract. Do you think about that?
Now, yes. And there was a time, because on the second year of me in Alfa, because when I signed with Alfa Romeo, I had a wish that, maybe I do well, go to Ferrari Formula 1 or something like this, which of course didn't happen. And halfway to my second year, I remember me calling my dad, crying, and he said, Dad, I want to stop. I want to go home because life has not been fair to me. I sacrificed the last 10 years of my life, and look where I am in that. I'm driving with Tarquini and Giovanardi. I don't even know who they are in this. And my dad said, a man in life, at a certain point, has to become a man. And back then, I didn't understand the meaning. And so I kind of continue. And now if I look back, it was the best advice he ever gave me. Of course. Because if I look to so many talent drivers from my age who have been trying Formula 1, pursuing this Formula 1 dream, endless, now they are doing something else. And now
not in the sport, not driving, certainly.
Zero on the sport. I've been linked to one of the biggest manufacturers on the planet for almost 20 years. I won almost every race in this planet, drove sensational cars, and everything I have in life, even the school I pay for my kids, comes because BMW allowed me to do so.
And that's a perfect place to bring the story a little bit up to date. There's a whole lot in between that we could talk about for a very, very long time. Tell me about driving with BMW, the ultimate driving machine. That's been their advertising slogan for as long as I can remember. Driver-focused cars. I always say that anyone who drives for a manufacturer, a works driver as we call it in the business, is the best in the world. Doesn't matter whether it's 2-litre touring cars, whether it's LMH at Le Mans. If you're a works driver, you're the best in the world. Tell me a little bit about what driving for BMW has been like and has meant to you, Augusto.
I think you have to also keep in mind that I'm Brazilian. Brazilian is one of the smallest markets for BMW worldwide. I don't have any German blood, so this makes me extremely proud. That shows I earned my place here. Mm-hmm. BMW has been extremely kind to me for almost 20 years. And I'm proud. When I see a BMW winning, either it is a cup car here or is the LMDH, the guys in America, I have a smile. Because I'm honored. When I hear a speech like you just said about me driving for BMW, it puts a smile in my face because I'm linked to probably one of the best car manufacturers in the world. And I'm so thankful. I had some difficult years. We had some successful years together. They trust a lot of me. Again, here in Nürburgring, I'm driving 2 cars. Yeah. So it shows after how many years, how much trust they have. So again, I'm so thankful because they gave me the opportunity. With my own hands, I prove them right.
And continue to do so, because you get no free passes because you've been there nearly 20 years. The stopwatch doesn't lie, Augusto. You're not getting slower, my man. You're driving as good, if not better, than you ever have. And that you must be loving life.
Yes, and I wake up in the morning to come to circuit and I have a smile in my face. I wake up in the morning to come to the track and win races. And this drives my life. Mm-hmm. This, the joy I have when I sit behind the wheel and I do it with my passion. I always tell people, when you see me drive around, is my heart behind the wheel. Mm-hmm. I give all I have. Mm-hmm. I don't save anything because, again, I'm getting old. I know my career will not last another 20 years. But this morning I was at the gym, yesterday I was at the gym, and I'm here, and I know I've shaped differently now. I'm not the same Augusto as 20 years ago. I'm a different Augusto, but I think I'm a better Augusto now. More complete, more aware of the whole environment.
And I think everything that happens in your life happens for a reason. You know, sometimes people will say, even to me, would you do something different? I don't think I would, because it might take me to a different place, and I'm quite happy with where I am, and I get that sense with you as well. Is there anything you haven't ticked off yet? Is there any race? Is there any achievement that, if I really pressed you hard, Augusto Farfus would say, John, I'd really like to...
I want to win Le Mans, which I haven't won yet, and this is
Look, I literally have goosebumps as he says that.
And this is the 24 hours I haven't won yet, and this, the first 24 hours I did Le Mans, I missed the birth of my daughter, and this is priceless. So I miss most of her birthdays because I was in Le Mans.
Yeah.
And I really want to do this because I want to take a trophy home.
That's a great place to finish. Augusto Farfus, as I said at the start, a gentleman. Thank you for everything you've done with us, and particularly with me down through the years, the way you've dealt with us, sometimes in the bad times, sometimes in the good, when a microphone's been stuck under your nose. Thank you for the entertainment, my friend, and may all your dreams come true. Augusto Farfus, thank you.
My pleasure.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.
Right now, and have you recovered from that awful loss?
Yeah, it was terrible. It was such an anticlimax, and I was so much looking forward to it. And then I got COVID immediately in the week of the race. So there we were. I couldn't travel, which was a real drag because I'd been looking forward to it, and it turned out to be a great race. I would love to have seen it. Of course, I watched as much of it on the telly as I could, and I listened to you as I generally do and have been doing for many years, and it's very nice to be talking to you.
You had to sort of square the circle and add to what you'd already done and add another chapter. I'll come to that in a moment, but I want to ask you about the inspiration for this book. When did you get interested in motor racing, and particularly in the Le Mans 24 Hours, Richard?
Probably about 10, something like that, maybe a bit before. I was a Stirling Moss fan when I was about 10, which would be from about 1956, 57. And I got interested in Le Mans around the same time because, of course, he was competing in it then. So I started learning about it. And then, to my great good fortune, in the library of the school I went to, there was a copy of a book called The Story of Le Mans by a man called Georges Fréchard, who was the first historian of the race, which took the history up to the 50s. And it was the story of each year of the race from 1923 on. And I devoured it and practically memorized it, I think. I loved everything about it straight away. It took me till 1967 to actually get to the race for the first time, But that was a pretty good year to go to for your first time. I've been going on and off ever since. And I wrote a couple of books on motor racing subjects in the end of 2019, 2021, I think. I wrote a biography of the pre-war Grand Prix driver Richard Seaman, who drove for Mercedes in the 30s. And then I wrote when Sterling Moss died, I realized that actually when I was 12, I'd started writing his biography. So I figured in 2020, I probably ought to finish it, the biggest missed deadline in history. So I did that. They did quite well, and the publisher, Simon & Schuster, wanted me to do another motor racing book, and I thought, what would I really, really like to do? And I thought I'd like to, in a way, take the inspiration from Georges Fréchard's book and bring the story of Le Mans up to date, because I felt that there wasn't a single volume history of Le Mans at an affordable price. And I thought that was a gap that needed filling.
For anyone who hasn't had this book, you can't call yourself a Le Mans fan, and probably not even a sports car and endurance fan, if you haven't read it. If you're not familiar with Richard's other works, I give you a couple of lines from the very first page of the first chapter. And when I read this, Richard, I knew I was going to be, and our race was going to be in good hands. The details may change across a century, the essence doesn't. In the morning sun, a Dutch camper emerges from his tent to empty a jerry can of water over his head. A sapeur-pompier shaves in the wing mirror of his fire engine. And that could be the opening credits of Steve McQueen's film. Filmed in 1969 and 1970. It could have been last year. And I was immediately, I've got goosebumps actually, having just reread that. I was immediately transported to race day morning. What did you find out that even surprised you when you were doing your extensive research for this book?
Yeah, I did do a lot of research, but I didn't just want to... Obviously, it had to be chronological, but I didn't want to make it a book, and then Audi won for the 13th time.
And here's the results.
I wanted to look for stories. So I was really thrilled, when I was looking at the race in 1937, and I discovered that an Englishwoman called Marjorie Eccles, driving a Singer... it was a cold year, 1937. She'd done a stint during the night, and she'd done it wearing her fur coat.
Excellent.
And that's the kind of story I really like. And that same year, there was a woman called Dorothy Stanley Turner, another Englishwoman, who was driving an MG. And her filler cap came off, and she lost it. And of course, the rules. You have to have. In those days, you had to have all the spares on the car. So she found an orange to bung up her filler. And of course, the commissaires objected. They said, that's not a proper spec. That's the kind of thing I was looking for, as well as the big themes of, the Porsche domination or Ferrari or Ford coming in, all those kind of things too. And I was looking for the themes underlying the race, how it changed gradually over the years and what that meant.
One of the things I really enjoyed, apart from finding out a lot of facts that I hadn't even understood, I'll come back to some of that in a moment as well, but I loved the way that you put the race in context with world events, with almost little asides, Richard. Was that always part of the plan, or did that just sort of evolve as you were getting it down? I was going to say getting it down onto paper, but you know what I mean, getting it down onto the screen.
Yeah, I think things are always more interesting if you can place them in the context of their time, history, what was going on socially, culturally, even politically, and how those things affected the thing you're writing about. So I love doing that. I try to do that with pretty much everything I write, really. And Le Mans, having been going for 100 years, it's the history of the automobile in those years.
Yes.
What that means, how attitudes to the internal combustion engine have changed, particularly in recent years, all those things. Obviously I had to write about 1955 and the terrible crash.
Was that hard?
Yeah, it was hard, but I thought, how am I going to do this that will be different? Obviously, I've got to tell the story. One of the things I did, I went to Le Mans, went to the municipal library where they were enormously helpful, and they let me go through the daily newspaper, which before the war was called La Sarthe. And I went through all the editions of every year when the race was on. And there was a list of casualties for 1955, and I went through it, and I came across this 11-year-old boy called Pierre Rouchy, who was the youngest victim. And I thought, well, he's the youngest, let me try and find out about him. So I went to the village that he lived in, I went to the town hall, I talked to someone there, and they dug out a file for me. Which had been there since 1955, which they'd made, about this poor lad who'd been standing opposite the pits. He'd gone with his dad and his family to the race, and he'd said actually early on, in the first hour or so, "Can I go up the front and watch?" So he sort of squirmed his way forward, and tragically that meant he was in exactly the wrong place when the crash happened. And he was a very promising lad, He'd gone to the lycée, the high school in Le Mans. He'd just had his first communion. And I thought that was a very poignant little story as a way into telling the tale of the tragedy.
I was taught to speed read at school, which means I consume books rather quickly. And I could barely put this down, and I read it rather too quickly, and I was actually disappointed when I got to the inevitable end, when I got to the last chapter. However, what it did do, I forced myself to put it down, because it took me down all kinds of information rabbit holes. One that really struck with me, and you'll appreciate this with your other sports racing, was Pierre-Louis Dreyfus, who I wanted to find out if he was a relation to the chairman of my football club, Sunderland AFC, and he was. And that's the sort of thing that made it even more personal to me. That sort of info that popped up. How did you find out those sort of things?
Well, I'm a journalist, I'm a reporter. I go looking for things, and it's very enjoyable when you start digging and you follow connections, and you find things that, you follow things that nobody's bothered to follow before. And that's enormously satisfying, because you're bringing something to the reader that they, just as you've just said very kindly, even though they may be very familiar with the broad outlines of the subject, you can find things that they won't have known, and that will give them, that will enrich their knowledge.
We said at the beginning that you missed the race last year. Therefore, that could have been the end of the story. Of course, your interest remains. And this extra chapter, then, is written from a point of view of what? Just to finish the whole 100-year run of the race?
Yes, but it was a very special race. Certainly in its outcome. And, I think it's permitted to question some of the things that happen at Le Mans.
Yes.
This isn't a book that just goes through saying, isn't this wonderful, isn't this wonderful, isn't this wonderful? For instance, in the light of the Dieselgate business over Volkswagen's, all the fines and so on that were imposed on the Volkswagen Group for falsifying information about diesel engines. So I think it was legitimate to look at Audi's diesel engine victories at Le Mans and say, were these part of a promotional campaign that actually, wasn't a very good thing. And with the 2023 race, marvellous event though it was, and thrilling in a sense as the outcome was, with the two Ferraris winning, I think it's legitimate to ask questions about the balance of performance adjustments that were made just before the race, and about balance of performance as a philosophy. Yeah. I think what it does do is make great racing, which, because you're adjusting the relative performance of the cars to bring them closer together. It's a little bit like horse racing, where horses are handicapped, they carry extra weight, and it's not something that was used throughout most of the history of motor racing, but we have it now. And I think we have to accept it. But it has, the organisers, the people who are judging this, have to be very careful with what they do. And I think, obviously, Toyota were pretty miffed about what happened last year.
It's very diplomatic, Richard.
Yeah. But, of course, it got the outcome that got the front page headlines. Yep. Ferrari wins at Le Mans again. Not another sixth win for Toyota in a row, which would have sent everybody to sleep.
We've already seen an extraordinary season, start the season both in IMSA and in the World Endurance Championship, with history being made in the WEC with the first single nation driver squad to win in the new era, with Hertz Team Toyota Porsche also becoming the first privateer entered car to win. That brings up the spectre of Porsche winning overall again at Le Mans. By the way, well done to Callum Eilert and Will Stevens, the two Englishmen who took that honour that I just mentioned. The spectre of Porsche winning again at Le Mans and extending their overall victory, does that mean that 1R Williams Esquire will be continuing to keep an eye on what's going on at the Circuit de la Sarthe this summer, and potentially there could be more writing from you on this subject?
Yes, I do hope so. I hope I'll be writing some more about it. And I think, it's really, really exciting. Even, I like it when you've got people like Lamborghini and Isotta Fraschini, who at the moment are kind of, they're sort of making up the numbers in the hypercar, but, you never know what might happen. And I've always been interested throughout my, 50 odd years or 60 years, I guess, of interest in Le Mans, of the cars, that aren't necessarily at the front, that some of the more eccentric entries, or, entries that are, trying hard but not making it. And I think the hypercar category has lots of interest in it now. We'll
is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.
The Crowdstrike Racing Endurance, Teamwork and Speed Award is a data-driven examination of the performance of each team within the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. Crowdstrike pass us the data, and at RSL and IMSA Radio, we pick one of the teams that have hit the best scores via the algorithm. There's no similar data for Le Mans 24-hour races of the past, but we did ask Peter Mackay to look back into the history of the world's greatest motor race and find some examples of endurance, teamwork and speed.
Since the first running of the 24 Hours of Le Mans in 1923, there have been so many great examples of true endurance, whether it be by driver or by the cars that they compete with. And when you look back to those earliest days, some of the feats of endurance were just incredible. In those early days, it was commonplace to have just two drivers competing in a car. So to do two drivers competing for 24 hours, one after the other, relaying in that car, and what these cars were like in the 1920s to drive, the lack of lighting, the physicality of what they were like to control at top speed. It's just simply impossible to imagine what those early competitors went through. But the 24 Hours of Le Mans has always been about proving the endurance of the automobile particularly, but also their drivers. And for me, and maybe I'm a little biased here coming from the United Kingdom, but bear with me. When you think back of those early days, there is no greater combination which I think of where you think of feats of endurance, and that is the Bentley motor car and the Bentley boys, as they were known, the drivers of those machines, those British Racing Green painted machines in the 1920s. And the achievements of Bentley and those drivers at that time truly solidified what a Bentley was all about. Remember, the Bentley company was very, very young at that time when they competed in the very first Le Mans in 1923. The company had only been going for a couple of years. And funnily enough, the founder of the Bentley Motor Company, W.O. Bentley, who was hugely proud and confident in his designs, in his engineering and his final products, but he believed that a 24-hour car race was all just a little bit silly, thinking there's no way that a car can possibly handle 24 hours, let alone someone piloting it for that long. But an enthusiastic privateer owner in John Duff and his co-driver Frank Clement managed to persuade W.O. Bentley to say, we can do this, your car can do this, help us. And only really at the last minute did W.O. Bentley truly provide some support to this effort. And Clement and Duff and their two mechanics and all their spares packed up this Bentley 3 litre and drove it from Cricklewood in North London all the way down to Le Circuit de la Sarthe and competed in that very first race and finished in 4th place. And after that race, W.O. Bentley's attention had been grabbed. He thought, wait a minute, maybe there is something to this. Because at that time, Bentley's whole ethos and the whole way they promoted their product was that it was the best car in its class, that it was hugely engineered, that it had great design, it was reliable, it was fast, most importantly. And these are things, all of which are critical to a successful Le Mans winning race car. In fact, they still exist to this day. And in 1924, that faith, that enthusiasm that John Duff and Frank Clement showed paid off when they won their first ever Le Mans for Bentley. And it's just, when you think about it, it's just amazing to think what they achieved at that time. And W.O. Bentley, after that victory, he took out an advertisement in the papers in the UK, and the quote above it was, "A triumphant vindication of the Bentley car and the designing policy that stands behind it." Now, you could only say that with that backup of saying, we went to France, we competed in this 24-hour endurance race, and we won. We defeated all comers from all over. And that success continued all the way through. From 1927 to 1930, Bentley were unbeaten at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. They were the feared team, not only because of the incredible motor car that W.O. Bentley designed and engineered and tested, but the quite remarkable men that drove those cars. Guys like Dudley Benjafield, the world's fastest doctor at the time. Sammy Davis, who was a racing driver but also a journalist too. Wolf Bonato, an aristocrat effectively, who inherited a large amount of money from his family's diamond business. And he ended up buying the company because he loved the Bentley car and he believed in the Bentley car. Henry Birkin, a name which is just synonymous with the Bentley brand and success at Le Mans. And what these gentlemen and their cars did truly solidified the brand values of Bentley, which exist to this day. A car which is hugely fast, is really overly engineered, is very reliable, and is up to any task that the public highway can throw about it. When you look at modern day Bentley, that's what it stands for. But those values, they were founded with true feats of endurance at Le Mans. And when you look at a highlight of what was achieved in those early days by those Bentley 3 litres and 4.5 litres and Bentley Speed 6s, and you look at what they achieved, there's no real greater feat of endurance than 1927, when Bentley won the 24 Hours of Le Mans for the second time. At just over 9 o'clock, just over 5 hours into the race, Sammy Davis is at the wheel, and he's coming up to Maison Blanche, or White House, and he sees just ahead there's a big pile-up. There's been a big accident. There's cars all over the road. And he managed to scrub off a little bit of speed, but not enough to stop in time, and ended up in that accident. And old number 7, as she became known, was heavily damaged. There was a damaged wheel, there was bent steering, a smashed headlight. Sammy Davis had to limp the car back, extricate it from this big pile-up and bring it back to the pits, fix the car, and then Benji, or Dudley Benjifield, jumped into the car and drove into the darkness, into the pouring rain, and drove through the night along with Sammy Davis. And when day broke on Sunday, they were starting to claw it back. You're thinking, how could this be possible? Could they come back from a big accident to win the 24 Hours of Le Mans? And come 4 o'clock that day, only 8 cars made it to the finish. So those 8 cars, they truly showed a feat of endurance. But endurance is no good without speed. And the Bentley and Benjifield and Davis had it on that day. And they managed to triumph and win back in 1927. And it was truly a win that brought Bentley to the attention not only of the British motoring community, but also the global motoring community. So when you think back, those early days, endurance, that is what it was all about for Bentley and for their amazing drivers who had very much their own life. They weren't professional racing drivers effectively. They all had other things in their life, and this was very much a pursuit purely for the joy of competition. When you fast forward to today and you think about those brand values of a modern day Bentley, of high speed, great engineering, great reliability, those are characteristics which would match up pretty well with a modern day endurance racing car. And when you think of how many fans come from the UK and from all around the world who remember the days back in 2003 when Bentley returned to Le Mans after so many years away and managed to win with the Speed 8. What a fantastic part of Le Mans history that was. But today, when you look at Bentley Motors, they belong here at Le Mans. They made their name in Le Mans. Yes, the company was founded in London, but that name was truly made here at Le Circuit de la Sarthe. This is Bentley's home away from home, and in my opinion, they need to
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.
Short time ago with, unfortunately, a fairly lengthy red flag. There were also slow zones in position as well to deal with cars heading off the racetrack. But whatever happens over the next hour, then you can be rest assured that 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans for 2024 will keep you up to date with the comings and goings of cars from pit road. This was always, when it was planned, Bruce Jones, a spicy session, because it means that 62 cars, fingers crossed, will be all heading out onto the Circuit de la Sarthe asphalt very shortly indeed, and fighting for track space, even though this is such a long circuit.
As I was going to say, half the teams might go, you know what, we'll hang back the equivalent of about 3 minutes and just let the first lot go, and then we'll make our space. And of course, we'll then be warming up, going onto our first flying lap as they're going onto their second flying lap. It's all about the space, but don't forget, a lot of these hypercar teams launched last year. They've got a year's experience. Some of the manufacturers haven't yet, but the ones that are in their second year, they have absolutely got to be going for those hyperpole shootout places. That's their intent. For all the others, it's a question of just making sure they can get the fastest time. But it's going to be super busy. The sun is shining. The track is dry. We're ready.
The Toyota, the number 8 Toyota, was fastest earlier on, wasn't it? Although the pace was actually set by a Porsche, and not necessarily one of the Porsches that we would have expected. The race director there, Eduardo Freitas, saying his usual script. In fact, he's continuing now.
To the stewards for going in earlier than allowed.
And really stamping home the point about track limits, because although teams were pinged and fairly severely in place with 5-minute penalties during free practice 1 because they were running off the track too readily, laps will be absolutely deleted in a session as important as this, because you won't be able to set a pole lap or indeed a lap to get you into hyperpole at this stage if you do decide to cut corners or get all 4 wheels over the white line.
2 minutes, cars may now go to the fast lane. Cars may now go to the fast lane.
And with the 2 minutes to go, oh man, it's like a bomb's burst in the pit lane, because everyone gets the signal at the same time to head to the fast lane, and there's just not enough room for 60-odd cars, Bruce.
I thought we were going to see the first collision of qualifying there. 2 Alpines and 1 Lamborghini trying to share the same bit of pit lane. They missed.
Priority over the ones in the working lane.
Let's hear some team radio from 27 Aston Martin.
5. Did you stay in that at the final run earlier? That has extra blip in. Don't know if you wanted to be in 4 or not. Pro TC obviously is up at 7. TC is also your choice as to what you want to use. If you could just check brake bias for me, it should be 61.
So that the message to the qualifying driver at Heart of Racing Team. By the way, ordinarily qualifying in the World Endurance Championship for GTs is bronze only, but you can use whichever driver you wish in this, and then the hyperpole session tomorrow is for the bronzes in LMGT3. It is 1:07 at Circuit de la Sarthe. Time to check the weather before we get going.
Radio Le Mans weather.
Weather on Radio Le Mans brought to you by VP Fuels. Periods of cloud and sun today at Le Mans, with northerly winds at 9 kilometres per hour and highs of 19 Celsius. Right now, air temps about that, with track temperature hovering just underneath the 30 Celsius marker. Whatever the weather, you can depend on VP Fuels and lubricants.
Qualifying session has started. Pit exit is now open.
Pit exit now open on the dot, 7 o'clock, and the cars moving their way forward. Philippe Albuquerque not chosen as one of the qualifying drivers, instead actually doing an impression of perhaps a French police officer at a crossroads, trying to direct all of these cars to their safe locations. And the 99 Porsche is at the moment not going to be part of the session because some late adjustment, maybe a late bit of fixing of the front of that car, with at least one mechanic almost like James Herriot on a farm, with his arm right in the front of the car there, and I'm not sure what he was ferreting around for. That is the area of the reservoirs for the brake fluid, often, and just beyond that, Bruce. So, but it's a bit of a puzzle at this stage.
Well, let's hope it's not a puzzle to us, not to them. Right, let's just reiterate what this is all about. An hour of qualifying, and the fastest 8 cars in each of the 3 groups. The Hypercar, the LMP2 and the LMGT3 will get to play tomorrow when we head to Hyperpole. But right now, let's see how it's going to unfold. busy it's going to be, but the blue sky that was missing earlier in free practice rather came through later on. It's looking like a perfect evening at Le Mans. And what amazes me, Johnny, it's Wednesday and the sheer number of fans dotted all around the outside of the circuit. This isn't an event you just pop up at the weekend to watch. You can, but so many people commit an entire week of holiday to the Le Mans 24 hours.
And you can understand the reasons why. Now, the car that for so often topped free practice 1 in the LMP2 category, the number 70 Inception McLaren, has ground to a halt. That was in the queue in the fast lane. It's kind of staggered between the fast lane. Well, there are sort of two lanes, if you like, that are legitimate to leave pit road. It's now fired into life, thankfully. And the 70 car is going to be driven by Frederick Schandorf. Perhaps no surprise there, because he is the gold-graded driver, joining Ollie Milroy and Brendan E. Reeb. Jean-Eric Verne watching on to the screens in the Pratt perch on pit wall. Toyota's being held back, so both the 7 and the 8 cars with the lollipop guys on the front about to give the signal to wave them in, and this looks again to be trying to find that crucial thing, Bruce, of clear track space.
Clearly listening to Radio Le Mans. What did I say earlier? Hang back about 3 minutes. How much have they hung back? About 3 minutes, waiting for them to get going, but they've been there, seen it, done it. Stung by not winning last year when they came with such high hopes to the 100th anniversary race, but very much in the hunt. And the number 8 car, which is the first of the duo to leave, now powers away from its traditional garage, down towards pit in. A few other cars up and down the pit lane, but I'd say a good 55 of the 62 runners are out on the track. And as Johnny pointed out, there is still work.
Okay, so the pumps are running, HV1 and HV2. Just wait there, Fred, we're trying to get fuel pressure back. Stand by.
Okay, that was the answer. Fuel pressure concern for the number 70 Inception Racing McLaren that we saw stopped in the pit lane. Frederick Schandorf, the driver on board.
Yeah, so let's give you the chosen drivers for LMGT3. If nothing else, they become more obvious the further we go into the qualifying phase, as in if GT cars make it into the top 8, that then becomes a bronze-only session. But Alex Riberas in the heart of racing, Aston Martin, it was team radio that we were hearing for that car not too long ago. The Team WRT BMW, Darren Young has been chosen to do qualifying there now. He is the bronze, so whether he's going to do a little bit of a spell and then they maybe switch drivers, we'll have to wait and see. But it's a big responsibility for Darren to be up against drivers of a fair bit more consistency than he. Elsewhere, Chris Meese is in the Proton competition Ford Mustang, number 44. Ahmed Al-Hati in the BMW, the sister 46 car, so again he is bronze. In the Vista of course, the Ferraris, it's Davide Rigon and Alessio Ravera. Gregoire Sose in the McLaren from United Autosport. Frank Pereira, the gold in the Iron Lynx Lamborghini Huracan, number 60. Still going down the LMGT3s. Larry Ten Vorder for JMW Motorsport in their yellow Ferrari, number 66. Ben Barker for Proton competition, that's a Ford Mustang, the all blue car, number 77. A Codis ASP team Lexus for Kelvin van der Linden, number 78. Charlie Eastwood driver for TF Sport Corvette Z06, the 81 car at least. And Daniel Juncadella, the Platinum Spaniard driver, is in the 82. We've got Iron Dames being driven by Michelle Gatting in her Lamborghini Huracan number 85. Mike Wainwright drives the GR Racing car, again a bronze. And now there's an early spin in the session. This is at the Dunlop chicane for the Isotta Fraschini car, number 11. Running in the hypercar class, remember. Jean Calverne, fully sideways. He has come in there with a great deal of lick indeed, and probably didn't have a prayer of stopping that in time. Trying to get some heat into the tyres, because remember, no tyre warmers are permitted in any of these classes this year. He ran the risk of running then sideways back onto the track and controlled it fairly well, more so than I would have thought he was able to do, purely because of that momentum.
He simply got in way too close to tail end of an LMP2 runner and had to pitch it sideways to avoid it. Had he gone straight across, he'd have taken out possibly both of the Alpines. So fortune favoured the sideways in that particular incident.
So Yifei Ye in the 83 AF Corsa car. This is the bright yellow machine. and in the colours of, I was reading about this, Écurie Francorchamps, which are the old Ferrari Daytonas, the 365s, GTBs, and I got the livery that then this 83 Ferrari is trying to imitate, but it was only when I went back and did a few Google images and I thought, okay, that's what they're going for.
Yeah, well, we often see that in the Spa 24 Hours. They'll run the AF Corsa Ferrari, AF Corsa Écurie Francorchamps race livery, but of course Belgian racing yellow, and it's nice to have something a bit different, I think.
Yeah, I mean that will automatically become a fan favourite, I'm sure, and it's described, even though it's another AF Corsa car, as a satellite effort. If you consider the two red Ferraris to be the sort of pseudo factory offerings, then there is a kind of customer / satellite team as well. Two voices that we will hear through the next hour as part of our Crowdstrike pit lane reports, and the first of those is Joe Bradley once again.
Yeah, Johnny, you mentioned the 99, the 963 Proton Porsche didn't come out immediately. In fact, the car was still in the garage when the rest of the whole pit lane emptied, and the front of the car was off. They were looking like just finishing off a full brake bleed to the braking system, or bleeding the whole brake system is kind of what I'm trying to say. That car has now been fixed, whatever it was, last minute remedies to whatever it was during the prep session prior to this qualifying session. That car now underway and out there, and I tell you what, boys, get ready, everybody around the track, this is going to be a cracker, absolute cracker. First day qualifiers through to tomorrow in all of our classes.
So Antonio Fuoco setting the pace in the early stages, 3:25.321. It was Fuoco who took pole position last year in the 100th anniversary race in the number 50 car. Fuoco then starting to lay the law down a little bit, but he's only a tenth of a second clear of the sister 51 Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi, and it is in fact a three-way run now for Ferrari, because the third of the 499Ps slots into that third position, the 83 for Chinese driver Yifei Ye.
Ferrari 50 top, 25.3. Here sector 1 is the same as him.
Okay, that's a message from Toyota to Brendan Hartley. Okay, sorry, talked over the Kiwis' reply there, but of course just to point out that the Toyotas went out very late in this session, albeit 3 minutes late, but they should have slightly clearer track, and the first driver to set a flying lap was Dries van Tor, putting a BMW top. We now have the three Ferraris that followed him across the line, but traffic is really an issue, because Dries van Tor, 2 corners to go through the Ford chicane, traffic everywhere in front of him, so it's really going to be very difficult for these drivers.
93 Peugeot looking like it is about to join the session, but it's in the garage, and actually on the spot watching this car being pushed into the sunshine is Diana Binks.
Yes, the 93, I've just been chatting to the engineers on the pit wall, and I asked if there was an issue because there was a big delay coming out, and they said no, they were just making last minute changes and just waiting on the opportunity to come out, which they are now. The car is out on the pit apron, and they'll be firing that up and getting out onto that track for that qualifying session.
Hearing that most cars have elected to go on the medium tyre. Remember that all the hypercars run on Michelin rubber this year, and there are 3 separate dry compounds, 3 slicks available, the soft, the medium and the hard, and they also, should we need it later on in the week, have a wet weather tyre, but there are no intermediates. It is just one grooved tyre to move the water and to provide far more grip, and then you're on your own. If there's elements of maybe part of the circuit is dry and part of it is wet, big decision to make, because you can't go on effectively a cut slick anymore. Those days are in the past.
Right, Toyota held it back and have now suddenly put themselves first and fourth. It's now first and fifth, because though number 7 is top of the charts with Kamui Kobayashi, Dries van Tor in his second flying lap goes up into second place, half a second down. Best time so far, 3 minutes 24.75. That is intent from Toyota.
Too right, and the Ferraris got caught a little bit behind the inter-Europol competition LMP2 car, so that's compromised Antonio Fuoco. He still goes quickest though, in fairness, so it just shows there's even more time to be found potentially, but Fuoco back to the top with a 3:24.731 ahead of Kamui Kobayashi's Toyota, and now make that a Cadillac fastest as Sebastian Bourdais crosses the line. Car 3, the gold-fronted Caddy, 3:24.642, so he finds a further 89 thousandths of a second. This is already turning into a classic, Bruce Jones.
You talked about the changes in format of qualifying. Yes, it's earlier in the week, but it just seems to be much more intent in this session than maybe... Well, it's just frankly brilliant, just looking at the battling around the field. That's just to get position on the track, let alone set a fast time. But conditions are perfect, but just for a lot of the drivers, too many people sitting across their noses. But that new high point, 3 minutes 24.6 seconds. Sebastian Bourdais, hometown driver, will be the top driver in the hypercar class going into Hyperpole. Well, it's a long way from that, I can tell you.
So the best time so far is a 3:24.6. Last year's Hyperpole time was Fuoco, as I mentioned, and it was a 3:22.9. So we've not only got to get into the 3:23s, we've got to then get beneath the 3:23s to be anywhere close to last year's pace. However, test day last year compared to test day 2024 was slower, significantly slower. So these are cars that, remember, have been slow since the LMP1 days, but nevertheless, they've come on leaps and bounds in a 12-month period.
Yeah, well, I'm just taking a look across, and last year's fastest time in P2 was a 3:22.9. Already the AO by 32. Already it's only a 0.2 of a second slower than that. The best time again, the AO by TF Orica, but it is Louis Delatraz. He does these amazing things in P2 cars.
And a moment or two ago in the United Autosports USA entry, Ben Hanley piloting that. There are a couple of Bens in that this year. So you've got Mancunian, Hanley, and Texan Ben Keating. We were hearing from him with Joe earlier on in free practice 1.
Can we quickly talk about a third Ben Barker, because he's put Ford and Proton competition top in LMGT3, and I was thinking Ford was behind the curve, but that is a really good strong lap for him there, only by 0.2 of a second quicker than Fred Schandorf's Inception Racing McLaren, but Ford at least will love that one with Proton competition.
Let's talk about, even though we're still fairly early on in a 60-minute session, but the importance of finishing within the top 8 of this session, and anybody 9th and further down, that is where they will start this year's 24 Hours of Le Mans. So at the moment, missing out, the first car to miss out in Hypercar is Nicolas Lapierre's Alpine A44. Now the Alpines have made advances, it seems, or maybe they just weren't showing their full performance from test day when they were languishing well outside the top 10, but free practice 1 went much more to plan, and both cars were frequently seen in the top 5 positions, where they are currently 7th and now 9th, because Lapierre's just crossed the line to still stays in 9th, but crucially he's not in the top 8 at the moment. Already a tyre change though taking place at Toyota. It looks like the 8 car certainly getting left side tyres, and I would imagine all the way around on the Japanese cars.
Well, here's a little one to think about. We've Porsche Penske Motorsport, flag bearers of Porsche, works cars. Nick Tandy is their best placed runner. He can get this 18th position at the moment, 4.5 seconds off the current top time, which is Sebastian Bourdais' time for Cadillac.
Let's get to Joe for a Crowdstrike pit lane report. What have you been seeing on Ferraris?
I've got the 51 in for a very quick splash of fuel, currently showing second quickest car out there, and very shortly will be followed by the sister car, the number 50. The number 83, that's the yellow Ferrari, that's already been in, and now we see a fresh set of Michelin rubber going on the 51. So they're clearly giving the driver a fresh set of boots to go for a time. Here's the 50, that's got to clear the front of the 51, it does so, and it's 45 degrees. All right, it's not urgent, we're not going to lose time, it's not a race, it's a qualifying session, but it'll want to be out there as quickly as possible. The 50 just coming to the end of its stop, and it's bound to be swiveled round into a 45 degree angle pointing outwards this time, and that 51, keep an eye on it out there on the track. Not quite sure where it is in the standings at the moment, but the 51 is out and it'll be going for a time, as will the 50 very soon.
Fifth place for the 51, Joe. That's Alessandra Pierre Guidi, but the sister 50 car is better positioned. That's also in the pit lane as you've described. One or two eyebrows being raised about that tyre change for the number 8 Toyota GR010 because they've switched to medium tyres from the softs. So is the track temperature actually a touch too high for the soft tyres to properly work? Or maybe it's not high enough, I don't know. So 28.1 I have currently, Celsius, for the track temperature. Ambience, I mean, it's ambience, pleasant, but it's not stifling at 19 degrees. Cadillac fastest, Sebastian Bourdais in the pits. Now, there will be an element of thinking we've done enough here and we are potentially already in hyperpole. Why put more mileage on these tyres that will have to be used in the race at a later date? You get a new set for hyperpole which you can absolutely thrash without the worry of using them again. Let's head back to Dynamics at the other end of the pit lane for this Crowdstrike report.
The Peugeot Total Energies number 94 of Stoffel van Dorn, Paul de Resta, Lurk de Val. That one is on the pit apron waiting for tyres to go on. They're looking quite relaxed there. I spoke to some of the engineers on the 93 car earlier and they said they were running to their strategy and just pacing themselves. I can't see what tyres are coming out just yet, but they're all ready and the driver's still in the car, so that's not moved. So they are really waiting on time. Once I know what the tyres are, I'll let you know.
Kevin Estre with one heck of a moment coming into the first Indianapolis King, the right-hander, which when you get that wrong, you can all of a sudden find yourself into Indianapolis 2 backwards. But he kept control of it, and that was by going faster, I think, because these hypercars love to go fast. That's what sticks them to the ground at the end of the day. But that was a movement of the car that even he did well to deal with.
Sort of when you get a moment like that, I almost envisage Jeremy Clarkson shouting, "More power!" And that's Kevin Estre. He ascribes to that school of attack, and attack is what he knows. But he is just, even in a top prototype that's supposed to corner on rails, he still looks like the complete, not rocket, that's totally the wrong way, just an absolute hard man in the car.
AO by TF's Louis Delatraz is fastest in LMP2 Pro-Am. Cool Racing second quickest for Malte Jakobsen, and third in Prototype 2 it's Matthias Besch for Panish Racing, and he's heading back out onto the track in the number 65 for a little more action. Let's get this update from Joe.
So I've got the fabulous side of 3. Now we've got 3 of the 499Ps, the Ferraris. Now, all 3 of them at 45 degrees. They're still on their pit apron. They're still waiting for the go-ahead. The car controller's looking across to the pit wall. The flat-out hand from the pit wall saying, wait. I am not sure what they're waiting for. Maybe a lull in traffic. They've all been fueled the right amount. This is a run. This is a Ferrari run for a quick time to get them into that top 8. I'll let you know when these guys get on with it. But right now, they're being held by their pit wall.
Waiting for something, maybe waiting for you to give them the go-ahead, Joe. Thank you for that Crowdstrike pit report. Busy at Mulsanne corner where Nick Tandy turns right and regulates the throttle nicely, and in fact the Alpine up ahead of him is gentlemanly going to pull to the right to allow the quicker number 4 Porsche through, because this is quite clearly on a push lap. We are focusing on who's quickest so far, but we, as I say, will be paying close attention to who's set to miss out at any one moment of this top 8. The target of this session is to finish in the hyperpole places. That's top 8 in either hypercar, in LMP2/Pro-Am, that's all considered one category in this qualifying session, or in the brand new LM GT3s.
Okay, if I can look at those just outside the top 8, one of the Porsche Penske Motorsport cars, that's Matt Campbell in the number 5, is in 9th. The sister car, Kevin Estre, is just in 8th, but Brendan Hartley's number 8 Toyota, not in, that's 10th. Car that really flew this morning, Callum Ilott in the number 12 Hertz Team Jota Porsche, also just outside. It's going to keep on changing, but they've got to get a move on now.
Yet more news from Ferrari land. Here's Joe.
Yeah, so the 83 Ferrari, it's gone. That's the yellow one, remember. The 51, sorry, that's left also. The 50 sits here. I'm not sure what the engineer on the 50 is waiting for. We've got a leaf blower blowing air into the engine section, and we are waiting for the 50 to be released. However, keep an eye out on track. The 51 and the 83 are gone, and they're looking for for their optimum lap time, no question.
Okay, so out they go to join the party. One of the Lexus is coming in, the 78 Acodis ASP car. Lots of curb from Nick Tandy towards the end of his lap in the number 4 Porsche from Penske Motorsport. Over the sausage curbs at the Ford chicane. So at the moment in the hyperpole positions, we have Ford, McLaren, 2 Aston Martins, Lexus, Corvette, a Lamborghini and a second Ford Mustang. And the first cars to miss out at this stage, Yasser Shaheen's Porsche for Manthey EMA. And Shaheen's just brought that car in again. Now he's once more a bronze driver. I don't quite see the logic of keeping your bronze behind the wheel there when you're up against platinums and golds in the form of Christopher Mies, Marco Sorensen, Alex Riberas, Frederick Schandorf, people like that. It might be that Shaheen is wanting a little bit more track time before then switching over to his pro teammate, but we'll just have to wait and see how they're wanting to play it in car number 92, or 91 I should say. So the first car that is not in the hyperbole positions, Porsche, then the Iron Dames Lamborghini, which is 10th fastest, 2 Ferraris next, Larry Temvorda and Davide Rigon for J&W Motorsport, and Vista AF Corsa, the 54 car. And some key names in hypercar not yet in, although it almost looks like there's some celebrations kicking off down in pit lane. Is that Ben Barker getting congratulated?
Yeah, top of LMGT3. I obviously think he's done enough, or certainly done a very, very good job. And just to point out, the time he set, a 3-minute 55 lap, was a mere 6 seconds faster than that Proton competition Mustang. Managed when he was not last or second last, but third slowest. So it's a real step forward. And that, the session I talked about there was the Le Mans test day at the weekend, but a real stride forward for the tall Brit there and his crew.
The answer from Toyota regarding the 8 change of tyres from soft to medium is basically, we'll see in a few minutes. So that's the official line from the team. They're not going to give anything away quite clearly, but some experimental approaches from the Japanese mark. They've got the 7 car in there, and the 8 car is not at the moment. It is 10th. Brendan Hartley now on another run, but Toyota needing, with their 8 car, to find 2 more positions. And whilst we continue to savour some wonderful looking sports cars in this early evening daylight, with the Proton competition, Ford Mustang of Ben Barker fastest so far and almost willing to just give up the rest of the session, even though 36 minutes of it remain. One of the Lamborghinis is slower again, but that might be just to allow some quicker cars through and to buy itself some track space. But we can head back to Diana Binks with this Crowdstrike update.
I'm with the number 86 LMGT3, Mike Wainwright. You're sitting in the back of the garage with the engineers trying to work out what's wrong with the car. Is it electronics?
Yeah, look, we've got an electronics issue, and to be honest, we're not completely sure. We're changing the ECU now to see if that makes a difference. So we'll know in the next 5 minutes if we can do qualifying. Otherwise, we'll have to probably take the engine out.
That's really obviously pretty frustrating at this time of the event, on this qualifying session. Sorry, we were just getting moved out of the way. It distracted me there.
Look, it is what it is. Yes, we'd love to be doing qualifying, but we need to find the problem. We're lucky in a way that it's happened now and not during the race, because if what happened to me in session 1 would happen in the race, we would have been out.
Mike, well, look, I'll let you go and find out. Thanks ever so much.
You know, this is a new car to GR Racing for 2024. I don't remember them having such a significant issue previously, though, in the 3 World Endurance Championship rounds we've had so far. Actually, the Ferrari 296, which made its GT3 debut last year, notably taking victory at the Nürburgring 24 hours for the Fricadelli version. But it's now been brought into the LMGT3 rule set with the special torque sensors and whatnot. Certainly not a small budget in order to do that, but there have been many takers, and great to have Ferrari not only represented in the top class, as in Hypercar, but also many of them in LMGT3. Sadly, though, that all black with orange piping car sitting it out for the time being.
Is the car is a little on the edge from the rear axle in the slow speed corners.
Copy.
So that's a message to Daniel Mancinelli in the number 27 Heart of Racing Aston Martin, as we hear that strange straight 6 of the BMW number 46 of Maxime Martin. So Valentino Rossi misses out on qualifying duties, at least until now. I think even he will admit that the Belgian will be quicker than him, and this is the sort of environment that Maxime loves. He was having a snooze earlier on today at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
It looked that way, or he might be looking down to his telephone,
Maybe.
which is right in front of him. Right, the thing I want to look for at the moment is the pace of Brendan Hartley, who's gone back out. He's down in 10th position overall, so 2 positions behind getting into hyperpole. He's only 0.8 of a second away from that fastest time, still in the hands of Sebastian Bourdais, who's in the pits in his number 3 Cadillac. That's top of the charts, but only by 89 thousandths of a second from Antonio Fuoco. We've got Cadillac, Ferrari and Toyota, but it's the second Toyota, the number 8 that I'm interested in, and already a very good opening sector from Brendan Hartley.
And as the BMW of Martin threads its way through the Ford chicane at the end of another Circuit de la Sarthe lap, let's head to Joe Bradley for a CrowdStrike pit report.
So guys, the last time I looked, it was the number 14, the Aero entry, leading the LMP2 class with the fastest time. Still is, I'm being told. That car not happy with that pace, being in and what looked like either a roll bar change or a damper change. The front of the car came off and the mechanic's hands went into that area where that all of that can be adjusted. The car has now been lowered, it's out and it's back out there, trying to eke out even more speed.
Peugeot is in the pit lane. They've just come in to change tyres, and they're again just pacing themselves, but it's just fired up, so they've gone medium soft tyres, and that's black and on track now. That was very good.
I reckon we're not that far away from, thank you Pixie, from the 50 car going for another effort, because actually it came in towards the end of that lap. I heard reports from around the track that it was just starting to weave and try and get some temperature into those tyres, but it looks like Fuoco deciding to pit towards the end of that lap. Alessandro Pierguidi may not be that far away though from pushing on. So yes, the 50 car still sitting in pit road with the lollipop at the front of it, as Joe was describing not too long ago. They are definitely medium Michelins though on the 50 Ferrari, looking to repeat its success during Hyperpole last year, but it was interesting to me to hear about the 3 drivers in the 50 car reflecting on the 2023 race, in that they could very easily have won it as well. In the end they finished 5th, and for them it felt like that one of those races that got away for Antonio Fuoco, Miguel Molina and Nicholas Nielsen. So in a sense they're seeking revenge on their sister car, but also on 22 other hypercars, or 21 other hypercars once you take those 2 red Ferraris out of it. There's an awful lot of competition this year.
Right, for all frustrated race engineers listening at home or from their office all around the world, air temperature, what's it doing? It's going down as the evening falls here. We're halfway through this qualifying session. It's down to 19.1 degrees. Track temperature 28.5, humidity 44%. Actually, conditions as far as I can see absolutely perfect, and we're getting some very, very fast looking times coming in from the 2 Toyotas. At the moment, Toyota number 7 with Kamui Kobayashi is 3rd fastest. That set the fastest 2nd sector time of all, and likewise the sister car down in 10th, therefore not in the top 8, not heading for Hyperpole at the moment, is Brendan Hartley in the number 8. I think we're going to see both those going right to the top. At the moment it's the Cadillac, 3 minutes 24.642 seconds. I'm sure that time's going to be tumbled.
It is a car-best first sector for Alessandro Pierguidi, so 51 could be about to vault its way up the charts. Likewise, Brendan Hartley, 21 thousandths of a second quicker than anybody else through that short run to Tête Rouge, which represents the 32-second, well, it is when he drives it, 32-second sector, and then a much longer one, over double that, from Tête Rouge all the way down the Mulsanne straight, through the 2 chicanes and into Mulsanne corner. The Alpine looks spectacular coming through Porsche curves, very planted indeed, like it's in grooves, and I might have been able to guess it was Nicolas Lapierre at the wheel of the number 36 car. Somehow his body language is then issued throughout the car. He dodges to the left of the BMW number 31 to clear it in time for the Ford chicane, but he's got more traffic. They are prototypes though, so I'm not sure it's going to cause the Frenchman too much of an issue. DKR Engineering's LMP2 up ahead, the yellow Ferrari number 83 as well, and across the line it will go 6/10 down from the Cadillac time through that final sector, so maybe that traffic was more costly than I was illustrating.
Well, it's put him just outside the top 8, the all-important top 8 to go through to Hyperpole. Lapierre in 9th position. He needs to find 23 thousandths of a second, he'll get up to 8. But for Alpine to be sitting at the moment, halfway through qualifying, in 4th and 9th positions, they are making great strides in their first season with this car. But that dynamic shot, I mean, when both commentators in the box suddenly sort of go back, and that was our reaction to Lapierre's cornering performance, clearly he's got that car right on the edge. But what's the target going to be? It's still 3 minutes 24.6 seconds, but Toyota, and most notably the number 7 car with Kamui Kobayashi, are looking right on point at the moment.
Here we go. How much do we need to talk to you about Malte Jakobsen, who now goes top in LMP2? It's a 3:32.827, and that puts him 0.3 of a second clear of Louis Delatraz in exactly the same machinery, but it's an LMP2 entered car, as in they've got a silver in their lineup, now quicker than the best placed bronze Pro-Am. Louis Delatraz isn't the bronze, I hasten to add, he's the gold, but the AO by TF car is now shunted back down to second. The T is best, third fastest.
GT is behind you, GT is behind you. You can let them come back on you, but just stay in front.
Radio message to Jean-Eric Verne to say that there are GTs in and around where the Peugeot that the Frenchman drives, which is the number 93 car, is located on the track. Brendan Hartley in after moving up, or sorry, staying as he was, and into the pits. 11th position, so actually from net places he's dropped a spot.
He has, but that's because he didn't complete that lap, but he's come in, and I'm hearing news he's just had a set of medium Michelin's put on, so he's following the route that the sister car has done with Kobayashi, which is 3rd, so that's in. That's clearly what's required, and all the communication from Toyota Gazoo Racing went to the New Zealander out on the circuit. He showed he's got good feel for the car. He's now on a fresh set, but this time medium rubber.
As the 23 car from United Autosports, I keep hesitating there because this car, which is predominantly United Autosports liveries, but it's got the Wins nose on it, and a little bit of that livery then carries on down the side of the car. Still getting used to that. Got bright orange door mirrors though for Ben Hanley and the Ben Keating car, and just heading into Ford chicane now to tick off another lap. 5th position in the LMP2s when you total them up. Remember, we kind of ignore cars in the Pro-Am category, or whether they're in the standard LMP2s. They're all considered to be the same class for the benefit of this qualifying session.
Now, I haven't looked at LMGT3 for a while. We saw Ben Barker being congratulated when he brought the 77 into the Proton competition garage. Second fastest in class is Frederick Schandorf, Inception Racing. Then, just 0.8, but fully 0.8 of a second down, is the best of the rest in GT3. 3rd in class, with 3rd and 4th, 2 Aston Martins. Heart of Racing, number 27, Daniel Mancinelli. Owen Bastard for D-Station Racing. But I can now understand that Ben Barker must be very confident. That's why he's got out. The 77 is sitting in the pits at the moment, as is the second fastest in class, which is the Inception McLaren.
At rapid speed, the number 12 Porsche from Hertz Team Jota, driven by Callum Eilert, exits the Dunlop chicane and begins what looked like, well, again, from the body language of the car, it was a very good lap that he just completed at 3:25.145, and he might be on for a little bit more now, assuming the tyres still contain the necessary performance. So, first car to miss out, unbelievably, is Kevin Estre, and I'm not surprised to see that that car is rejoining the session in an effort to try and get into Hyperpole. That was a massive lock-up there for the 63 Lamborghini into the Dunlop chicane at the top of the hill. Mirko Bortolotti overcooking things and getting straight out of the throttle as a moment or two ago. Now, that the 38 or the 12? Because if that was the 12 car threading its way through and then ultimately going on to an incredible lap from Callum Islet, he had to do it by dodging around to the right and to the left of traffic in the process. Also, the typical line when you overcook the Forest S's of going down the grass section, that thin slither of grass to drivers left. An LMP2 car did that a short moment ago, as the medium Michelins have definitely been bolted on to Brendan Hartley's number 8 car. And what we're waiting now is for the 2 red Ferraris from Hypercar and the number 8 Toyota to rejoin the session. I can't quite believe we've had nearly 2/3 of this now, not a moment's peace, trying to keep you in tune with what's going on in each of the 3 categories. Suffice to say that Proton Competition with their Ford Mustang number 77, they think they've done enough work here to get the cars into Hyperpole, because Ben Barker's done a total of 4 laps. That's an out lap, 2 flyers and an in. And in the process of that, he did a 3:55.263 and then has basically parked it and gone back to the trailer for an early cup of tea to say, job done. Qualifying now we don't have to worry about until tomorrow at 8 o'clock, because they are very confident that the 77 car is in. Inception Racing, Frederick
Please let us
Shardoff.
know if you want mediums or softs.
If it's more than 1 lap, it has to be mediums, but I think it's the only chance we have. Otherwise, maybe I put a lap and then after the softs are gone.
So that is Pippo Dirani on the radio at Cadillac to say, well, the question was asked, would you like softs or mediums? And Joe Bradley's on the spot to maybe provide us an answer to that.
Yeah, I can't really see from here, Johnny, because I'm at the front of the car. But yeah, the 311 is that's the Whelan liveried entry.
It is.
The Cadillac has just been pulled out from within the garage. Meanwhile, just behind this car, the sister car, the number 3, the Works Cadillac from Ganassi, that's been sat there having done 4 laps in exactly the same fashion you described Ben Barker. Sebastian Bourdais did exactly the same. The number 3 Cadillac went out, put the car at the top of the timing screen, came in, parked up, been sat there on the jacks waiting for fresh tyres. The number 3 is now down off. Is it off the jacks? Hang on, step out into the danger zone. No, still on the jacks. However, it's been swiveled through 45 degrees. So that number 3 Cadillac's getting ready for a run, as is Pippo Dirani, now sat at the wheel of the Whelan Cadillac. So about, now then, I thought Dirani was about to leave, he's not. The rear deck has come off and something, a little bit of toolkit come out. So the rear of the 311 Cadillac being tinkered with. And I'm just seeing what that is. If I can tell what that is, that might be right height. No, it's a damper. They're changing a damper setting on the rear.
And whilst you were looking at that, we can get another Crowdstrike pit report from the other end of the pit lane, because Diana Binks has been watching Toyotas. I think they've both been in. Now one is on the move.
It is. The number 8 is back out, but number 7 just came in and is on the pit apron. They're just cleaning the windscreen, changing tyres on that one as well. But they sort of swiveled around the number 8, so that could make its way out. As we know, the pit lane's pretty tight here, but the number 7 team are around that car. No major rush or any panic going on. They're just changing those tyres to, I think it's mediums. Let me just give me one more second while they come around.
Binksy looking out for the sidewall. It's two bright yellow bands on the sidewall, isn't it, that tells us that it's on mediums?
Yes, I can see it. It's got mediums on. There's quite a lot of cars in the pit in area already here. The number 9, the 44, the 77 that you talked about, Ben Barker, that's still sitting on the pit apron. So it's obviously a last-minute dash into the pit lane here as the number 7 fires up on those mediums, and it will head back out onto the track.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see the 77 in this session again, because they sit now fastest car. Why put more mileage on tyres that you're going to have to use in the race? They're effectively into Hyperpole. So Ben Barker has always been a very efficient driver, and that is the way to go qualifying that that Brendan Hartley has done so many times before. You know, he's given one set of tyres, or a set of race tyres, but he'll literally do one fast lap on, and that'll do. And we'll start wherever possible. And a lot of the time for the Kiwi, it has been a pole position from that effort. Yellow flags early in the lap though, and this is at Marshall Post 11. I say early in the lap, it's actually at the first chicane, so perhaps somebody has spun there, causing a drama, and I'd be surprised if a pole position is permitted during this time. 19 minutes to go, and it's green again at the first chicane, and I'll remind you on who is right on the bubble.
Seriously, some feedback on the car. What do we need? What's the issue between last session and now? Did you get any understeer at all since we started the session? Not more than before, no.
Inception Racing Radio. I'll remind you on who's exactly on the bubble, as in 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, etc. in a moment, just as soon as we've heard from Joe with this Crowdstrike report.
Yeah, I've done some. I've come round to the back of the number 311 Whelen Cadillac, and it wasn't just a damper change, it's a complete spring change. They've gone from now the teams colour code their springs depending on how stiff or how soft they are. They've gone from a red one to a blue one, but I can clearly tell that the blue one is stiffer. They've gone from a spring, the actual sort of dimension of the spring being the thickness of my little finger to the thickness of my thumb, so that means they've gone stiffer on the rear end. Durrani needing a more planted rear end. It's going to be a bit lively, I think, more lively than the softer rear end would have given him.
I know the reason why there was a yellow flag at the first chicane. The number 8 Toyota has had the spin, so the Brendan Hartley car that we were waiting for so long to join the session, rejoin the session on the mediums, he's gone out on cold tyres, hit the brakes into the first chicane, and the GR010 has completely rotated on Hartley, and he did very, very well to keep it out of the barriers both left and right. A scary moment there for Brendan.
Well, scary for all sorts of reasons, but we were just about to say who's in the bubble. He's not on the bubble. He's down in 12th place. The sister car, number 7 Toyota, is third fastest, but that was the opportunity on the medium rubbers for the Kiwi to get in. Has he damaged the tyres with that moment? We do not know. So, Johnny, let's just go back. The bottom car, if you will, within the Hyperpole category at the moment is 8th place, obviously, and that's Dries van Tor, the number 15 BMW, that's been looking very handy in this session, but the car immediately behind him, the best of the rest, is Kevin Estre, who is on what we call a run in the number 6 Porsche, so that has got to be one that's really seriously tilting towards the top.
And the gap between 8th and 9th is 25 thousandths of a second. That's the sort of margins we're talking here. A further 22 thousandths of a second slower than Estre's time is Nicolas Lapierre in the 36 Alpine, and then another Porsche Penske Motorsport car of Matt Campbell.
You will have only... Okay, focus on next lap.
Focus on next lap is the message to Maxime Martin in the 46 WRT BMW, because 46 is not currently in there. In fact, he's down in 17th position, trying to make the top 8, remember. So 7th right now, Michelle Gatting in her Lamborghini of Iron Dames, 85. 8th fastest is the 87 Acodis ASP team Lexus. Then it's the Manthey Pure Racing car of Klaus Bachler. At this phase, missing out in the top 8 positions. The 92 car now driven by the Austrian, but he's on an outlet, so we'll allow him to try and build some tyre temperature and push again. 10th fastest and therefore not into Hyperpole as things stand, Daniel Juncadella in the TF Sport Corvette number 82, and then Gregoire Sauzet for United Autosport in their McLaren 59. 12th fastest is the 54 Davide Rigon Ferrari for Vista AF Corsa. These are massive names, not currently in the top 8, and rather tellingly for me, of the top 5 times in LMGT3, 4 of them have pitted. Make that now 5 of the top 6 cars have pitted. Do they all think they've done enough? As the 6 cars had a moment, it's the Porsche Penske Motorsport 963. Very, very sideways for Kevin Estre. He's not yet into the top 8. Still there, perilously close in 9th, just 25 thousandths of a second too slow.
Right, we've got 15 minutes this 1 hour session remaining, and we've got a couple of slow cars out on the circuit. We've had a spin from one of the 2 Lamborghinis, that's car 63, and yet we've had the problem for Brendan Hartley with his moment out at the first chicane. Suddenly the moment for the car in 9th, the car just outside the bubble, Kevin Estre. It's a question about getting it right and delivering an entire lap. We could see quite a change. So right now the cars at the top of the table will be feeling increasingly happy with life, but really, as you said, in GT3 there are some cars and drivers you wouldn't expect not to be in the top 8, and likewise particularly in Hypercar.
37 Cool Racing Orica is in after Malte Jakobsen's lap. the Lamborghini stranded at the Dunlop chicane, so that's causing at the moment a yellow flag. If it stays there any longer, it might even be a slow zone, and we're inside the final 15 minutes of this hour-long session. Mirko Bortolotti is delicately reversing the car back towards the road surface. At least the number 99 Porsche is into the session, as we hear Esteban Masson team radio.
3 for the straight, please. 2 for the lap and 3 for the straight. You will have one more free lap after this one.
One more free lap after this one for the 87 Lexus. But from the LMP2 perspective, it's green all the way around the racetrack now, by the way. The latest yellows have been withdrawn. 37 Cool Racing Orica is in. 14 AO by TF Orica in. As are 23 United Autosports, 65 Palace, 28 EDEC, 183 AF Corsa, that's Nicholas Varone. Into Europol competition, last year's winners with their 34 car, and also in the 10 Vector Sport car, missing out by 8 thousandths of a second at this stage, the 24 Nielsen car of Fabio Scherer, Ben Viscal in the number 9 Proton, and the 22 United of Ollie Jarvis. Jarvis not even in the top 8 at this stage. James Allen set to miss out in the number 30 Duquesne car.
You know what's just so remarkable, it's the names you're reeling off here, but it's also the fact we're dealing in thousandths of a second between these cars. It's so super close, and of course it's a really long lap here, which make, you know, you can sort of reduce those by a factor of 3 and get the what you'd have on a regular circuit. But there are going to be lots of tales of I should have. Well, you didn't, did you? Right, go and make your own tea.
Or the dinner's in the dog, perhaps. The 9 car's going to have some adjustment to the rear deck. That's a rear wing angle, I believe. One of the Alpines back in pit road. The Isotta Fraschini is going to rejoin the session, as well as at least one LMP2 car sweeps to its left-hand side. Is that still Jean-Carl Vernet in the Isotta? Yes, it is, who had a moment quite early on. 23rd position for the brand new car, for the 30s brand being brought back. Something like 50 years since they meaningfully built cars and limousines, I think it was, favoured by Hollywood superstars.
Why do you need 2 cars for each of the top teams? Because if one has a problem, you have a chance with the other. And I was wondering if we get 2 Alpines into the Hyperpole shootout. Nicolas Napier has the engine cover off.
Track is clear with the P2.
Okay, that's clearly a report from Kevin Estre there, because the clock is counting down. We've got just 12 minutes remaining, and his number 6 Porsche is the one just outside the top 8, just out of the Hyperpole positions, in 9th overall. How much down? 25 thousandths of a second, but traffic is not his friend.
Sebastian Bourdais' best time, or Sebastian's time is the best, perhaps as a phrase. The number 3 gold-fronted V-Series R set a 3:24.642 very early on in the session. 50 Ferrari is into Hyperpole. The 7 Toyota likewise, as is the 35 Alpine. It's been driven by Paul-Luc Chatin. The number 2 Cadillac of Alex Lynn. The 51 Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi. The 12 Hertz Team Jota Porsche Callum Eilert. And the 15 BMW for Dries Vanthoor. So Kevin Estre still 25 thousandths of a second too slow. Something like 500ths of a second too slow is Nicolas Lapierre's Alpine A424. And then you've got another Penske Motorsport 963 not yet in. So none of those Penske cars are currently fast enough to make it into Hyperpole. Kevin Estre is the closest, and he just left 2 solid black tram lines through the second element of the Porsche curves. Just shows how hard the Frenchman is pushing in the Salzburg livery Porsche.
Impressive car sparking away as he gets onto the Ford chicane. There's a Lamborghini, I think it's probably the Mirko Bortolotti's one, that was recovering from its spin at the Dunlop curves. But the question is, what's he going to do? What time have we got? 10.5 minutes remain, slightly less than that, and still that target time. Kevin Estre, though, bam, does the job required of him. Number 6 up to 6th place, and that was with traffic.
Yeah, fabulous to equal the race number on the car as well. How exact do you want to be? But he had a huge moment coming over the bridge through that second bit of Porsche curves. Again, managed to hang on to it. Well, this was the point of the hypercar design, so that us fans could see the cars move around on the road. Well, that is precisely what Kevin Estre had to do. That was almost opposite lock required in the number 6, but it was fast as well, and it gets the Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 into 6th. That's the only one of their 3 cars currently to be in the hyperpole positions.
So what that's done, that's knocked the number 15 BMW from BMW WRT out of hyperpole at the moment. Dries van Tor in 9th position. He needs to find effectively a 10th of a second to get back into the top 8. Still looking to see what Brendan Hartley can do. Down in 12th place. Remember, he came in and put on a fresh set of medium rubber. We thought he'd go for a quick time. When he did, he made the mistake, but he's now fighting back. But the clock is not his friend.
2 laps left. You will get traffic both laps, probably. We need a lap.
Maxime Martin did improve in the BMW. That was a bit more team radio to the 8 Toyota to say you will get traffic on this lap, but you're running out of opportunities now, Brendan. Only 9 minutes left on the clock. So yes, although Maxime Martin in the LMGT3 category in his BMW improved, it's still not enough to put him into the top 8. We also, in that category, saw a better lap for Esteban Masson in the 87 Lexus, but that car was already in the top 8, so it's further cemented its position. But Klaus Bachler is 16 thousandths of a second close enough. Well, not enough. He's 16 thousandths of a second away from bagging that 8th position from the Lexus. So Klaus Bachler, the next one set to maybe jump into the top 8. Daniel Juncadella is waiting in the wings in the TF Sport Corvette. Neither of those cars are into the hyperbole places just yet. We do have a McLaren in, the Inception car. In fact, are there 2 McLarens in? They were earlier on. I think it's still just the one car, though.
What we got, though, is a change at the top because Dries van Tor is suddenly, I thought the traffic had finished him off, but he's now on provisional pole by 0.177 of a second ahead of Cadillac Racing Sebastian Bourdais. He was 9th. He needed to get in the top 8. Well, he's done it properly. The Belgian's gone top.
Superb, yeah. And right at the exact time that he needed to do that as well, having dropped out of the top 8. And he finds that's out of nowhere. Oh, a superb lap as Estra's overcooked it and has ended up nearly on the roundabout at the Mulsanne corner. Hit the brakes very, very late on indeed. Nearly collided with Lamborghini, maybe, or a green LMP2. And some of the Cadillac drivers wincing at that. Shows you how hard Kevin Estre is trying to push. He's already into the top 8 positions, but wants to be more sure of it, because he's dropped to 7th after Dries van Tor leapfrogged them all to go provisional pole.
Yeah, I think it might have been Mirko Bortolotti's car that was just up in front of him, but both, the other Caldarelli car has just come out of the pits right now. But that lap from Dries van Tor was really spectacular. I was thinking that you've got 4 cars up ahead of you going through the corner chicane.
Slowly, yes. The tyres are not good anymore.
Understood.
He's going to be finishing the lap slowly. Tyres are finished, basically. But the reason why Estre was pushing so hard, he'd gone purple in Sector 1, he'd gone purple in Sector 2. Part of the reason he went purple in Sector 2 was because he was going straight on at Mulsanne and continuing down the Lindoire du Nadier. You have to turn right there, Kevin, even though the middle sector was very, very good.
But he's 7th. He's still within the top 8. But who's attacking in class behind him? Who's in 8th position? It's Alessandro Pierguidi. Who's in 9th position? Callum Aylott. I'd put quite a lot of money on him getting that number 12 Hertz Team Jota Porsche 963 into the top 8, and he needs to, because they've only got one Porsche in the top 8 at the moment, and that's Estre's car, which we know will go no faster.
Top 8 provisionally in LMGT3 Proton competition. We know all about Ben Barker's time. He's out of the car. Inception Racing's McLaren, second fastest. Iron Link's Lamborghini, number 60. Franck Pereira, third quickest. Rejoining the session is Alex Riberas in the Aston Martin of Heart of Racing Team, number 27. JMW Motorsport have pitted. Their fifth fastest. Maybe Larry Temvorder is happy enough with the 356.4 that he did. 6th, 7th, 8th currently D-Station Racing Aston Martin, Iron Dames Lamborghini 85 and the 87 Acodis ASP Lexus. So Klaus Bachler still so close, but no cigar at the moment. 16 thousandths of a second for the Austrian in the 92 Man-Type Pure Racing Porsche. Daniel Juncadella missing out in 10th. He's in the 82 Corvette. Gregoire Sauce in the United McLaren 59 is 11th, and 12th the WRT Maxime Martin BMW. It's small steps for the Belgian, but it's just not quite enough with 5 minutes still to go.
Ben Barker's just wandered out. Seeing anything much going on in qualifying, because he's still sitting pretty at the top of LMGT3. His judgment was right, so still top. The clock is counting down.
And at the Ford chicane, Nick Tandy only 20th for Nick. Wants a lot better than that. Well, he's done an absolute best through the first sector, 0.4 of a second down in the second. Oh, and he got out of the throttle quite significantly through that final sector. What's Pipo Derani up to all of a sudden? Because he's gone quickest through the first sector, so this could be a very good time for the 311. It's a 32. No, he's coming into the pits, and big lock-up as he did so as well. So the Wayland Cadillac V-Series R is going to have to bail. That was green and green through the first bit of the lap, but obviously something went very, very wrong in the longest sector, the final tour to the line.
Well, he was 19th when he went out to start that lap, 19th overall when he came in, so way a second, about 1.2 seconds away from getting into the all-important top 8 to get into Hyperpole. The clock counts down. It's just under 4 minutes remaining. Let's just go through who's at top. Dries van Tor, top in the hypercar class, car number 15. 8th position, so just at the bottom is Kevin Estre. He can't defend that position, the number 6 Porsche in the pits. And maybe, just maybe, Callum Ilott in 9th will be the one that hops up. Let's find out.
Fabio Scheras got the gap even further down between 9th and 10th places, but Verone, somebody slotted in between those two cars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, missing the 8th place LMP2 car for some reason.
Ollie Jarvis? I've got him 8th on mine.
He flips to 8th, and now I lose the 7th place car. There's something awry slightly with the timing there. Let's assume Niccolo Verone is in that case as well then. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. Yeah, so Verone should be in at this stage, but the driver at risk is therefore Fabio Scherer, who has got the gap down. He's just done his best lap of the session with a 3:34.7, but still not quite good enough. Clement Novalak's not a million miles away for inter-Europol competition in the 34 car either. Now Brendan Hartley, 0.2 of a second, 0.2.5 of a second, very nearly up on his previous time, but he's not going as fast as he could do coming through Porsche curves. So maybe again, just blending out of the throttle to allow himself the best possible exit out of full
try
decay.
more rearward anti-roll bar this time, and then you'll have one more push, Brendan. One more push.
2 minutes on the clock, 2 minutes 26 seconds, and we have a red flag. So just as Brendan's about to go for it, so he's going to stay surely in 12th position overall. Oh, let the breath out. So for why the red flag?
That's got to be it. That's got to be it. There's only 2 minutes and 27 seconds left on the clock, and even though the clock has stopped, it's going to take you way longer than that to complete an outlap. And it was the Toyota the problem. Is this what's caused the red flag? The number 7 Toyota hit the curb coming out of Porsche and through the gravel and didn't hit anything solid, incredibly. But Kamui Kobayashi bouncing his way sideways through the stones there, pushing on the ragged edge. I'm not quite sure why he was giving it so much, because that car was already 4th and it had completely scuppered any chance of Brendan Hartley getting into the hyperbole positions. So he has done the 8 car no favours whatsoever with that.
And Kevin Estre is now sending a Christmas card because that's protected his 8th position. Sending a Christmas card to the Toyota crew in number 7, that's Kobayashi. So Kobayashi, ironically, ruins the chances, the fight back from the sister car to get into the top 8.
So let's get some reaction very quickly to the qualifying session that determines, of course, the top 8 positions in each of the 3 categories. Let's get to Joe Bradley first of all.
You guys must be happy with that so far.
Yeah, it was definitely a fantastic lap from Seb. You know, he's always on it in qualifying, and obviously a home track for him, so it's definitely really fitting. That's stage 1, right? We get now through to the Fast 8 or Super Pole or however it works over here, but just happy for him. You know, we had a little bit of a rough session earlier just with car balance, and they went back on a few things, and he's obviously smiling a lot more now.
Scott, there's nobody playing games out there. Well, that was a flat-out session, I think we saw.
Yeah, chaotic, I think, just trying to get a clear lap, you know, and I think with so many different speed cars going in-laps, out-laps, no tyre warmers this year, so the out-lap is a lot slower, and I think that definitely caught some people out. But no, everybody's flat out. I hope everybody's flat out, because we definitely are.
Right, great stuff. Thanks, Scott.
Scott Dixon from Cadillac, and some great descriptions there. I'm sure we get reaction from BMW very shortly indeed as well, because that car fastest in the qualifying session. And even though that is academic in a sense, because there's a much more important hyperpole session to come tomorrow at 8 o'clock, nevertheless, that's some statement for a car that's never been to Le Mans before to outpace by 0.177 of a second Cadillac and then Ferrari by 2.5, over 2.5 tenths. But Ferrari didn't need to show absolutely everything in their hand. Likewise, Toyota didn't need to show all that they had up their sleeve, but they did want to get both cars into the hyperpole positions, and Brendan Hartley was just about to give it some to try and do that. And then the Kamui Kobayashi incident happens coming out of the Porsche curve sequence. It was into Corvette corner, what used to be called, may still be called that these days. And now, intriguingly, the 7 is under investigation regarding its lap times. Now, I'm not sure whether all the lap times are potentially going to be looked at there, or whether the one towards the end is the one that's the issue. But it was okay, of course, because it was the reason for the issue is that it has caused a red flag. So the 7, having caused the red flag, may have all of its times wiped as a result of that, and therefore that might take both Toyotas out of hyperpole. Kamui Kobayashi's innocuous incident, and by the way, that car's now being lifted out of the gravel trap and onto the asphalt. But is it that all the times will be taken away? Times closer to the red flag, but generally the rule is you cause a red flag, you are not allowed to continue on in the session. Well, there were only 2.5 minutes of it anyway, but then there's also a retrospective penalty sometimes to make sure that you weren't either trying to do favours for a teammate or likewise go completely the opposite way, which is what Brendan Hartley will feel. We'll get reaction in a moment from BMW and perhaps even Dries Van Tor, but let's head back to the pit lane and to Joe.
Vincent, is that surprise as much of a surprise to you as it was to everyone here at Le Mans?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of a surprise for us, but what an incredible lap from Dries. Of course, the red flag at the end maybe help us. I mean, we have to be fair on that. But for a first step here in Le Mans, it's a great feeling.
Where is the car's performance coming from? Is it the fast straights? Is it good through the twisty bits?
Well, I think as we can see, it's on the last in the last sector that Dries is making quite a huge difference. I mean, it's just an incredible lap that he has done.
Does this add a pressure to tomorrow? And Vincent's just Dries Van Tor just turned up, the man of the moment. Does this add a pressure to the team going into hyperpole tomorrow?
No, I think the pressure is there for the race. I mean, what is here now, what is happening here now is just a good feeling, but it has nothing to do with the race.
Let's see if we can get a word with Dries Van Tor, who's just about to take his helmet off. He's literally just took his helmet off. The balaclava is off. Dries, congratulations. If you could give us an idea of how that lap came to you. He's just got his earplugs in. I hope he can hear me. Those in ears. Tell us a little bit about how that lap came to you.
Yeah, we tended to wait. We did a lap in the beginning and then we waited. For sure because of actually hoping for a red flag to then have a good to then have a good position again after the red flag because we are the last box. But it didn't came, and then the track improved. We knew the others were improving as well. But the car was really good, so yeah, really happy. Big thank you to, it's only a pole position, we still have hyperpole and we still have a 24-hour race to go, but everybody's working flat out since we started the first year, and a big thanks to everyone working behind the scenes who you don't see here, but working back at the factory and also behind the boxes here. So thanks to thanks to BMW and thanks to WRT, but we still have a very, very long way to go.
Thanks to you for a great lap. Well done, Dries. Congratulations.
Dries Van Tor from the number 15 BMW M Team WRT M Hybrid V8. Before that, Vincent, Joe said several times, Vincent Voss from the Team WRT crew as well. So very happy, although a tad tentative because they know it's not job done and anything close to that, but they do know that this BMW that has done a full season in IMSA competition, it was entered into the FIA World Endurance Championship, their opening round in March at Qatar, but on the asphalt in Le Mans for the first time, and they are quicker than everybody else after the first significantly timed session. It's not a pole, but it is quickest in qualifying, and all that does at this stage for the BMW is take them through to the next stage of the qualification process, which will continue at 8 o'clock tomorrow night for 30 minutes, where we will have 8, 16, 24 cars in total on the circuit. Interestingly as well, the Alex Lynn Cadillac is now being shown as stopped, but I think that's all rooted to the fact that we're under red flag and cars are expected through speed traps and through timing loops earlier than they are capable of doing, because they're obeying the red flag procedure. So here's the 8 that will go into Hyperpole tomorrow. Dries Vanthoor's number 15 BMW, the number 3 Cadillac of Sebastian Bourdais, and we heard from Scott Dixon in reaction to that. The 50 Ferrari of Antonio Fuoco, so he could yet repeat his feat from 2023 and do another Hyperpole best time tomorrow. Kamui Kobayashi with a big question mark above his head in the number 7 Toyota, because he's just caused the red flag which prevented the sister Toyota, Brendan Hartley, from being able to attempt a final push lap, as the team called it. So Toyota 8 definitely not in the session. That finishes 12th, and we're still waiting for full confirmation as to whether the 7 car gets into Hyperpole or not. The 35 Alpine is there though, the Alpine A424, new for this year. The number 2 Cadillac makes it 2 V-Series Rs into the session tomorrow, and there'll be 2 Ferrari 499Ps, because both the 50 and the 51 have made it. And a last-ditch effort from Kevin Estre, which the next attempt actually threw him off onto the roundabout at the Mulsanne corner, but he'd already done a 3:25.0, which puts him into the top 8. If, for whatever reason, they throw the 7 Toyota out for causing the red flag, then it'll be Callum Eilert who gets into the top 8 Hyperpole positions. But for the time being, the 12 Hertz Team Jota 963 just misses out, as does the second Alpine number 36, the 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 of Matt Campbell, and in 12th position was, as I've mentioned, Brendan Hartley's Toyota. Other cars not to make it, the 83 Ferrari, the yellow one, both of the Lamborghinis, number 19 and 63, the Proton Porsche, Julian Andlauer, number 99, that was late to the session anyway. Neither of the Peugeots got in, the 93 and the 94. The sister BMW missed out, that's the 20 car, and the 311 Cadillac, Wayland Cadillac racing car, did not get into Hyperpole. And I don't think anybody expected the Isotta Fraschini to qualify into the top 8. That was, perhaps unsurprisingly, 23rd out of 23 Hypercars, but they are just hoping, I'm sure, for a race finish above anything else. LMP2, always action-packed, and we try to give that as much airtime as possible, but it's Malte Jakobsen who's the star, a 3:32.827, and I know Binksy is doing her level best to try and chase down the tall Dane. But he has finished fastest of the LMP2s. But also into Hyperpole, the 14 AO by TF Orica for Louis Delatraz. Ben Hanley's United Autosports 23 car is in. Matthias Besch in the Panis 65. The 28 E-Deck Sport car, Joop van Uitert was qualifying that. Patrick Pilet in the Vector Sport number 10. DKR Engineering's Laurence Hoare, number 33, got in, as did Oliver Jarvis late in the piece, but the 22 United Autosports car makes it 2 of those Yorkshire-based cars into Hyperpole positions, and therefore missing out. The first to miss out, Nico Varone in the AF Corsa Orica number 183. Nielsen Racing's Fabio Scherer, number 24, didn't make it, nor did the 34 into Europole competition of Clement Novalak. Bent Viscal, James Allen and Frederick Vesti for Proton, for Duquesne and for Cool, non-qualifiers for Hyperpole. And in LM GT3, Ben Barker did that so early on, he only needed 4 laps. That was the fewest of any within the category, so he's got to grips with that front engine car like nobody's business. Frederick Schandorf in his McLaren, the Inception racing car, outpaces the 2 offerings from United Autosports to finish the session second. Also in TF Sports Corvette, Daniel Juncadell, he missed that, or I missed that at the time, but the 82 car driven by the Spaniard up to 3rd and easily in. ahead of Franck Pereira's Lamborghini Huracan, number 60 Iron Lynx. The 92 Manthey Pure Racing Klaus Bachler-driven Porsche. Of course, he made it in, even though he was toying with 9th position for much of the session. Alex Riberas in the heart of racing, Aston Martin, 6th fastest, ahead of the J&W Motorsport Ferrari of Larry Ten Voorde, number 66. And Marco Sorensen brings the big 777 D Station Racing Aston Martin into Hyperpole tomorrow. So Michel Gatting, the first to miss out in the Iron Dames Lamborghini. Esteban Masson in the Acodis Lexus. Neither Lexus in the end finishing the top 8. Likewise for United Autosports, they didn't get either of their cars into Hyperpole. Team WRT, well, yes, it's a great story on one side of the garage wall, but not so much for the two LMGT3s within BMW, because Maxime Martin and Augusto Farfus both miss out. And I could give you a whole list of other LMGT3s that will now be a tad disappointed. Way too much curve for Kamui Kobayashi late in the session though, Bruce. And that, to me, was quite an avoidable incident, and therefore could look to be, frowned upon by race direction.
Well, it was one of those ones where you didn't have a hypercar going past a P2 car and a GT3 at the same time and having to adjust line. He was all on his own. And, the officials will be looking at that right here, right now. But for a lot of teams, that really has already, let us said, with so much traffic, there'd be ifs, whats and maybes. But that's really a huge factor. For a lot of the drivers, in fact, we just heard from Brendan Hartley being told, right, this is your final lap. Let's see what you can do. And, alas, didn't get to complete it. But the main beneficiary was, frankly, Kevin Estre, who was the one who was having to basically sit back and watch his time be toppled, but no one got a chance to do so. So he held on to that 8th place to get out into Hyperpole in that number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport entry. So he'll be the one heaving a sigh of relief.
So we have qualifying done and dusted for today, but there is more free practice planned for later on this evening. It's just gone 10 past 8, and therefore at 10 o'clock this evening there is more free practice for a further 2 hours, and of course we'll have that covered live here on the Radio Show Limited network and 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans for 2024. But between now and then, you can hear Crowdstrike, endurance, teamwork and speed. We'll also be looking at Ferrari and their history at Le Mans. There'll be a real-world road test from the Alpine A110, and also a chance to catch up with Crowdstrike as well, again, before we head into our second free practice of the week. And bear in mind, tomorrow, lots happening, but the track action that includes the 24-hour cars, there's a 3-hour free practice 3, which kicks off at 3 p.m. through till 6. Then the much-anticipated Hyperpole session. Again, there's quite a bit of build-up to that as well, as you might expect here on the Radio Show Limited network of channels and on 91.2 FM if you're listening live at the track. So we begin our coverage for that at 10 to 8, all the way through till 9:15 to sum up what we've just witnessed over 30 minutes. And then we're still not done with free practice at the end of Hyperpole tomorrow evening, because there's a further hour of practicing in the hours of darkness between 10 and 11 o'clock. My thanks to Diana Binks and to Joe Bradley, who've been providing the Crowdstrike pit lane reports. Also to Bruce Jones. Well, that was busy, wasn't it? I wonder what Hyperpole will bring for us tomorrow. But stay tuned to 91.2 FM for plenty more, including from Crowdstrike, from Ferrari and from Alpine. And we'll be back with the live track action at 10 to 10 tonight.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.
Radio Le Mans weather.
Weather on Radio Le Mans brought to you by VP Fuels. Periods of cloud and sun at Le Mans as the sun's starting to dip now and the temperature's just starting to ebb away. The northerly winds of 9 kilometres helping to take some of that cloud cover away as well. And there'll be a low of 12 tonight. Whatever the weather, you can depend on VP Fuels and lubricants.
of the past. But we did ask Peter Mackay to look back into the history of the world's greatest motor race and find some examples of endurance, teamwork and speed.
Since the first running of the 24 Hours of Le Mans in 1923, there have been so many great examples of true endurance, whether it be by driver or by the cars that they compete with. And when you look back to those earliest days, some of the feats of endurance were just incredible. In those early days, it was commonplace to have just two drivers competing in a car. So to do two drivers competing for 24 hours, one after the other, relaying in that car, and what these cars were like in the 1920s to drive, the lack of lighting, the physicality of what they were like to control at top speed. It's just simply impossible to imagine what those early competitors went through. But the 24 Hours of Le Mans has always been about proving the endurance of the automobile particularly, but also the drivers. And for me, and maybe I'm a little biased here coming from the United Kingdom, but bear with me. When you think back of those early days, there is no greater combination which I think of where you think of feats of endurance, and that is the Bentley motor car and the Bentley way that a car can possibly handle 24 hours, let alone someone piloting it for that long. But an enthusiastic privateer owner in John Duff and his co-driver Frank Clement managed to persuade W.O. Bentley to say, we can do this, your car can do this, help us. And only really at the last minute did W.O. Bentley truly provide some support to this effort. And Clement and Duff and their two mechanics and all their spares packed up this Bentley 3-litre and drove it from Cricklewood in North London all the way down to Le Circuit de la Sarthe and competed in that very first race and finished in 4th place. And after that race, W.O. Bentley's attention had been grabbed. He thought, wait a minute, maybe there is something to this. Because at that time, Bentley's whole ethos and the whole way they promoted their product was that it was the best car in its class, that it was hugely engineered, that it had great design, it was reliable, it was fast, most importantly. And these are things, all of which are critical to a successful Le Mans winning race car. In fact, they still exist to this day. And in 1924, that faith, that enthusiasm that John Duff and Frank Clement showed paid off when they won their first ever Le Mans for Bentley. And it's just, when you think about it, it's just amazing to think what they achieved at that time. And W.O. Bentley, after that victory, he took out an advertisement in the papers in the UK, and the quote above it was, "A triumphant vindication of the Bentley car and the designing policy that stands behind it." Now, you could only say that with that backup of saying, we went to France, we competed in this 24-hour endurance race, and we won. We defeated all comers from all over. And that success continued all the way through. From 1927 to 1930, Bentley were unbeaten at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. They were the feared team, not only because of the incredible motor car that W.O. Bentley designed and engineered and tested, but the quite remarkable men that drove those cars. Guys like Dudley Benjafield, the world's fastest doctor at the time. Sammy Davis, who was a racing driver but also a journalist too. Wolf Bonato, an aristocrat effectively, who inherited a large amount of money from his family's diamond business, and he ended up buying the company because he loved the the Bentley car, and he believed in the Bentley car. Henry Birkin, a name which is just synonymous with the Bentley brand and success at Le Mans. And what these gentlemen and their cars did truly solidified the brand values of Bentley, which exist to this day. A car which is hugely fast, is really overly engineered, is very reliable, and is up to any task that the public highway can throw about it. When you look at modern day Bentley, that's what it stands for. But those values, they were founded with true feats of endurance at Le Mans. And when you look at a highlight of what was achieved in those early days by those Bentley 3 litres and 4.5 litres and Bentley Speed 6s, and you look at what they achieved, there's no real greater feat of endurance than 1927, when Bentley won the 24 Hours of Le Mans for the second time. At just over 9 o'clock, just over 5 hours into the race, Sammy Davis is at the wheel, and he's coming up to Maison Blanche, or White House, and he sees just ahead there's a big pile-up. There's been a big accident. There's cars all over the road. And he managed to scrub off a little bit of speed, but not enough to stop in time, and ended up in that accident. And old number 7, as she became known, was heavily damaged. There was a damaged wheel, there was bent steering, a smashed headlight. Sammy Davis had to limp the car back, extricate it from this big pile-up and bring it back to the pits, fix the car, and then Benji, or Dudley Benjifield, jumped into the car and drove into the darkness, into the pouring rain, and drove through the night along with Sammy Davis. And when day broke on Sunday, they were starting to claw it back. You're thinking, how could this be possible? Could they come back from a big accident to win the 24 Hours of Le Mans? And come 4 o'clock that day, only 8 cars made it to the finish. So those 8 cars, they truly showed a feat of endurance. But endurance is no good without speed. And the Bentley and Benjifield and Davis had it on that day. And they managed to triumph and win back in 1927. And it was truly a win that brought Bentley to the attention not only of the British motoring community, but also the global motoring community. So when you think back, those early days, endurance, that is what it was all about for Bentley and for their amazing drivers who had very much their own life. They weren't professional racing drivers effectively. They all had other things in their life, and this was very much a pursuit purely for the joy of competition. When you fast forward to today and you think about those brand values of a modern day Bentley, of high speed, great engineering, great reliability, those are characteristics which would match up pretty well with a modern day endurance racing car. And when you think of how many fans come from the UK and from all around the world who remember the days back in 2003 when Bentley returned to Le Mans after so many years away and managed to win with the Speed 8. What a fantastic part of Le Mans history that was. But today, when you look at Bentley Motors, they belong here at Le Mans. They made their name in Le Mans. Yes, the company was founded in London, but that name was truly made here at Le Circuit de la Sarthe. This is Bentley's home away from home, and in my opinion, they need to return home. What a joy it would be to see Bentley return to Le Mans. So this is a call from me, and I'm sure from many of you around Le Circuit de la Sarthe. Bentley, come back. You belong here.
For every IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship event, there's a Crowdstrike Racing, Endurance, Teamwork and Speed Award recipient. We look at the numbers and make the announcement on the Midweek Motorsport the Wednesday following each IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship event. Crowdstrike, Endurance, Teamwork, Speed.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.
get ready for that fantastic noise. And we're here with the man at the head of endurance racing, Ferdi Canizzo, who we last spoke to in Qatar with the whole season ahead of us. Let's talk about the 499P as it's out there at the moment. Perfect timing. What have you learned as engineer?
We have improved in basically in all the areas of the car, and I think the 3 races that started. Will not make Ferrari any discount, if I can say this way.
I'm very good. Yeah.
So we need to be really excellent in operating the car, in bring the car on track this time. So this is what we are trying to do, and focusing very, very, let's say, deeply on our job.
I'm going to let you answer a criticism that has been levelled at Ferrari. You took some criticism at Imola in particular about the tyre strategy and changing conditions. I'll be honest, I think that was tough on you, but I'll let you answer those critics. Those are decisions that have to be made in a very high pressure situation. Okay, it didn't turn out the way you wanted it, but it could have. It's a 50-50 chance in those situations. But what do you take from that? Did you sit down and discuss it afterwards? Did you... There's no computer program that can tell you what to do. You have to make a judgment call.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I would like to highlight that we are still the same group that in a very difficult and challenging race like Le Mans last year, in which there were very, very different conditions, we made no mistakes, and we are the same group. This year, I mean, we did mistakes. So this for us was a very good lesson, because it looks, I mean, it shows us that despite the fact that we have very good races behind us, we should never, let's say, lose the focus and keep the level of tension at a very high level in this kind of situation. Clearly, I mean, we are not hiding, we made some mistake, but sometimes it's better to make mistakes and try to recover fast. Yes, as you said, we sit down immediately the day after, try to review everything, try to understand, and this is what we did, because Spa showed that we had a perfect operation in every sector, in every area, in this strategy, and we were able to bring the car that was starting in 19th and 10th to leading the race after 3 hours. So this was a very good lesson. The errors have been made not just from engineers, not just from drivers, but the whole group.
Yeah.
And
win as a team, lose as a team. That is true in this sport, isn't it?
It's yes, exactly. We are winning and losing all together every time. So there was a very, let's say, I can say, honest review. I mean, just not to pointing, or it's your fault, it's I'm blaming you. No. I mean, we were said, okay, we are frustrating, we are very sad, because with this performance we could have won the race easily, or maybe we can easily fight for the victory. But we took this as a push again for the team to improve, and this is what we did.
Let's talk about the 499P and its how it's evolved and how you guys have gotten to know the car over the last just over 12 months, let's not forget, since it first raced. Some of your competitors have been asking for or have got some of the upgrades. Are you happy at the pace that you are developing with the car without having to need to ask for any of the waivers?
Yes, we are happy. As I said last year, I mean, when people ask me why we are not playing any joker, it's because we didn't know the car very well in every area. And now I think the level of knowledge we have of the car is quite high, and give us a very, let's say, understanding where are our strengths, which are the sensitivity, how to set up the car. I think we can mention Imola and Spa, two very different circuits with two very different setup requirements. But starting from free practice 1, we were able to put the car in the best conditions. So now we have this ability. We have improved our controls. The way we are controlling system and interfacing each other, it's much better than last year. And this is let's say pushing the performance of the car up in our case. So we are definitely happy about the performance we are showing, specifically about the consistency. The consistency that we have this year versus last year. Now, clearly, we are also in parallel working to some upgrades in order to improve some of the areas that, in the meantime, we found weak or, let's say, improvable, and something will arrive at the end of this year or beginning of next year.
Yeah, it seems to me, looking at all of the top class, the LMH class, whether it is the ACO class or the LMDH, the performance of the cars is pretty equal. It seems that side of things is good. It's about extracting the most of the potential performance that you have. And one thing that affects that a lot, it would seem, from speaking to some of your competitors, is ride height. The cars seem to be aerodynamically very sensitive to ride height and pitch. Is that something that you guys have had to work with?
Yeah, we are clearly working very closely to understand how the car has to be set up in terms of ride heights. Do not forget that sometimes we need to care not just the aero performance in straight line, but the overall performance of the car. So the ride height show is a compromise, or is the best trade-off between the different requirements we have for specific tracks. And the moment we are happy with the car we have, so I think we need to keep going in this direction. And said Imola was perfect. Our carb riding was good. We were able to extract a lot of performance over there, and probably was the strength of our car. And this was due also to the decision how to step the car in terms of ride heights.
And that's old-fashioned setup we're talking about here, not ones and zeros with all the systems. There's still a bit of bump and rebound and stuff like that going in for oldies like me. I'll finish off, and I know we're running out of time quite quickly here with you, but let's finish off with the thought that Le Mans, of course, you now have, you've always had GT cars there in the recent past, but now we have GT3 for the first time. Two cars, in a very competitive field. What specific challenges does Le Mans bring for GT3 that you haven't had to face in the previous iterations of GT3, and indeed where else you've raced the 296? Because this is the debut of GT3 and therefore the 296 at Le Mans.
Yeah, this is the debut of the GT3 in Le Mans, but I think for the people that know Ferrari's GT racing, they know very well that our GT3 is very close to what it was the 488 GTE. I think it was.
There's a big smile on Ferdy's face here when he's talking to this about me. This is all about how sophisticated that 296 is. We've had this conversation before as well. That's good. There's a quiet confidence then, is there?
Yeah, I mean it's there are all the potential to make a good race. Still, the class is remain for gentlemen. So I think we need to have the right car for them. They have to enjoy the race, and then we'll see. As long as we are able to arrive to the end, I think the job is done, and then I guess they could fight for the podium.
Ferdinando, thank you very much, and thank you for having us here at Fiorano.
You're always welcome. Thank you very much, and cross my fingers for the big one.
Inside on RadioLeMans.com.
Antonio Giovinazzi with me at Fiorano in the build-up to Le Mans. We've got beautiful weather today. The cars are being shaken down, ready for the biggest challenge of the year. Is Le Mans the biggest challenge of the year? It's not that physical a track anymore for the drivers, but it's certainly the longest race of the year.
Yeah, for sure. For sure, it's more mentally now. Mentally, because it's not only 24 hours of race, it's 10 days of testing, free practice, qualifying, parade, meetings, and so it's a long 10 days, I can tell you. And after that 10 days, your body is completely destroyed for a few days. So you need to be prepared and be smart enough to save energy when you can. And then be more ready and more fresh for the start of the race, because maybe sometimes you can arrive before the race that you are already dead, and then it's longer than 24 hours the race. But I think now I have a few experience already. I think how I approach the worst race was 2018 Le Mans. That was my first one, and there I give everything before the race, and I was completely destroyed during the race, and this is what you don't want. Last year I approached in a different way, and I think I was much better. So just after mistake you learn always, and I think I still do something different this year and try to be more ready and more fresh for the entire event.
And in case you think that I was telling lies, that is a 499p that's been shaken down. We're not just doing this down a phone line. I'm not just standing in front of a hospitality unit. We're on the roof here at Fiorano, and that is one of the Le Mans cars being shaken down at the moment. Perfect timing. Yeah. Thank you, Ferrari. Perfetto. We have it in a different way as Radio Le Mans, of course. When I get into the studio to do my work, that is my time, and I'm working. Outside, if I'm doing stuff for sponsors, etc., that's not my time. I get dragged around. Now, Le Mans is a big race. I presume it's the same for drivers. When you're in your office, i.e. in the 499p, that is your time. And is that the time that you relish, that you really enjoy?
Yeah, indeed, like you mentioned, our job is when we are in the car, and when you really enjoy our job. Because outside of we do a lot of things, but it's not what we really want. Sorry for this, but when we are in the car is our moment, and to be honest, Le Mans is one of that track, one of that event that when you are in the car, you really enjoy what you're doing, and this is what makes Le Mans special for me. Will be my third Le Mans. But all the time I come back there, I really want to go there, because racing Le Mans is a special moment that no one race can give you the same feeling.
Why? What is it about Le Mans? I've taken people to Le Mans who have been in the Formula One paddock, who, like yourself, who have raced at the very highest level, and I find it difficult to explain to people, so I try and take them and walk them out into the pit lane maybe an hour even before the race start and let them experience it. What is it when you went there for the first time, when you went there subsequently, what is it that makes Le Mans special for you?
Yeah, first of all, the passion. The passion you see in Le Mans is you don't see anywhere, because to see people that they sleep in a grandstand and they follow you for 24 hours, is something that you need to be really passionate about this sport. So this is the first thing. And then the track. The track is just special. I know that from outside it can look long, straight, not a difficult one, but I don't know, it's something there, the grip, the type of corners, the flow of the track is just amazing. And to drive these new hypercars with the traffic, in the night, in the difficult condition, it's just a special race.
Let's talk about this car. It is a Le Mans winning car now. So So no excuses this year, then you just got to go back and do it again.
Yeah. It will be so easy, it's like that. But we know that we will arrive in Le Mans with one Le Mans in our shoulder, victory, and plus also experience. So more experience with this car in Le Mans. Say that, it's still a difficult race to just go there and say we will win again. We know that will be difficult. In Le Mans, I think the key is the consistency. Be always in the right moment and be really consistent in all the strategy, all condition. And I think this is what makes to have the chance to win Le Mans in the end. So we need to approach in the same way than last year. So no expectation, no more pressure to us, and then see hour after hour where we are and react every time we need to react, and then see where we are in the last hour.
I just love that noise. I know it's not getting a great workout, but it's getting a workout. It sounds fantastic. You make a good point there, because no motor race, especially not Le Mans, it doesn't owe anybody anything. You don't deserve anything. Everybody starts from zero again. So if we look back to Imola, where a great result was on the cards and didn't happen, and these things happen in motorsport. Win as a team, lose as a team, we know that. But then you bounce back at Spa and bring cars from basically the back of the grid in 10th to be first and second. Okay, it didn't work out for you, for conditions that you could not influence whatsoever. How do you pick yourself back up after the obvious disappointment and frustration, particularly of any race, but particularly at Imola? How do you pick yourself up as an individual and as a team?
It was a difficult race for us. Difficult race because we didn't take what really we deserve. Especially in Imola. In Imola, it was special because it was in front of our tifosi. We were leading the race, and then happened what happened. Like you mentioned, it's racing, and like a team, we win and we lose together. But then, the good things was that we didn't lose the motivation. Actually, we came back stronger in Spa, and when we were P1 and P2 before the red flag, like you mentioned, we were coming from P10 and P19, so we show a really great atmosphere in the team. I think it was one of the best races for us until that moment, in terms of strategy, in terms of everything. All the controls was on our hand, and then happened what happened. Of course, for the mind, it was not really easy but we need to react like we did after Imola. We know that we have a strong car that at least can fight in the mix, team that can find the mix. So this need to give us an extra boost and come back stronger and stronger also in Le Mans.
Everybody wants to win Le Mans. Ferrari wants to win Le Mans again, clearly. But after the frustrating start of the season, just let the car go through again. A good result at Le Mans, even if it's not a victory with double points, could really make a big difference to the season. So at some point in the race, if it's not a win, you have to change focus and say, right, as many points as possible?
Yeah, for sure. In the end, like you say, it's double points. So, of course, the main goals will be to repeat our result of last year. We want to win Le Mans because the sensation to be on that podium is just so good. So that I want the sensation back. But say that, at one point we need to be smart enough to think about also to the championship. So to see that if this is our result in that race, we need to take it at points and try to fight for the championship for the rest of the season.
Has the Le Mans win actually sunk in yet? Did you appreciate it? Or I remember Alan McNish saying to me when he won Le Mans in 1998, he didn't feel like he'd really appreciated it. And it was when he won his second one, which was some years later. He said, now I remember that feeling and I'm going to really savour this.
I don't know. I think for me, I really appreciate last year, because it was the first time for me Le Mans with the top class. It was the first time going there with Ferrari after so many years in the top class, and it was the centenary of Le Mans. So it was just everything was special, and to be in that podium for me, like I mentioned before, was just one of the best sensations of my life. So. Again, this year if they ask me, you prefer to win again Le Mans or the championship, I will go again for Le Mans because for me it's just the race of the year and I want to be on the top of the podium again.
You talked about Le Mans having the passion. You have the passion, my friend. Antonio,
Thank you
thank you very much. We enjoy you in and out the car. Thank you for the entertainment.
Thank you very much.
Inside on RadioLeMans.com.
Antonio Fuoco, we are just around the corner, time-wise now, from Le Mans. Tell me about your feelings going into Le Mans 2024 as a driver and as a member of the Ferrari 499 PT.
I think it's always a special feeling to go on this special race. As a Ferrari driver, it's even more because representing this brand, I think, is an amazing feeling that it made me really proud. And thinking about Le Mans, as always, Le Mans is a special race, special weekend where we start already with the test from the Sunday before and living all the week in Le Mans is something really nice to see, to enjoy with all the people around. And we are ready and we can't wait to be there.
When was can you remember the first time that you were aware of Le Mans? I know you've been interested in motor racing pretty much all your life. I think, as we all are, we all have the same affliction with it. But when do you remember the first time you thought about that Le Mans race?
I mean, honestly, since I was quite young, on the single seater, looking on the Le Mans race was always really special. Looking on television, so then I started to think maybe one day. I will never know how my career will go, but one day I would like to try this race, and then I have the chance to jump into the car in 2021 with the 488 GTE with Cadillac, and from that moment I really understand what Le Mans means. So all the people try to describe Le Mans, to describe the track, to describe the atmosphere, but I think you never understand until you are in Le Mans. Yeah. And then I think last year was the highest Le Mans for me, going there with the 499P, with Ferrari, returning in the main category after 50 years was special. Driving the Ferrari number 50 was even more special, and I think, to be honest, after the race weekend, but especially after qualifying, where you stop on the main straight, you see all the people around, you really enjoy it. And I think there is no word to try to describe what you feel, because even if I try to explain, I'm not able to explain. You just need to live the moment.
Yes, I agree. I think you're right. And when people say to me, tell me why I should go to Le Mans, I say, just go to Le Mans. Honestly, just go. If you don't like it, then fine, but I don't think you won't like it. It's a special feeling that is, the words don't exist. Think back to when you started as a young karter. What were you, 6, 7 years old, 8 years old?
I think even younger. Yeah, I think
well.
it was 4 or 5 when I started with karting, and then I did all my career until 2012. From there I had the chance to move in the Ferrari Driver Academy, where I moved on the single seater, doing all my program with former Renault, Formula 3, and then GP3 and GP2, being the development driver for Formula 1. I think I did a really step-by-step career, then moving on the endurance world in 2019, which from that moment I'm really enjoying all the moment of this part of career.
I want to ask you a serious question, and please don't think bad of me for asking this. When you moved out of single seaters and went to endurance, was that exciting? Was it disappointing? Was it frustrating? Because all your career till then, you'd been thinking single seaters, and you'd got on the Formula 1 ladder, and then that's maybe not going to happen for you. How did you deal with that?
No, I mean, to be honest, I think you need to talk with yourself, and you need to understand you arrive at one point, and if you don't have the chance to go in Formula 1, you cannot stay there. So at that moment I started to think about endurance, and again, looking the race from outside and talking with the people that were already here in Ferrari, they said to me, you should come and you should see what the endurance means. And from that moment we took the decision with Ferrari, because we chose together to try to go on this way, and I think at this moment I will say I made we made the right call and the right.
When you say we, who was helping you make that decision?
Was me with Ferrari, with my manager, with that we sit together around the table and we choose. Now is the right moment to go because you are still young and you have good potential to show what you can do in the endurance world.
Now that was GT. Was there talk back then of the prototype, or was it just you thought, right, I'll stay with Ferrari, these are good guys, they know me, I know them, and I'll try this endurance thing? Or was there always a little bit of maybe?
No, I mean at that moment honestly it was only GT. Okay. And for me at that moment it was not even the WEC championship, it was just moving on GT, trying to understand which was my potential, if I enjoy it, because I think the most important thing, first of all, you need to enjoy it. You need to be able to work with the other teammates because you need to share the car. And,
which is very different from what you've done in the past. You have to be very selfish when you're a single-seater driver, and your teammate is the first guy you want to beat.
Yeah, exactly. So you need to share the car with your teammate. But I think this is something also that made me to improve more, because sharing the car you can see what the other driver is doing, where they work more, or where you can understand a bit more. So it was rising my level step by step, and I think this also made me a step forward on my career, if I need to be honest. And coming back on the question, I think at the moment there was no discussion about the prototype, it was just discussion about GT, and then I think it was on the right place at the right moment.
Time. So when you find out that Ferrari are coming back at the top class of prototype racing in the WEC and at Le Mans, then what do you think? Do you have to just be cool and wait for them to ask you, or do you go knocking on the door and say, hey, mate, put me in?
No, I mean honestly, here in Ferrari there is a really good atmosphere with Antonello and all the drivers. We just made the moment that he made the decision who go on the hypercar, and he called me last year at the beginning of the year to say, okay, I choose you will be one of the driver of the hypercar. And to be honest, on that moment,
was that a phone call or did you do that face to face?
It was phone call, if I need to be honest, because I was on holiday. So it was phone call, and it was something very, very special, you know. And when I switch on the phone, from that moment I start to think, okay, wow, this is something very, very special. Being in Ferrari on the number 50 after 50 years is something that will remain on the history. And I'm here since 12 years, even if I'm quite young, but I'm here since 12 years, so I'm really enjoying all the moment. And I mean, I'm proud to be Italian, and I'm proud to be part of this brand.
Yeah, an Italian in an Italian car at a French race, but my goodness, fantastic, wearing the red of Ferrari. So tell me about the car then. We've had just over a year of the 499P, brand new last year, lots to learn last year, but the car was successful at Le Mans last year. So 2024, we've had 3 races. How different do you feel about this part of the season now as maybe 1 year ago?
Yeah, I think we made really good step forward compared to last year. We learned a lot about the car, we learned a lot about the tires, which we made a really step forward. And I think it's positive thing looking on Le Mans race, because 24 hours race, you need to manage a lot of the tires, you need to manage a lot of the car. So
is that a driver thing? Is it a setup thing? Is it a bit of both?
I think it's a bit of both, working on driver's side, but also with the team to understand where you need to improve, or what we need to improve. And I think we make a really step forward. And then, as you said, last year our car was really competitive there. I hope that this year will be the same. I think as a team we are working very well, we are preparing very well, and as always we go in Le Mans to do our best and enjoy the weekend.
You and Nicholas have come through the Ferrari programme in different sides of the Ferrari programme, but you've come through the Ferrari programme. That's really cool. It is a really good story that both of you have come through. You on the single-seater side, he came through with Ferrari Challenge, etc., etc. That gives hope, I think, to other drivers, and I think you are a role model in some ways.
Yeah, I mean, I think I was somehow lucky to be in Ferrari quite young, and then when you come, as you said before, when you come here in Maranello, you are just in love with everything. So you want to stay here as long as you can as a driver. And me, I come, as you said, from single seater. Nick has come from challenge. But the important thing is that Ferrari believe on the young driver. They go to look at the young driver in the challenge, on the single seater, and from that moment they build up the relationship with the driver until the end of the career most of the time.
I get the feeling that coming here to Fiorano or to Maranello, for you, you're never going to get bored of that, are you?
No, I mean every time you come here, you always discover something nice to see, and every time there is something new to go and see. And all the people around here in Maranello are so passionate about Ferrari, about the brand, and this is something really nice that you really enjoy when you come here in Maranello.
And you can always, if you're here, if you're not feeling good about yourself or about the world, you can grab a good cup of coffee and go downstairs and look at those 50 plus Formula One cars from every era. That's incredible.
Yeah. If you have a bad day, you just go there, you sit in front of the car and you relax and you enjoy the view.
Final question about Le Mans then. So test day and then Le Mans itself, 10 days at the Circuit de la Sarthe. What do you enjoy most about going to Le Mans?
The passion of the people that are around Le Mans, because spend 10 days there in Le Mans, you really understand how the people are passionate about this race, about this world. And then Friday of the parade, drivers' parade, you see all the people are around, standing there, waiting,
all over the world,
waiting for the driver all around the world. And then the other really impressive thing is that around the 24 hours of Le Mans, even during the night, you see all the people going around the track, trying to enjoy, trying to see the corner, trying to see the car going around. And this, it makes us really, really proud, and that's Le Mans.
And for you, is the favourite time the start, the night, or the end?
I mean, there is no favourite time in Le Mans. It's always since you go on the grid until the end of the race, it's always special.
Antonio Fuoco, thanks for talking to us. Drive well at Le Mans. We wish you the best of luck. We can have no favourites, but good luck, race well, be safe.
Thank you. I see you, Le Mans.
The inside story on the teams, suppliers and circuits. Inside on RadioLeMans.com.
Miguel Molina, we are staring Le Mans in the face now. What do you hope to achieve at test weekend, first of all?
Well, for sure, test all the new ideas that we had. We've been developing the car on our own by this year, since last year, and for sure to put everything in the right position, try the systems, try the car in general to see that everything is in the right place. And then we know that the track is always developing through the week quite a lot, and the prologue, I think it's a matter of try the car to have it in the best shape possible, and then to start the weekend with the right foot.
Is there anywhere that you can go that is useful to test? People go to Ricard and have the long straight. People say sometimes at Spa, and the race at Spa is quite a good warm-up. But it's not Le Mans, is it?
Well, no, it's not Le Mans for sure, but when you arrive to Le Mans, especially, it's a proper Le Mans is Le Mans, and Spa you have high-speed corners, you have long straights, but as you said, it's not the same. It's not the same. For sure, you can have an idea, you can have a bit of idea of what is good or what is bad for Le Mans, but in general, it's a general impressions, you know. And when you arrive to Le Mans, what will be very very useful is the prologue, because you start to feel everything there. So for us it's very important to test there and to have a smooth day in Le Mans, like I said, to prepare the week.
Many people who are listening to this will probably, a lot of them, a big percentage of them, maybe only watch or listen to Le Mans as part of their motorsport year. But it is part of a championship. a championship that this year in the top class is more difficult than ever because there are more cars, and only the top 10 score points. Now, I know Le Mans is an important race, but it is the part of a championship, so we have to think of it like that as well, or is it all about the win at Le Mans?
Well, for sure, the aim is to win Le Mans, especially it's because how is it the history of the race? It's so big, the race, that the focus is there, and for sure this will help for the championship. I mean, it's double points on the championship, and this makes you to go through the second part of the year, looking where you can fight, or where you can be at the end. But for sure the aim is to be in the front for Le Mans, and then we will look after the race to see for the championship.
And we've seen already in the first 3 races of the World Endurance Championship that with 19 cars on the grid, it's actually quite easy not to score points nowadays. I would put it that way, and that's going to make the championship after Le Mans actually quite exciting. So if you're only watching Le Mans or listening to Le Mans, please do stay for the rest of the championship. In terms of that competition, that makes things really tough for you guys. You can't make mistakes. There's been a couple of mistakes. Coulda, shoulda, woulda won Imola. Didn't happen. Circumstances played against you at Spa. Do you have to just put that out of your mind now?
Yeah, like you said, this year is very competitive, the championship, and it makes you to be always in 100% every race, to, like you said, to score points, to be in front, and to be there to fight for good positions. Le Mans will be even bigger because there are more cars as well, and the competition is tight. So we've seen in the first 3 races that is very difficult to come back from a mistake or from an error.
Is it easier at Le Mans because it's longer, or is it just the same because there's, it's not like American racing, there's no wave arounds, no pass-bys, so you've got to have genuine pace, and gaining that ground's difficult?
Well, for sure it's a bit easier because as you said, it's longer race. To recover maybe it would be easier, but at the same time the endurance racing, it became like a sprint long races, and that means that you can you need to minimize the mistakes, and you need to minimize the errors. So but yeah, for sure it's a bit easier because it's longer race.
You make a good point there. I'm very old. I remember going to Le Mans when we thought that maybe 5, 6, 7 laps was a close race between cars, and you would talk to the drivers before the races. I'm talking to you now here at Fiorano, and they would say, yeah, let's get to 18, 19, 20 hours and see how the car is, see what we've got left, but we've got to get there first. There's not much of that, if any of that, left now. It's literally thumb off the pit lane limiter and then all the way through till you come back in.
Yeah, for sure. Now since couple of years, the endurance racing, it became really, really fast, and you need to have 100% pushing all the time to go. The technology and the cars became also very reliable to do it like this, to keep pushing. We extract the maximum of the cars, and they survive. So this gives us the let's say the power to push and to go as a sprint race for 24 hours.
In terms of the physicality, that's much harder for you guys as drivers because you're pulling more G, you're running closer to flat out all the time, almost running at qualifying pace where you can, for lap after lap, sometimes 2 hours in the car. Does it make it more fun for you? as a driver? I remember talking to Sterling Moss about Le Mans, and he didn't like Le Mans when he was racing there because he said, I'm a racing driver, I want to drive flat out all the time, and I can't do that at Le Mans. I never really liked Le Mans. So as a racing driver, is the new Le Mans, is the current Le Mans more fun for you?
What is clear is that for sure you push, but at the same time Le Mans is not a racetrack where it's really physical. It's more mental, and the stints are quite long, and this makes you more tired and especially mentally. Physically, I think we are all ready to go, and but at the same time we need to push every lap. So it's a very nice racetrack. It's a very nice race. But when you finish the race, you are really tired.
The inside story on the teams, suppliers and circuits. Inside on RadioLeMans.com.
Here in the sunshine and the beautiful quiet surroundings of the Fiorano test track with James Calado. However, this lovely, serene situation we found ourselves in is in the build-up to the biggest motor race of your season, which is the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Is there a greater expectation then this year going into Le Mans than there was last year, because you guys have already won it?
Well, in my opinion, no is the real answer, because I don't want to put any extra added pressure on myself or the team. I think, yes, we won what was probably the biggest Le Mans ever, which will always, of course, stay in my memory. It was really incredible, but we're in a new year. It's just another race as part of the championship. That's how I treat it. I don't want to...
He said that with a straight face as well. He didn't give me a wink or anything else.
No, it really is like that. And, it's really important in Le Mans to, try and stay mentally calm. That's really a big key of getting a good result. So it's another race. Yes, it's a big one. It's a longer one. But, I'm there just to do the job and do the best I can.
The cars are still, all the cars from all the manufacturers are still actually really very new. And last year you were kind of still learning the cars, understanding the regulations and how the cars had turned out. Where are you now compared to last year as A, as a driver, and B, as a squad, as an engineering unit, if you like?
Yeah, absolutely. To be honest, last year we didn't expect to win. We had probably a 40% chance of finishing, so it was a huge shock to the system. Yeah, to win that race. But since then, we've improved the car's reliability dramatically. I don't want to jinx anything, but this is one of the big areas we've been working on. Try to keep the car in one piece. That alone, last year we struggled a little bit in race runs, especially the second stint. And I think what you've seen this year, especially Imola and Spa especially, is that we're very, very strong now in this area. It's something we've really worked on, one as a team with the engineers, like you say, to try and optimize the tyre life, but also drivers put a big part into that, because coming from GT, it's a lot different. It's a different way to understand the tyres. So we've learned a lot, and I think when you look at the last two races, we can see we've always been at the front in that area.
Coming into this race with Imola and then Spa, what did those two races do, positively or negatively, for the psyche of the team? Imola coulda, shoulda, woulda, perhaps. Spa, okay. So, a ridiculous race at Spa for the spectators, all the right reasons, but for you guys, a very difficult thing to have to deal with that long delay. So, positives, negatives from the first, well, actually, let's add Qatar in it, from the first three races of the season?
I would say it's really positive. Okay, when you look at the standings, okay, it's not looking good, but in my eyes, Imola and Spa were two potential race wins, especially Spa. We were comfortably in the lead at that point. Imola, okay, we had our issues at that point. It happens, but we lost a lot of points. But we were leading Imola, we were leading Spa until the race was extended.
Genuinely on pace as well, we have to say.
Yeah, I think in Spa especially, we were by far the quickest car. And that was really disappointing to lose that race, of course. But you've got to look at it as a positive. Going into Le Mans with that sort of pace, with that knowledge of what we need to do with the car, how to set it up from the beginning, from the get-go, I think is something in good stead. I think we really feel confident.
And as an individual, and this is hard because this is a team sport. Motor racing is always a team sport. It's even more of a team sport when there's three of you in the car. But as an individual, how do you feel, as James Calado standing with me now talking to me, how do you feel in your mind about where you are as part of this team?
I mean, I feel like I'm in an amazing place. This is my 10th year at Ferrari. And
this doesn't suck, does it? As we're talking to a works driver, and just listen.
He's actually doing the shakedown of our car.
That is the 499P, the new 499P chassis that is going out now. With who behind the wheel?
It's either Ale or Car 50. I think they're both doing a shakedown, but I think it's Ale. But yeah, that's what we tend to do. We tend to bring the car here. We check the software. We check everything's mechanically working, and it's on not the proper tyres or anything like that, but it's something to be sure that when we sit in the car for the first practice session, the car's ready to go.
That's a happy accident, by the way. We didn't plan that. I could say, and we've perfectly planned that while we're talking to James. All right, back to you. It's all about you. No, it's not. It's all about the team. But tell me about you, your state of mind going in there. We often talk about how much of top-level sport, any sport, is in the mind, and that's particularly true of motor racing.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, I'm in a really good place with this team. We've had a lot of success. We've had, 3 world titles. We've had 3 Le Mans wins, one being, the big one, the outright. And I just love the environment that I'm in. To be stood here, in the sunshine, drinking really good coffee as well, eating good pasta as well, is something really amazing. I'm in a really happy place, and I hope to continue for many more years and get more results. So I couldn't complain about anything.
And genuinely, dear listener, he looks happy. He looks as happy as I've ever seen him, and I've known him a few years. It's fair to say. We're with James Calado here at Fiorano with one of the new Le Mans chassis being shaken down behind us with perfect timing. Yeah, that doesn't suck, does it? Not at all. Let's think about test day. Le Mans is unlike any other race, so you can't just rock up there and do a private test. What do you need to get out of test day as a team? What do you want to get out of a test day as James Calado?
I think the biggest answer to that is patience. Really, I've done, this is my 10th Le Mans now, and it's all about building up, because Le Mans, okay, there's long straights and things, but there's also some super high-speed corners, and they can catch you out. And normally, especially in this LMH class, hypercar class, when you crash, it's a big one, and you don't want to ruin a chassis, prior going into a race. So it's about being calm. It's about understanding the car fully, not pushing too hard, and making a compromise between all the drivers where we're in a good place ready for the race. The car will probably be set up for the heat in the last few hours of the race. So it really is about managing everything, looking after the car. Pace isn't everything in Le Mans, it really isn't. You only use it when you need to. And keeping out of trouble, because with the GT3s now, it's a little bit more difficult to manage where you're going to overtake, because you arrive so much quicker than the GT.
And we've not had GT3s in the big race at Le Mans before, so it's going to be a learning experience for everybody on test day and indeed in the opening hours of the race.
Exactly. We'll use these laps in the tests, especially in the night, just to see our reference points, not just on braking and all these things, but really to manage where these GT3s go, where we can overtake in a safe way, because we've seen a few accidents in the last few races with GTs. So that's going to be key. It's going to be key not to make mistakes.
I just wonder, has that surprised you? Because you look at the speed differential between the top class and the LMGT3 class now is much bigger, which a lot of people would look at that and say, well, surely that makes it easier from the old GTE cars, which were actually pretty damn quick, particularly through the corners. So that, in theory, should make it easier. But I'm not sure that's the case, James.
It's more difficult. I mean, I remember being in quali in GT at Spa doing a 2:12, and I think now they were correct me if I'm wrong, 2:19, something like this. Yeah. So that's a big difference. That's the difference between LMH and GT in the past. So it's like another step. I mean, I made a mistake in where was it, Qatar with a GT3, so it can take you by surprise. And in Le Mans, the speeds are much more, so it's even more difficult. It'll be a tough one.
I can see you looking forward to it. I'll finish off with this, and it's actually quite a difficult question, but it's one that I always get asked, so I want to steal your answer, to be quite honest, in anything that I do between now and 4 o'clock on Sunday at Le Mans. Where will the race, do you think, be won and lost this year at the front of the field? Because there's a huge field. There's going to be more than 20 LMH cars. So what do you have to do as a driver and again, as that unit, to make the difference? Where will it be won and lost?
It's a really tough question because there's so many aspects, but the biggest thing, and it was the answer to the first question, mentally trying to breathe, stay calm, stay hydrated, sleep, eat. These are really important because concentration is everything with these GT3s as well. It's about making sure that the car's got no damage with 6 hours to go. It's really about making the car as good as it can be to fight at the end because, 23 cars on the grid, I think. It's going to be closer than last year. It's going to be more difficult. We've got Porsche being very strong at the moment, so it really is about being clever, good strategy. All these things, it's easier said than done, but we've done it before. And
does that make a difference? The fact that all of you in the team now know this
is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.
World Road Tests on radiolemans.com.
Right, well, let's start with a little bit of much more performance, and certainly didn't have the reliability of the Renault engines, but they were known for their giant killing acts in motorsport, both on and off-road, and lightweight, spectacularly good handling. 750 kilos. I remember sitting in one in the Canary Islands when I was a teenager, early teenager. Left-hand drive car sitting in the driver's seat, and the fiberglass was so thin you could see the sunshine through the roof. I kid you not. Fabulous little cars. They were built under license in Bulgaria, in Mexico, and in Valladolid in Spain, as well, of course, as in the main plant in Dieppe in France. Now, that particular organisation was subsumed into Renault, and the Dieppe plant actually became part of Renault Sport, and turned out the Megane and Clio trophy cars. So you may know at least that connection as well. But after debuting a concept in the mid-2010s, 2017 was the debut of the car that is in front of me. Now, there's been a lot of rehashing of old cars down through the years from a variety of different manufacturers, some of them undoubtedly more successful than others. It's always been my contention that the A110 is right up there among the best, if not the best, in terms of being true to the original shape and indeed concept of that A110 from back in the 60s and the 70s. It's low slung, it has the coupe looks, the Berlinetta looks, and the big lights at the back, quite large wheels, 18-inch wheels for the size of the car on 235/40 ZR Michelin Pilot Sport 4s, at the back at least. But it's the front where I think they've got it absolutely right. Yes, the back with the flared arches and that signature sort of almost hunched look as it sits down at the back, but the four-light design at the front and the sculptured bonnet, along with the air intakes and the central number plate, it absolutely is spot on for the old rally car, even to the fact that the secondary lights are in what almost look like lamp pods on the front of the car. It's a lovely design, and even the hint of a double bubble roof here on the top of the car. Now, the old A110 did get some, or the A108 at least, the predecessor to the 110, did have a cabriolet. This car, the new for this century A110, comes in the coupe format only. This blue colour really does set it off perfectly. It isn't, bizarrely, an optional extra on this car. Now, this is the A110 GT, which means it's the touring version of the car. It's this slightly more comfy, well-equipped car. And this has got the addition of these fabulous Sabelt sports seats, all manually adjustable, front and back, up and down and tilt. So whilst they're an option, they are still fairly basic and fairly lightweight, as everything has to be in this car to keep it down at, frankly, nowadays, a relatively astonishing 1,119 kilograms. All right, yeah, a bit more than the 750 kilos of the car that was the inspiration for this, but that, when your average family car is probably 300 or 400 kilos more, and one of its nearest competitors, the 300 horsepower 718 Cayman from Porsche, is a good 200 kilos heavier than this car. So I'm enamoured of the styling, and the interior has a certain paired out charm to it. Let's get behind the wheel. The door opens very wide, only a two-door and only a two-seat car, this. Now, the first thing that I'm going to say that may surprise you on a car that makes no bones out of being lightweight and pared down is just the quality that you get in here. From this lovely, small, thick-rimmed steering wheel, which has all of 5 buttons on it. Basically, the controls in the 9 o'clock and 3 o'clock spokes are for up and down off and resume on your cruise control, and then there's the drive select button, the sport button, if you will, flanked by a couple of very beautifully made metal shift paddles, 2 stalks, one on the left for the indicators and the lights, with a push button on the end to cycle through some of the information pages, one on the right for your wipers. No wiper on the rear window, doesn't need it, the Aero's fantastic, and also a couple of little buttons on the end again to affect what comes up on the screen. The screen being what is actually a digital screen, but within 2 large round binnacle with a couple of minor indents as well, and a bit of carbon fibre over the top of it. Eyeball HVAC vents, one either side and one of an oblong nature in the middle. A small touchscreen in the middle for your sat-nav and various other things. But what we do have here is physical controls for things like door locks, hazard flashes, the stability control, start-stop on the auto, start-stop rather, on the engine, and indeed the temperature, the fan, air conditioning, where you're putting the air, heated rear screen, etc. The centre of the car is dominated by a hanging centre console with the only piece of storage underneath there, a flat area where you can put a phone. There's a couple of USB-C sockets there and a mini jack. Over the top of that, as I say, this beautiful, very stylish hanging centre console that has 3 buttons, D, N and R. That's for your transmission, of course. The 2 flick switches for the electric windows, a big orange start-stop button, your electric handbrake, and the switch for speed limiter or speed control, the cruise control. Behind that, there's a 12-volt outlet with a tiny bit of storage, and then there's a place that I can put my microfiber cloth so that I can keep everything clean inside. This one has got the optional storage package, which is £500 in the UK, which adds a very small storage net behind the driver's seat, which is only any good if you haven't got that pushed all the way back. But it isn't even big enough to get the instruction manual in, the driver's manual in, and a beautifully manufactured storage bin that fits between the seats on the firewall, with a quilted interior. Not sure what you meant to put in that, but it's very nicely done. All the controls fall to hand beautifully. When I say it's pared down inside, there are no door pockets, there is no glove box, there's not even a cup holder. There's a little slot on top of that centre console that you could throw things like a credit card or your péage tickets if you were on the continent. 2 LED lights in the roof, in the middle of that double bubble. A couple of minimalist fold-down sun visors. And that's your lot. Lovely bit of quilting on the upper part of the door, but there is some paint there as well. But frankly, in this Alpine blue, it looks great. The stitching on this very dark brown interior is also the Alpine blue. This one has got the black Alpine logo in the centre of the steering wheel. There is a blue version of that as well. Oh, and there is the audio controls just to the right of the steering wheel, which is the very typically Renault. I remember them going back all the way to probably the 1980s, 1990s on the Renault 5, the little oblong unit that has a couple of buttons on the top for the source, then 2 flicky switches for up and down. There's a turn wheel, a thumb wheel, if you like, on the back, and the last button on the bottom. I love the door handles. They are machined right up at the top. The door pulls very, very opulently feeling in this brown leather with the blue contrast stitching, but looking like an old-fashioned just leather door pull. It was really clever because it has got substance to it, but I see where the inspirations come. There's a bit of an armrest, which is padded. When you put your arm down there, that feels nice. Steering wheel, beautiful. Everything falls to hand. Dashboard, nicely padded. There are some pretty hard plastics on the door, on the underside of the dashboard itself and around the heater controls. But what you've got to remember is that this car is built to a weight as much as it is to a price. And I'm going to say it again, 1,119 kilos. Well, it was at least before I got in it. It's a really nice place to be. The seats are comfortable and cosseting. And despite the fact that they have a limited amount of movement, I found that the driving position that I wanted was very quickly and easily attainable. The seat squab doesn't tilt up and down, but the angle that it is, pushing backwards and forwards a little bit, I found somewhere very quickly. Oh, and this one as well has got the aluminium co-driver footrest in, as well as the aluminium pedals on the driver's side, and of course a perfectly positioned driver's left footrest, despite the fact that all of these cars are only 2 pedals. There is not a manual option for this car. It's a 7-speed actuated by the paddles on the steering wheel. So, nice place to be. Couple of nice chairs. What you need to enjoy. Not much that you don't, which is cool. But sitting still is not what this A110 GT is about. So let's get it fired up and get it out on the road.
Real world road tests on radiolemans.com.
The Alpine A110 GT on the road at just under the legal limit in the UK. That's 70. I'm sitting at 68 miles an hour on a dual carriageway. Now, granted, you might think that this is a strange place to be doing the road test. I will get off onto something slightly more interesting road-wise in a moment. But the point I want to make about this car is, if you look at it as purely a track day tool that you can't use for longer journeys, potentially even at a pinch a daily, then you're actually missing out on the capabilities, the extensive capabilities of this A110. Now, this is the GT version, so it does benefit from the most powerful state of tune of the 1.8 4-cylinder Nissan-derived engine, turbocharged, of course. It's sitting transversely mounted just behind my head, a product of the Renault-Nissan alliance, and the Alpine engineers have worked their magic on this. There's a 250 horsepower version, a 280 horsepower version, and the 300 horsepower version that we've got now. Just under 300 horsepower, to be honest, but it's quite torquey considering that it is tuned to the way it is. The turbocharger is fairly discreet, and what it gives you is relatively long-legged cruising with this 7-speed box, controlled either in full automatic mode when you're in drive mode normal. You can still override it with the paddles. Then there's a sport mode, and then the mode that I've been using most is the track mode. Now, you may think, oh yeah, Hindhoff, you've been tearing around in track mode all the time that you've had this car. Well, let me tell you, dear listener, over 700 miles, and our average on a variety of motorways, A and B roads, and some fantastic roads cross-country in the borders between Northumberland and the south of Scotland, 42.7 miles per gallon. And the best I've seen, let's just pull off the road here, is at 47 miles to the gallon. Yes, you heard it right, 47 miles to the gallon. Little bit of a pop back there. I'll tell you what, let's pull up a little bit. There is a launch control start on this car, but I'm not going to use that here. Let's just find out what 300 horsepower and 1119 kilos is like. Here we go. And that's 60. The beep was because we were getting close to the rev limiter. And on the overrun, a pleasant little pop, 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 which hopefully is not too intrusive either inside or outside. The other thing I should say about the exhaust, the sports exhaust, tuned, I think, to perfection, is that this Alpine A110 GT does not suffer from the exhaust drone at 65 to 70 when cruising on a motorway that some of its rivals does. That makes it a fairly comfortable cruiser. It's also really at home on the side roads. The suspension department at Alpine, I don't know how many hours they put in to this car, but every single one of them has borne fruit. With a car that only weighs that, just over a metric ton, it would have been very easy to have this car too stiffly sprung, nothing of it. It's a perfect compromise between super confident and confidence-inspiring handling and comfort in the car inside. The Sabelt seats, the sport seats, which are an option, which don't have a full suite of movement, but they're great chairs to sit in. You can't move the angle of the seat squab, for example, but it's perfectly supporting the back of my thighs. Steering wheel goes in and out and up and down, and I've found a nice driving position pretty quickly. I dare say a lot of people will look at an Alpine A110 in whichever guise you like in the model range, all of which have the same engine, by the way, just that different state of tune, and think of it as a weekend or a track day car. And that's fine. Tell you what, you're missing out on the capabilities of this car if that's all you use it for. I've driven up from Northamptonshire, through North Yorkshire, Northumberland into the borders, and back again, all in the space of a couple of days. Spent 4 hours behind the wheel on the journey back in absolutely torrential rain, and again on a variety of roads and surfaces, and this car has taken everything that's been thrown at it with aplomb. In the practicality stakes, well, there's not much space inside to store anything, not even a cup holder, a little bit of storage underneath the centre console, but that's about all. The front luggage space is able to take 2 carry-on bags, 2 carry-on rollerboards, as long as you don't stuff them too tightly. In the rear, you'd get a couple of haversacks. I've had a couple of coats, a haversack, a couple of pair of boots in there. So for the responsible adult and I, yes, we could take this car away touring. You would have to be a bit sensible about what you took, but there's no room to put wine in, and I have to mark it down for that. In fact, in all seriousness, that is a little bit of an issue, because the only place you can stand anything up would be in the rear luggage compartment. So if you were going to do your shopping, for example, that's where you'd have to put everything if you were standing it up. So wine bottles, milk cartons, etc, etc. The problem with that is the engine gets quite warm and stays quite warm for a while. The fans stay on for quite a long time, so you wouldn't be wanting to leave anything in there for too long if you did go and do your shopping. And it doesn't have the luggage capacity in terms of its practicality, and the depth of that front luggage compartment is nowhere near, say, 1718 Boxster or Cayman, which I suppose would be one of the rivals for this car. But that said, this car in some ways stands apart from those. Yes, there's a 300 horsepower Cayman, which, depending on how you spec it up, could come in slightly less expensive than this A110 GT. £68,000, by the way, as this one sits. but I'm not sure that you are looking at exactly the same proposition if you're looking at a 718 Cayman. This is much more pared down, much more pure, and in some ways much more of a single-minded proposition than any of the other two-seater sports cars that come in 50 to 70,000 pounds. By the way, there is a lightweight version of this, the R, that's getting up towards 100,000 pounds, and yet you'd have to be pretty hardcore to want any more performance out of this than this 300 horsepower version has. So whilst not totally in a category of one, there are few other things that can match the capabilities, particularly in the handling, the miles per mile, and just the confidence inspiring handling that this Alpine A110 can give you. Is it a daily driver? Do you know, it's not far off. I've done some of the same roads that I've driven this car in the last few days in far more expensive cars, far more, as the other manufacturers would say, prestigious cars, and I've had no more fun. I've been certainly no more engaged than I have been in this Alpine. And it's a conversation starter too. When I was at the Jim Clark Trust at the museum in Duns, I literally couldn't get away for talking to people. Spent about 45 minutes chatting about this car. And to my mind, it is one of, if not the best of the bunch of the reinvented cars. It's not an homage, it's not a resto mod, it is a car in its own right. But my goodness, Alpine have done a good job. A couple of things from me. Believe it or not, I think the driving position is slightly too high. I'd like to be even a little bit lower down. It's pretty easy to get in and out of because of that, and I've got the seat all the way down on the floor. These Sabelt chairs are lovely, by the way. I'd like to have an individual set of settings so that I could pick and choose where we were on, say, the steering response, the throttle response, etc., rather than just having the normal sport and track. I suspect for some people the track setting will be a little bit too extreme and they won't want to do without the stability control, although there's an element of traction control that stays on there. But to be honest, I've enjoyed driving it now because it gives me more control over the gearbox shifts. And if I'm being ultra picky, the ventilation in the car isn't quite what I'd hoped. When it was very damp outside, it did steam up a little bit. Having said that, knocking the aircon on took that away. And by the way, great to see physical switches for fan, aircon, temperature, etc. And just one other thing, I'd like longer shift paddles, please. At the bottom, when you're turning the wheel, they are fixed, they don't move with the wheel. When you're turning the wheel, you kind of run out of paddle, if you see what I mean. You're also going to buy in, if you get one of these cars, to something that you don't see a lot of. I've not seen another one in the almost week that I've had this car, so there's a certain sense of exclusivity here as well. Now, Renault Sport at the Dieppe factory, which was Alpine, then Renault Sport, and now is Alpine again, have worked their magic on some phenomenal cars down through the years. But this has got to be the pick of the bunch. I am very impressed with the Alpine A110 GT. I can't believe it's taken me so long to get behind the wheel of it. And now, I do not want to give this back. I'd be very happy using this as my daily, running around in it, and it's very competent to do the longer distances too. A good all-rounder, this GT. Alpine A110, 1.8 turbo, 300 horsepower, 1119 kilos. It's a heady mix from the guys in France, and they've got their sums absolutely right on this one. Right, I'll have to find a very twisty road indeed.
Another real-world road test. Check out more at radiolemans.com. This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.
The Crowdstrike Racing Endurance, Teamwork and Speed Award is a data-driven examination of the performance of each team within the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. Crowdstrike pass us the data, and at RSL and IMSA Radio, we pick one of the teams that have hit the best scores via the algorithm. There's no similar data for Le Mans 24-hour races of the past, but we did ask Peter Mackay to look back into the history of the world's greatest motor race and find some examples of endurance, teamwork and speed.
Speed, endurance and teamwork are three of many factors which make the big difference in a successful 24 Hours of Le Mans programme. But really, for us as race fans, the one thing that really gets us truly excited is raw, unabated speed. And Le Circuit de la Sarthe is one of these unique tracks which just encourages and motivates speed like almost nowhere else on earth. And when you wind back to the early 1970s, when the circuit didn't have the two chicanes which it has today, the speeds reached absolutely incredible levels. And when I thought, when did speed really take the biggest step up at Le Mans? Speed's always been a part of the Le Mans 24 Hours, but for me, the car that really moved the needle more than any other in history is the Porsche 917. Introduced in 1969, this car, the brainchild of Dr. Ferdinand Piëch, Hans Metzger, and a whole other band of engineers at the Porsche Works Racing Department. The car really took Porsche into a new world. The brand had been very successful with many class wins over its first 2 decades competing at Le Mans. But in 1970, the Team Salzburg, Porsche of Richard Atwood and Hans Hermann took Porsche to their first victory in 1970. The car was powered by a monstrous flat 12 engine, by far the biggest engine that Porsche had ever fitted to one of their prototype racing cars. And it had this unique combination of lightweight. It was an incredibly lightweight car, massive power, and streamlined aerodynamics, and many different iterations of aerodynamics through its relatively short life for a racing car, because it was so good that it effectively became outlawed by the way that the regulations were written. So this was the car that really moved the needle on at Le Mans more than any other. And it was a car that everyone wanted to get their hands on. Porsche at the time, rather than having a full works team per se, they actually went out to external teams and supported those external teams to try and gain success. And there was 2 main teams in 1971 where the Porsche 917 had its ultimate season. And they were the Gulf team run by John Weyer Engineering and the Martini Racing team. Now, their politics involved are far more detailed than I could discuss in just this one feature. But in short, Gulf were appointed by the factory to be the number 1 team. But as the program progressed, the relationship between John Weyer Engineering, Gulf, and the Porsche factory became more and more frayed, and that, in the end, played into the hands of the Martini crew. But Dr. Ferdinand Piëch, who was at the helm of Porsche's racing activities at the time, he was a real motivator of men, quite like Enzo Ferrari in many ways. And I'm just going to read you a quote of his thoughts on the Porsche 917 program and the game that he played with the 2 teams that ran the cars. He said, "I played the Wire team as competition for our own people. Such pressure always brings results. The rivalry between the Wire team and our own entries made the 917 the dominant long-distance racing car of the early 1970s. When you look at the words our own entries, that tells you a lot of where Martini International Racing Team sat and where the Gulf team sat. But in 1971, it was the Gulf team, the John Wyer engineering team, that really got out of the traps quickly, winning the majority of the races in the early part of 1971. But it was the speed of the 917 itself that really grabbed the headlines. Much like it is today, the endurance race at Spa, it was known as the Spa 1,000 kilometres back then, now run to an hourly limit. But the Spa race has always been that prelude to Le Mans, where everyone is there watching, seeing who has got what, heading into the big 24-hour classic at the beginning of June. And on this track, the old Spa, as we refer to it now, the John Wyer engineering team had their 917s fitted with a brand new 5-litre engine, and the speeds that came out were absolutely mind-blowing. Derek Bell, many years a Porsche factory driver, put the car on pole with an average lap speed of, get this, 161 miles an hour. Even in 2024 context, that is an extraordinary number. Then in the race, Joe Siffert thought, well, I quite fancy moving that needle on even further with a race lap record of 162 miles an hour. So the Porsche 917 was taking sports car racing to a realm it had never seen before. So rolling into Le Mans in 1971, the Porsche 917 was very much the car to beat. But it came in many different shapes and sizes. The Gulf team, they very much trusted their own path with the car, their own developments, their own designs, whereas the Martini team was very much a works team in disguise, much like the Salzburg team had been, because the Martini team was very much run by Weissach, by Porsche themselves, and Martini had their own team, but it was sort of more of a sponsorship agreement at that time. And Martini went with 3 experimental cars that were just the dreams of Dr. Ferdinand Piëch of Porsche. They came out with 3 very different cars. They had the 917 Longtail, which was the first car to ever break a 250 kilometre an hour lap of Le Mans. They brought out an incredible machine called the 917 KH, which had a magnesium frame, which was incredibly light, but with the short tail design. And also a car that's become legendary in Le Mans folklore, the 917-20, more affectionately known as the Pink Pig, which was a car that tried to get the benefits of the handling of the short tail version and the speed of a longer tail version. But unfortunately, it was ultimately unsuccessful. The speeds in qualifying were just incredible. Jackie Oliver in the long-tailed Gulf Porsche 917 was clocked at night at 246 miles an hour. Speeds that are far higher than what we see today since the addition of the chicanes. But when it came down to the race, it was not just speed, but actually endurance as well, which brought victory to the Martini International Racing Team and their magnesium-framed Porsche 917, with Gijs van Lennep and Helmut Marko setting a distance record which stood until 2010. 3,315 miles in a 24-hour period. These numbers are what put the 917 in true context as certainly one of the greatest racing cars ever to grace Le Circuit de la Sarthe, and arguably one of the greatest racing cars ever built in any category. It truly moved the game on to an unforeseen place. Now, Le Mans is always a place of innovation and ever moving the game on. This year, in 2024, we have some of the most competitive depth of field that's ever been seen. We won't be hitting 246 miles an hour down the Mulsanne Straight, but times have certainly changed. But one factor that always remains, speed, is key at Le Circuit de la Sarthe.
For every IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship event, there's a Crowdstrike Racing, Endurance, Teamwork and Speed Award recipient. We look at the numbers and make the announcement on the midweek motorsport the Wednesday following each IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship event. Crowdstrike, endurance, teamwork, speed.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.
Good evening to Paul Truswell. How are you, Paul?
Very well. I went out for a walk earlier on. That did me a lot of good. Mixing with the great unwashed, perhaps, but having an opportunity to see these cars up close and personal. And yes, very spectacular indeed. We've had the excitement, as you say, of qualifying, but now we get down to, in a sense, the hard work, because between, except for those lucky 24 that get through into the hyperpole, the majority of the field, the rest of the field, therefore, have to literally do the hard work. They need to get the cars set up and configured for the full 24 hours. And, of course, it was when I was out there, it was a very pleasant, warm, sunny evening. It had been quite chilly during the day, actually, and it warmed up as the afternoon wore on. And what I thought, what I'm now noticing is there's quite a few cars going out on the soft Michelin tyre, others going out on the medium. If you want to tell the difference and you're sitting in the grandstand, it's quite easy to see, actually, these sidewalls that Michelin have put on the tyres, and Goodyear, in the case of the P2s and the GT3s, easy to pick out, very easy to see from a distance whether they're yellow or white sidewalls. And as I say, the yellows are the medium, the white are the soft, and I noticed one or two going out on the soft now, so it'll be interesting to see how the soft behaves in the cooler nighttime conditions, because my feeling was it didn't quite work as well during qualifying and they needed a slightly harder bit of rubber. But the car's beginning to form up at the end of the pit lane. They'll be released out onto the track in, well, under 2 minutes, John.
Which just about gives us time to do the weather before we get the green flag here on 91.2 FM.
Radio Le Mans weather.
Weather on Radio Le Mans with VP Racing. This evening we will be clear, probably a little bit chilly overnight. Low is 7 degrees. Tomorrow mostly cloudy, rain and drizzle later, but 21 degrees, so we maybe take a little bit of that. Weather on Radio Le Mans with VP Racing. Fuels and lubricants, whatever the conditions. So waiting for the green flag to get us underway in this most spectacular of sessions, and it's a very expensive traffic jam on the exit. Looks like the Alpines have worked their way at the front. There's a BMW right there. That's the art car that is sitting ready to go. And if I find a clock somewhere, we have just 28 seconds to go. If you're watching on Studiovision, hello everybody, that's Paul, I'm John. And if you
15
would,
seconds to the start of the session.
if you want to key in with anything, any pictures you might be, remember we're radio, we're not doing telly, but if you want to key in, that's what the Omologato timer is for. Omologato racing time. Let's get the green flag.
The exit is now open. This is the Le Mans 24-hour free practice tour session.
And we'll head down for a Crowdstrike pit report with Diana Binks, who's with Rob Leupen at Toyota Gazoo Racing.
So I'm with Rob down here in the pit lane. Rob, obviously we have to ask you, first of all, as the session night starts, what happened with the number 7 car earlier? We saw on screen you during the closing moments of qualifying.
Yeah, it was Kamui was pushing. He had to aboard already a few fast laps in the last sector, and he was trying to give it an ultimate go, and he lost the car, unfortunate, and came into the gravel, caused a red flag. And the stewards took a quite harsh decision in deleting all the lap time, so he's now, I think, number 61 on the timing list.
Disappointing for you as a team. Do you think that was a fair process to happen?
Well, it's disappointing, but yeah, let's say fair. I think last year something happened similar in Hyperpole, and it was only the deletion of the fastest lap. So I don't know. It gives a bit of a mixed feeling.
There's obviously work for you to do with both cars. The number 8 car as well sort of got dislodged in that session. What's the plan for now, and how do you overcome that?
Well, focus on the race setup. I think a lot of things to do. Get acquainted with driving in the dark and with the sun coming down. So I think still a lot of work to do. Yeah, for tomorrow we skip the Hyperpole session, unfortunate, and focus on the 2 free practices we still have ahead of us, and then go for a pretty tough race. But we're not unhappy with the car performance.
Was there any damage to the number 7?
Well, not real damage, but we have to fix it and to get the gravel out of the car and see if everything is okay. So I expect that they will go on track in a few minutes.
Thank you, appreciate your time.
Very much.
Diana Binks down there with that Crowdstrike pit report. Let's say good evening to Nick Damon, who joins us in the Ford Performance Studio for the first time, because you've been out in the pit lane.
I have.
Did you enjoy it?
Fabulous. No, it's an amazing pit lane, because obviously when I started, this is my 18th race, believe it or not, 16 here and 2 during COVID. You only had like one key point initially, which was Audi. Then we got a second key point, which was Peugeot. And then for 1 year we had 4 key points when Nissan turned up. But with this absolute plethora of hypercars, there's about 11 different places in the pit lane where there's a really interesting and important front-running car for. It's all like, where you're going to look. And then, of course, you add the fact you've got the P2s doing their P2 thing and all the new GT3s. And it's, you know how normally it was like you're only really interested in like 7 or 8 of the garages? I think probably about 58 of the 62 are interesting.
62 out of the 62 will be interesting to people who are there. Don't forget, you can follow along with timing and scoring if you go to live.wec. You'll find the timing pages from Al Kamel. They are in front of the pier wall, and normally they have a race control screen as well, but I'm not sure where that is in action. Is that still there?
Yes, that's still there.
Yeah, good. I wasn't sure about that because of it being Le Mans rather than a standard race. All right, what has to be done tonight, Paul? We were talking about 5 laps for each of the drivers.
Yes, 5 laps for each driver, one of which has to be across the start-finish line. In some ways, that's almost more difficult to do just one than it is to do 3 across the start-finish line. But yeah, the requirement is to do 5 laps, but that could be an out lap, 3 flying laps and an in lap, or you could come in and out at the beginning and the end of different laps. But that's the driver qualification process. I think probably more importantly is to understand what the wear factors are in tyres, brakes, engine management. If you can maybe do something in the cool of the night to not use quite as much energy and yet still go fast, then that would be a good thing to be able to do. So also, of course, keep making sure the lights are pointing in the right direction. Standing on the spectator enclosure, I did notice one of the Alpines was pointing completely in the wrong direction. It was, rather than pointing at the track, it was pointing up at, well, not quite the sky, but certainly into the grandstands. So they'll have to sort out their lights. And of course, because of the rapidity with which nose sections get changed, quite often you need to configure the lights in each of the 2 or 3 different nose sections that you might have. Very often we'll see them putting on a different nose for the night time. That may have a little bit less cooling going to the brakes and things to keep the temperatures up at night. So there's an awful lot of work to get through from the mechanical point of view, from the engineering side, as well as having to make sure that your drivers get qualified by doing their 5 laps each.
It's Paul Trustwell alongside Nick Damon and me, John Hindhaugh, for the evening session from the Ford Performance Studios here at the end of the Bugatti circuit. Radio Le Mans, if you want to get in touch and join the conversation on Twitter or X, call it what you will. It is hashtag RLM_24H at RSL_studio, please, if you would like to get in touch with us. And don't forget, at the weekends, the whole race will be live on Saturday and Sunday on Sirius 136 XM 202 if you are in the US of A. Porsche. That's the noise that you can hear behind. In fact, that's Kevin Estre, who is heading through Indianapolis and into Arno. I shall come back to that thought in a second, because we can check in with Diana down in the pit lane for Crowdstrike Pit Report with Ben Barker, who was absolutely awesome in the qualifying session. So confident, put the car away, Di, after I think it was only 4 laps and it was back in the pits.
It was, and I'm alongside Ben now, and we were sort of talking about you obviously during that qualifying session. I mean, you didn't do much time out on track. Was it 4 laps that you put in before you banked that time?
Yeah, it was 2 flyers, so it's kind of always been my strategy here, is to go out early and bank a lap, because you know all the categories are out, all the cars are out, so there's bound to be yellows, there's bound to be red flags, and the earlier you can do it, I think the better. So that's what we did, and it worked out, you know, and the car, I have to say, felt great, you know, it felt really good, and we've all worked really hard over the last couple of months, really, with previous races, but also some test days to really try and dial this Mustang in. So, and you know, we're definitely making progress every time we go out, and that's a really positive start.
I mean, you're no stranger to fast times, were you? Are you? You were quicker and quick in Qatar.
What's that? Sorry, I can hear.
You're no stranger to fast times, it appears.
No, I was a bit surprised, but yeah, it was. It just felt mega, and it's just nice to do it early, take the pressure away, pocket a lap early on, and it's a nice position to be in. We'll sleep well, and we can refocus for tomorrow.
How much confidence does it give you when you have a car underneath you that you know you're going to get the performance from?
Oh, a lot, for sure. You know, I think this track and this whole event is about feeling comfortable, feeling relaxed, being able to drive this, you know, drive the car with ease. You know, there's no point having a fast car that's on the edge. You want maybe a car that's maybe a tiny bit slower, but is comfortable, that you can, you know, limit mistakes. So, and I think that's what we've got so far, and still a way to go until the race, but it's a really good start.
Yeah, you've got Hypercar tomorrow, so you've got to do it all again. What's the plan? Yeah,
well, that's Ryan's job, so I'm passing the baton over to Ryan. So it's the bronze drivers who will be doing that. You know, and Ryan's been driving mega. You know, he's really relaxed. He's in a good headspace. He's been turning some really good lap times as well. So I think that's going to be really exciting to watch that.
Ben, thank you so much. We'll catch up with you over the weekend, I'm sure.
Thanks a lot. Cheers, guys.
Dana Binks there. A fair point well made, Nick, about half the job being done, because they've got to come back and do that again tomorrow with the bronze driver. Pressure is on the bronze driver. That is exclusive to the LMP, the LM GT3. Sorry, because it's got LM, I always want to go LMP. LM GT3. You have to have the bronze driver in that.
Yeah, they got one set of tyres. They get the bonus set of tyres, which they need to use and get out and do. And it's a completely different order. Yeah, the 8 bronze drivers have been put there by their pros, and it's down to them to produce. I mean, the fact is, obviously, the worst case scenario is they finish 8th, so it's pretty good. But it's interesting, because I mean, I was having a bit of a confusion actually during this whole process, because I've been very lucky to do a couple of IMSA races this year, and I'm used to the bronze drivers doing other things
all
as well.
Qualified.
Yeah, so I was going, oh no, hang on, no, it shouldn't be them. Paul.
Just to say, they get 2 sets of tyres.
Oh, 2, okay.
Yeah, in Hypercar, and they are additional to the allocation for the rest of the weekend as well. So if you're in Hyperpole, you get the extra 2 sets. If you're not in Hyperpole, you don't get those extra 2 sets.
And can you choose what they are? Can you have a self-intermediary in Hyperpole?
Yep, have whatever you want, yeah. But only from the selection that is available from Goodyear if you're in an LMGT3, or from Michelin if you're in a Hypercar. Just to extend the thought to P2, seeing as John was almost tripping over his tongue trying not to say LMP2. The rule about the bronze drivers doing the qualifying doesn't apply in LMP2.
Correct.
So we could see some Pro-Am teams qualifying quite high up as a result of their pro drivers or their platinum or gold drivers doing the time, but it is in LMGT3 where the bronze driver has to do the time. In most of the entry lists that have been published, I'll say most because there have been more entry lists published than you can shake a stick at, but in most of them, the bronze driver in the LMGT3 cars is the first named one. So if you're looking at entry lists, normally the bronze driver is the first named one. In most of the entry lists as well, it actually has a column to tell you what their categorization is. So that's easy to pick out. And of course, if you're actually watching during the qualifying, the hyperpole, then you'll see them because they'll be out there. So that's something to look out for. Times beginning to come through. Not very many, it's still early days, but we're already sub 3 minutes 30, a 3:27 for Rob Kubica in the yellow Ferrari 499P, a 3:27.998 for him, a 3:28.953 for the 36 Alpine, currently in the hands of Mathieu Vachier, and the number 35 Alpine is in the hands of Ferdinand Habsburg, and he's done a 3 minutes 29.169. So those are the fast times from early on in this session.
So into the evening session. Officially, sunset on Saturday night will be at 10 o'clock. Exactly, Central European summertime, and the sunrise officially is at 1 minute before 6. So even my basic arithmetic will tell you that's 7 hours and 59 minutes of quote-unquote darkness. United Autosport's got a problem with the slow-moving number 95. It's being driven at the moment by Hiroshi Hamaguchi, and he was talking back to the team there from the McLaren. They were giving him some instructions about how to get that car back, but it's not up to speed. The black and orange machine, I would say, is just coming into the Porsche curves right now. Yep, absolutely. The Michelin branding to drivers right. Have you fixed that?
Yeah, by my phone. I
But
fixed it with my phone. Oh, I felt
You're very happy with
terribly
that,
smug about that. Absolutely, yeah. That's talk about Studiovision.
Studiovision. We had a frozen camera, and Nick has fixed it without even having to get up. Very good. Thank you to all of our sponsors, of course, and partners for getting us on the air this year. Crowdstrike Racing for Performance Hertz. Mulligato First Tickets, our official travel partner. Sacred Coffee, where would we be without tubs and the Sacred Coffee?
Yes.
Sticking up for Le Mans, Dan, thank you very much. And transport provided by Porsche GP, Mazda GP, Ford Europe, and welcome back to Le Mans for Audi UK. A gear shift problem for Hamaguchi in that McLaren. Yes. So just ticking over the first 15 minutes. AF Corsa and Robert Kubica with the fastest time. 3:27 last time around. That's just been beaten by Seb Buemi in the number 8. No doubt stung by the fact that they're not in Hypercar. And
I think that's going to be a bigger problem than they expect. Well, obviously, the number 7 car is going to start dead last. It's going to start 23rd.
Yeah. The last of the Hypercars.
Last of the Hypercars, yeah. The number 8 car is going to start about 10th. And there's been a big statement about how it's really hard to pass other Hypercars. Yeah. Because, yes, you may be a little bit quicker, but you need to be a little bit quicker, effectively, to get past them.
A wattle?
A lottle. Not little, a lottle. And the dictionary's back. And I think you think in the past, we'd expect, you could have started the Toyota 5 years ago at the back of the entire field, all 55 cars, and it would still been first and second 4 laps later. But it's a completely different environment now with the plethora of very, very effective hypercars. So, I mean, I can see Paul, I would think you'd all think it would take them quite a long time to work their way through.
Well, yes, although there is some debate going on at the moment as to whether the number 7 Toyota will start from the back of the hypercar class or from the very back of the field.
Oh, wow.
Both options exist in the regulations, and it's down to the race director to decide which he thinks is the correct decision to make. Remember last year we had a Dota car starting at the very back, and he had to carve his way through all manner of GT3 car or GTE cars in those days before he could start catching up.
And the issue with that is twofold. There's an issue of real estate and actual time away from the leader, and there's an issue of having to use so much performance from your tyres, which you don't have an endless supply of, to be able to get yourself back onto just the hypercar end of the trail. And then there's 22 other cars before you get to the front of that
Absolutely.
field.
It compromises your race massively. And as we've been saying, it's so close these days that having to start from the very back would be a massive penalty for the number 7 crew. And I can't believe they're actually going to do that. All I'm doing is highlighting the fact that the regulation allows it to happen.
Yeah.
But I would expect them to start from the back of the hypercars, as you said.
Let's go down for a Crowdstrike pit lane reporter, Joe Bradley, who... 1 second, Joe. Just 1 second. Here's Alex Palou.
And Alex, it will be a hot stop, so get out of the car as quick as possible. But remember, keep your seatbelts tightened.
All right, get out of the car as quick as possible, but keep your seatbelts tight.
That's impressive.
Yeah, that'd be really impressive.
Alex Houdini.
Yeah, Alex Houdini, Palou. Joe Bradley has got to United McLaren, as I'm going to have to get used to saying. This was the car that came in, the Hamaguchi car that came in a few moments ago, Joe, with what we think were gear selection problems.
Yeah, concerned looks certainly in the 95 pit, also busy in the sister pit, the 59 in James Cottingham at the wheel of the number 59, and it is the driver at the wheel that's reporting the issue on the 95 is Hiroshi Hamaguchi, his teammate standing by Marino Sato. I was hoping, now that the doors are being shut on the 95, so I'm not quite sure, and the car is being wheeled out, so whatever the gearbox glitch is, it's certainly just taking a little tinker to rectify that car being wheeled out as I speak. The 59, however, that car just looks like a bit of a, there's nothing actually going on the 59, but the good news is the 95, and I will get a full report on this 95, that's it off the jacks. Hang on, you'll hear it fire up in a second. Hang on, and that's it firing up. He's been waved off by Jim, the car controller, and something's happened here now as we are now pushing the car.
Just a second, Joe, let's have a listen. Oh, I thought we were going to get a bit of radio there. Meantime, the number 6 Porsche heads out with the white stripes. We'll do a bit of digging down there and we'll get back to him in a moment.
Just to finish the thing we were talking about prior to that report, that Crowdstrike pit and paddock report, Paul and John, when are we going to stop hearing qualifying is not important in a 24-hour race then?
You have stopped.
Well, I've heard it 3 times today.
Only by people who don't make
interviewees.
Yes. Only by people who don't make hyperpole. That's the same as you will hear at about 2:30, 3 on Sunday, who, for people who will be saying we're just looking for points for the championship because they know they're not going to win. It's post-rationalisation, isn't it? It's super important here for exactly what Paul said, because what you've got is effectively a set of 42 to 47 minute sprints that are punctuated by pit stops right the way through the field. GT3, LMP2 and LMH. They are all running all the time, and the speeds of those cars are so close, the potential of those cars. The whole field is effectively performance balanced within class and stratified between themselves. We've got a single class in LMP2, so that looks after itself. How do you make the difference there? You make the difference there by making no mistakes and extracting the most performance that you can out of the package, which is the same package as everybody got. In the other two classes, the idea is that you have the same amount of performance from each of the different manufacturers, and then it comes down to the drivers and the teams, Paul, to get the maximum percentage of that potential performance as much of the time.
Exactly, and it's quite a you took a while to explain. It's quite a complex process, and it's quite difficult for the drivers. Some of them are simple folk who only know about driving fast. Just to finish the point on the number 7 penalty, it is only to the back of the hypercar category. It's not to the back of the full grid.
Let's head to Joe Bradley, who's with the fastest LMP2 team at the moment, and that is United Autosport. Peugeot Garg is in that car at the moment, which means we can speak to his teammate Nolan Siegel, who's been a busy boy recently.
I've got to say, Nolan, I was delighted to see you on the entry list for not just at Le Mans but in this car. We've been following your career. I remember, meeting you at Sean Creech Motorsport back at Daytona. But you've been a very busy boy. I mean, here you are in the last few weeks. You attempted to qualify for the Indy 500. That didn't go very well, even though I was really urging you to get more speed. But tell me, your first thoughts on this Circuit de la Sarthe?
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, it's really a bucket list track. It's such a historic place. It's incredible to be here. The track itself is pretty wild, so it takes a little bit to learn. Each sector, you do a long run and you only go through each sector a few times, so it's a bit of a process to learn the track, but really enjoying it so far, and lucky to do it with this group of people.
Yeah, Nolan, the learning of the track is just one tiny element of this whole race, isn't it? But you're with a very experienced team. I would imagine you're gleaning that experience from United Autosport.
Yeah, it makes a huge difference. I've got Oliver in the car as well, who's done this race a huge number of times, Ben as well, and I've got Philippe. Lots of great people to learn from on the driving side, lots of great people to learn from on the engineering side, and it's really expedited the process. So I'm feeling quite comfortable, feeling good. I think we have a lot of speed in the car, and I think it's going to be a good race for us.
I mean, you're no stranger to 24-hour racing. You've done Daytona. This track's a little bit different, though. We've actually got darkness here. What's your thoughts on going forward into the weekend?
It's definitely different. The format's a little bit different. The rules and regulations are very different, which is a huge part of this race. Avoiding any penalties is going to be big, and surviving till the end is going to be quite a feat as well. So there's a lot apart from just raw speed, but that's kind of what we're focused on right now in practice, and the race will be what it'll be. I think I've read up on the rules and regulations, and we've gone over everything. I think I know what's going on, and it should be fine.
And up the other end of the pit lane, at the pit in, the number 86 GR Racing Ferrari is still in the garage, I'm afraid. It had some issues earlier and couldn't take part in the qualifying session. Now, when I arrived at the garage, the team were all ready to fire up the car and send it out, but in the last 5 minutes that's all changed. They changed the ECU, which didn't rectify the problem. They're still not sure what it is. The Ferrari engineers are here looking around the car, and now the team have taken their helmets off and they're still basically scratching their heads with that car down here, so it could be some time before it goes out.
Dana Binks and Joe Bradley, our Crowdstrike pit lane reporting team. A little interesting moment for John-Eric Verne in the number 93 Peugeot a moment or two ago. Went straight on at Mulsanne corner. Should have turned right, didn't. And the marshals were very insistent that he didn't turn around where he was to face the oncoming traffic, and actually directed him around the roundabout
in the correct French direction.
Yes, so that he could join and be able to see the traffic and rejoin, rather than have to turn away from the traffic and be unsighted. He has got back onto the tracks. LMGT3 first and second, 46 Team WRT BMW, and 31 Team WRT BMW. Ahmed Al-Hati and Darren Young just taking those two cars out last time around in LMP2. United Autosport, Peugeot Garg out in that car, leading the number 22. Duquesne is Jean-Baptiste Simonard in the number 30, and into Europol, Clement Novalak, the very rapid Frenchman, in the 34. That car's just in the pits. Track limits for the number 20. That's the BMW Art car, and that is a warning flag for its driver Sheldon von der Linde, and there's a little lick of flame behind the McLaren number 95. Joe Bradley is watching a small fire at the back of that car.
Well, I was just trying to get some info from the drivers of the 59. Gregor Saucy, who's the teammate James Cottingham, he has no idea what's wrong with the 59. As I was trying to decipher that, in came the 95, the sister car, with quite a conflagration going on in the back end. Now, this is the car only a few moments ago, it seems, was in with a gearbox issue. Now, whether this fire has manifested from that said issue remains to be seen, but right now the team burst into action, lots of shouting for extinguishers. They've quickly put that out, and now the car's going to be put into the pit, so we'll see what's at the bottom of this one when they get a chance.
Now here's an interesting development for Toyota. They've got a car sitting in the pit lane at the moment, which must be the number 7 car, because Brendan Hartley's just taken number 8 out, and it's ready to go out on soft tyres, white sidewall soft tyres.
Cool, isn't it?
It is cool. At the moment, track temperature 20 Celsius, air temperature 16.5. So
they
cool
went out on soft tyres at the beginning of the qualifying session.
Did they?
Decided to come in and go to the mediums. They went out at the beginning of the session
right, did, yeah.
On the soft. So they obviously feel that their car would perform better on the soft tyres, but they just apparently don't have the longevity to do a full lap.
So the way I remember this, and correct me if I'm wrong, white is soft because white's for night. Okay,
right.
When it's
okay,
colder.
go on then.
Oh, this is your mnemonic.
Yeah. Mellow yellow, so that's in the middle. That's
right.
medium.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
And red hot. That's when you put the hards on.
Okay.
And blue for blue. They're the rain tyres.
Can't fault any of that, to be
Bluey
honest.
for bluey.
But yes, it's quite nice now we can tell what they are. I think from memory we never saw the hards last year in the race.
I think you're right. But we did have tyre warmers last year, which we won't have this year.
Paul, when it comes to the allocation of tyres for Hypercar, is it like Formula 1 where you have to say I want 10 softs, 5 mediums and 3 hards? Or can you, as you go, choose?
That's a good point.
You choose as you go. The restriction is there is only the soft, medium and the hard. There was a time when you could pretty much bring any tyre out of the garage. What you have to do is there's a big database that Alcamel, or is it? I think it's Alcamel, or it's either them or Magneti Morelli, who have all of the tyres that you want. Every time you buy a tyre, you basically register it on the database, and then you can use that tyre during the race.
Because it's got an RFID chip in it, which you drive out of the pit lane, and it pings you like your passports get pinged when you walk around an airport.
Okay.
Yes, I mean, so I'm not sure about passports in the airports. But,
is there a grumpy man stamping the tyres as well?
Don't need to. So Peugeot are about to go out on the medium, the mellow yellows, with the 9X8.
But there was a case a few years ago when, might have even been Audi, certainly A-Team used some tyres that hadn't been registered in the database, and had to suffer the consequences, which, if it wasn't exclusion, it was certainly the deletion of lots of times or a big penalty. Yes, you do have to register the tyres, but you only use the maximum allocation.
And what's the set limits for the 3 classes?
Yes, so it's 56 tyres or 14 sets if you don't do your 4 times table. 14 sets, except in GT3, who are allowed 60, which is 15 sets. Extra set of tyres might make all the difference. It does mean, though, that the majority of stints have to be double stints. But if you can triple stint through the night, then you can single stint during
the end of the race.
During the hotter period.
You'll know this better, probably, John. Is left sides only an option? Which we do see. We did see a lot in the two inter races we've run so far. But I just wonder whether left side or one side only.
We've seen it in WEC as well.
Yeah, and it happened last year. Toyota did a couple of stops where they only changed 2 tyres.
Chose to change.
That's right.
That's what you were trying to say, wasn't it? Are you allowed to mix side to side and front to back?
In terms of
softness?
Softness, of course.
Yeah. Okay.
Really? Oh, that's interesting.
If you want to.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. There was a time when
fail the MOT for that.
Only if it's a cross blind. There was a time in the confidential tyre era of GT Le Mans as it was in the US, when I think it was almost always at Lime Rock you had all 3 compounds on.
Really?
Yeah, on different corners. Because of the way the track was. You set the cars up asymmetrically there as well because it was a tight right-handed circuit. We are just on 10:30, so it's time for a Hertz update.
The Hertz Hourly Updates. Getting you to your let's go moments for over 100 years.
the top 6. It's just after 25 minutes before 11, and we've got 36 minutes to go here at the Circuit de la Sarthe in night practice, which is free practice 2.
Hourly updates brought to you by Hertz, getting you to your let's go moments for over 100 years.
I'm down. I'll just have to take him out. So I'm just coming out of the garage, so joining you in 2 seconds. Cool Racing, the number 37, which set the quickest time in that qualifying session in LMP2. Lorenzo, you've been out there this evening. How are things out on track?
Yeah, well, it's my first time in the night. Well, it's actually my first time driving at night altogether, and obviously first time in Le Mans. It's been pretty crazy with the hypercars and everything, but yeah, it's amazing. The track is super cool, and everything. The environment is just incredible, and just getting used to everything, which is a lot.
How satisfied are you and the team with that qualifying position?
Yeah, I think we can only be happy, to be honest. Matti did an amazing job. We know we've got the pace. But yeah, we've just got to stay calm, keep doing our job, keep working, and everything will just come to us.
How did you feel when you came in after that night? I mean, it was getting slightly dark, it wasn't completely dark.
Yeah, I mean, I was a bit shocked because obviously it's my first time in the night, so everything was very new, but just learning so much, and just really, really exciting, and just enjoying so much.
There's such a big grid this year. How is it managing the traffic?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, especially with the hypercars. It's my first time with hypercars on track. You know, they're really fast in the straight, but then in the corners, actually, the difference with the P2s is not that big. So it's at the start, it's a bit difficult, but then you just end up learning as you go on the move.
It sounds like you're very much enjoying it. I can see from your face you're smiling, and clearly you're really enjoying this challenge.
Yeah. I mean, the first thing is always to have fun when you're racing, and we do it because we love it. So the first thing is always to enjoy, and I'm enjoying a lot, yeah.
Lorenzo, thank you.
Thank you very much.
It's Di Binks down in the pit lane. Ferrari number 51 is into the pits, and that looked like a change of driver with James Calado getting out.
You know how we always used to set tasks for our pit reporters to help us with Crowdstrike reports? Well, I've got one. The Proton Porsche, number 99.
That'd be a Proton Mustang.
No, it's Proton Porsche. It's the
sorry.
hypercar.
It's the hypercar.
Yes.
It's easy to get confused with Protons because they do have Mustangs and they do have Orecas.
I was getting mixed up with the 88 earlier on and thinking that must be a Porsche. No,
yes,
he's a Mustang. Sorry, go ahead.
Anyway, it's car shared by Neil Jarni, Harry Tinknell and Julian Andlauer. They spent the first 15 minutes of this session in the pits. Now, whether they were just waiting for it to go dark or whether they had a problem with the car, they have had some issues with it so far. So if we can find out if there was an issue with the car, whether it's now been resolved. Neil Jarni has done 5 laps and he's now brought the car back into the pits again. So in fact, he's out again in the same car. So they haven't done a driver change, but Neil Jarni is at the wheel of the 99 car.
And they missed most of the afternoon session on Sunday with an unspecified electrical issue. We said James Calado was getting out of the number 51 Ferrari F-Cars Corsa. Alessandro Paguidi has jumped into it. That's handy because that means Joe Bradley can speak to the Englishman.
James, everyone at Ferrari kind of happy about qualifying so far?
Yeah, I mean, it was good to get into high pole. They did a good job, good lap. It's difficult with the traffic. I think everyone gets hampered quite a lot with so many cars on track. So we lost quite a bit of time, so our potential is a little bit better. But yeah, we were P6 because I think the Toyota had all of its laps deleted, which, crazy rule, but that's the way it is, a bit unfair. So we're P6, but unfortunately I think first pit stop we got a 10-second penalty to serve because the guys cleaned the windscreen so that we could see.
Yeah, strange rules. What's tonight's session about? Are you guys hoarding that qualifying setup, or are you just settling into kind of a race pace?
I think tonight's more about getting the 5 laps for the drivers, which is mandatory. Just trying to find a good balance and just to adapt to the night conditions. We're just rolling through the lineup now, and we're trying to get a good setup.
What's the track evolution like? Everybody this afternoon was slipping and sliding around. Is it beginning to come to you?
Yeah, it's a bit less grip than last year, and we're struggling a little bit more with the rear especially. But I think we normally see a track evolution. It doesn't seem to be optimal at the moment, but it doesn't really matter. We got 24 hours to make that track grippy, so we'll see.
Thanks, James.
He's a good lad.
He is, and he referred to that 10-second penalty at the first pit stop. 2 cars actually were pinged for that. It wasn't actually for cleaning the windscreen, as James described, but for not respecting the pit lane procedure. The car didn't stop correctly in the dedicated stopping area. Now, the pit lane, as you know, Nick, is very tight indeed. And if you don't stop in your dedicated stopping area, then you are compromising other people's ability to make pit stops as well, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it has always been a crowded pit lane. By adding extra cars, it got more crowded. By adding hypercars, which are long, it got even more crowded. And I think it's interesting. I think sometimes the pit allocation is actually chosen to kind of occasionally go hypercar, GT3, P2, just try to split them up. But obviously you get points like, for example, up at the AF course, you've got 3 hypercars in a row because they're all in the same team. And then the next row they've got P2. So there will be a lot of tripping over each other. And something you said which really interested me early on, Paul, which I hadn't realised, was I didn't realise the GT3s were not able to run the full hour here. And therefore they're also going to be coming in for pits around the same time as everybody else, not nicely spaced out.
Indeed, absolutely.
So that's an interesting rule that's obviously coming through WEC. It's all about energy usage rather than as far as you can go. And I think well, they'll be fine. They'll be able to do the hour and 5 minutes like we normally see them in Creventic race or whatever. But no, they're 40 minutes as well.
Well, they'll be pitting somewhere between a P2 and a hypercar. So the idea is you get the P2s in, then the LMP2s, and then the hypercars. Funny you should mention it being a problem for James Calado in the AF Corsa team, because another car had a penalty for exactly the same thing, and it's 10 seconds added to the first pit stop during the race, as I say, for the number 51 car, but also for the number 83, which is the AF Corsa.
It's the next door pit.
The yellow car.
It's the next door car.
That's right. So both of those Ferraris didn't respect the pit lane procedure.
It's like the noisy neighbours.
As a result of that, have 10-second penalties to serve at their first pit stop
in the race.
In the race.
Wow.
They were banging on the Chinese walls to each other, weren't they?
Very good. Does that mean if you are passing information backwards and forwards, it's Chinese whispers?
Exactly, yeah.
Very good. In the pit lane at the moment is
Mr. Rossi.
That is the doctor. He is ready to see patients.
He is, yes.
It's a great story, this, let's be honest. Valentino Rossi, multi-time world champion on 2 wheels. Probably would have been more if he hadn't been riding an simply awful Yamaha.
It was more the case that he moved to Ducati at the wrong time.
Yes, true.
And when he came back to Yamaha, he was up against Lorenzo in his pomp. And they didn't obviously help that Marquez deliberately blocked him and decided he didn't want to win the championship in Malaysia. And I don't want to get into the ins and outs of MotoGP environments. I think that you could argue about who is the best rider of... You know how we argue about who's the best racing driver?
Yeah.
And we argue who's the best rider also. You cannot ever argue that... I think there's no argument that any individual competitor's ever had such a big influence in his sport, I believe, than Valentino Rossi. He had a bigger influence on motorcycling and MotoGP than any individual I can think of for any other sport. And I'm happy to take calls.
And he is still...
runs the team.
And he's still missed.
Yeah.
And he still sells more merch than anybody else.
And he is, the silver driver. He's not even the star driver. Maxime Martin is the star driver in that car. But when he's in the car, there's 9 TV crews outside the garage.
The point that I think is impressive by this, number one, it was an opportunity that was... that came about because Valentino Rossi had been driving in things like the Abu Dhabi 12 hours in a Ferrari with his mates.
With Lucio Uccino, who now runs the team, the VR46
team, and was having a bit of fun with it, and sort of a throwaway comment, not really a throwaway comment, because there was talk of him testing a Ferrari F1
No, he tested a Ferrari.
He
tested a Ferrari F1... I want to say about 2008, 2009, when he was still absolutely at the top.
Yeah.
And it was impressive, but there was no way they were going to take him into the team without at least doing one, if not two seasons of, I can't remember if it was F3000 or F2 there, and obviously that didn't particularly appeal to him when he was in his pomp at MotoGP. And so he came back to it 12 years later, when he's in his 40s, he started, beginning tin top racing.
Vincent Voss, one of the masterminds behind Team WRT, the racing team, I basically rang him up because he'd heard that he was interested in having a go, and a lot of people who were courting, and manufacturers who were courting Rossi, wanted him for his social media presence, which is mighty, and the star quality and star pull that would bring. Vincent actually said to him, let's see if you're any good, and how seriously do you want to take this? And Valentino apparently had said, look, I'd like to go to Le Mans, I'd like to get to Le Mans, I'd like to see what this is like. Now, at the time, of course, LMP3, did it again, LMGT3 weren't at Le Mans. But there was a test arranged at the end of the season when WRT was still with Audi. So it was assumed actually that Audi played a part in that because of the Ducati-Audi connection. That wasn't the case. That was all WRT. And Valentino came with an open mind and was prepared to start all over again, which for somebody who's had that much success in his chosen sport is actually pretty impressive to want to do that. And Vincent said, I think there's something here. Let's see how far we can go. And basically that's where it all started. And there's been, he came to Road to Le Mans here, so he's raced on the circuit before, but he's not raced in the 24 before. He's had his first victories. We saw him at Dubai when WRT were racing the BMW for the first time.
Yeah, with Max Hess, who of course put the car on pole at Nürburgring.
And he's attacked it and approached it very, very well. He understands that looking at the data is important. Of course, he does. And his stints, particularly in the dark at Dubai in the 24, were very good. He was outstanding at Bathurst, and he got his first victory a couple of 3 weeks ago when he was being pushed all the way in the final stages of one of the European GT3 races by, albeit his teammate Charles Verts, who is far more experienced in those cars. And I was pretty impressed with that. I watched the last 5 laps of that, and he was on it all the time. He was turning in very, very good times. And look, how far will he go? People will always try to look for more than there is. Will he get a go in the hypercar? I bet he does. I bet he gets a test in the hypercar.
Oh, he'll get a test, 100%.
Yeah.
Just for PR value.
Yeah.
He'll get it. I think it's the case where the professional level of the drivers in hypercar is so high that it's very difficult to see how he can break into it on merit, despite the fact he's a very good silver.
Yeah.
Because let's be honest, age is against him. It's just one of those things. Not everyone's Fernando Alonso.
But he's a good silver. He's a very good silver in a class where you've got to have a silver.
Exactly.
And if you've got a class that needs a bronze or a silver, or a bronze or a silver and a gold or whatever, which is what LMGT3, get it right, Heindorf. Why is that not sticking in my brain? Then he's always going to be in with a chance. And this weekend, coming up, he could be a winner at Le Mans to add to his MotoGP titles.
Easily so. Question just to throw into the ring, really. Would he go P2 racing?
That's a very good question. WRT, no P2 racing.
They'll give him a good car. It's just a question of how much longer P2 is going to last. Because, there is the European Le Mans Series where he can get a lot of miles under his belt.
And those cars are turned up.
Yeah,
those cars are now faster than hypercars.
Yep.
On the same circuit, over a lap, a single lap, they're between 2.5 and 3.5 seconds quicker, depending on the circuit, than the current hypercars. And of course, they're racing on a different tyre. Over a stint, which is broadly similar, there's about 20 to 25 seconds difference. The hypercars get faster as they go on, they take longer to come in, they get faster as they burn off the fuel. But over a stint length, it would be a advantage to the P2s by about 30 seconds in the ELMS configuration.
Yeah.
So if he could do that, that's a really good point. If he could do that and cope with that, I mean, it's not as complicated a car.
And the link to WRT is obviously going to be useful to him.
Yeah, and LMP2 still top class in Asian Le Mans series, which is somewhere where he would get a lot of traction as well. Discuss hashtag RLM_24H. Whilst you're sending in your thoughts on that, let's head to the pit lane, where Darren Young is out of his car, which means he can talk to Joe Bradley down in the pit lane.
Darren from British GTs, here you are at Le Mans. Your thoughts so far?
It's really cool event to be at. Massive privilege for me, really. Just kind of trying to soak it all in and enjoy myself.
How are you enjoying the actual track, driving that beautiful M4 around here?
Yeah, I mean, it's mega, as I say, like it's such a privilege, and when you're not getting the results that you think you deserve, it's easy to lose sight of just what you're actually getting a chance to do. So yeah, no, I agree, it's mega.
I mean, your teammates, for instance, your team, WRT, a guy like Augusto Farfus, I mean, what more can a man want?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. No, it's been fantastic. You know, these guys, they never put foot wrong. Augusto's been doing a mega job of mentoring me, you know, spending a lot of time with me to try and get me up to speed. You know, it's my first time visiting Le Mans, never mind driving it. I've never done road to Le Mans, so...
Really? You've never been here before at all?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
So what give us an idea, what areas has he been, so do you feel that you've improved on because of Augusto's experience and his advice?
Yeah, so there's a lot to be said for the track. Like, the track changes an awful lot from the very first lap that people do to the very end. It changes. It changes session to session all the time, and so really kind of understanding those trends and also getting the correct lines. You know, there's quite a lot of road sections here, so you know there's bumps, undulations. You know, the curbs can be easy and harsh in some areas, so there's a lot of things to learn really, and he's been taking me through step by step. It's been great.
Now, as well as the actual race and being at the track, Friday night, the eve of a 24-hour race, you don't go to bed early, you go downtown and you're part of the parade. Are you looking forward to that aspect of the weekend?
No, absolutely, yeah. So everyone who I've been speaking to has been telling me the parade is really the one. So I'm super looking forward to it. It's going to be great because my family are going to be here and my kids, so they'll get to enjoy it with me as well. Be a great memory, I think.
Great to have you here, Darren. Well done, mate. Thanks.
Up the other end of the pit lane, I'm with the number 11 Antonio Serravalle and the Augusto Franchitti team. Antonio, you've just jumped out of the car. How have you found it this evening so far?
So far, we did a little bit of changes after the qualifying, and it went a little bit better what we thought. So we're going the right direction. We just need some more laps, and I think we'll be a little bit in the fight for the race. We're just doing some more changes, and hopefully we'll be better. So,
what were the changes that you were making, and what changed it?
Just a little bit more downforce in the car. I think that's the problem we're struggling right now, just the downforce on braking and stuff. But we're just getting there. By time goes, I think we'll be in the fight. So.
Yeah, I mean, we've still got a long race to go, haven't we? And we've got another hour or so of this practice session. What are you looking to achieve from tonight?
Tonight, just to get some laps at night. First time here at Le Mans, so just learn all the stuff, all the cars on track and stuff like that, and just improve. That's the goal right now. So,
have you experienced a grid as large as this one?
I did the 24 hours of Le Mans, Daytona, last year, and got a little experience for that. So it's pretty similar, but yeah, that's it.
How are you finding the circuit, and how much do you enjoy it as a driver?
Sorry, what did you say?
How are you enjoying this circuit, and how much is it challenging you as a driver?
Oh, it's such an amazing circuit. All the high-speed corners and low-speed corners, it's so long too as well, and it's a dream come true to be here and race on this track as well. So.
Good to talk to you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
From the Augusto Franchitti, Diana Binks with Antonio Serravalle.
I think we've done it before, and I'm sure Paul can answer this. But of the major endurance races, which one has the highest density of cars per 100 metres?
What do you say is
well,
major?
Well, the big ones, the ones we'd all go. You got Daytona, Sebring, Bathurst, Dubai.
Bathurst.
Yeah, it's Sebring.
It's Sebring.
As far as I know, I don't know if it still is, but certainly in the days of Audi, it was Sebring. Of course, it's only a 12-hour race, but still, as you say, one of the major circuits, because Sebring doesn't quite have the length that some of the other circuits do, but it does have a massive entry.
Can I throw one more in there?
Yes.
Petit Le Mans, because Road Atlantis is really short.
Yes,
it's 2.5.
I'm open to be corrected.
But I think you're right that Sebring has a few more cars than Petit.
I did the calculation, probably time flies, I'll say 8 years ago, and it was Sebring then. But as I say, the problem here is that we're now at 62 here, and I've gone on record before and said that I prefer to see fewer.
You need more pits. You need a bigger pit complex.
Well, yes, I mean...
Even for what we've got now.
Yes, and it's ebbed and it's flowed over the years. When I first started coming here, it was 55. It was 55 for a long time, and that seemed to work.
Dropped down to
we got down
late
to the
20s, early 30s,
got down
didn't
to
it?
the 20s. Yeah, that's right. But the garage limitation was always 55 until they rebuilt the pit lane. They rebuilt the pit lane and they didn't put as many pits back in. I think off the top of my head it was something like 45.
40.
But they didn't fill them, despite having had promises from Bernie Eccleston and various other people in charge that they would. And so they gradually built it up again. And then they discovered that, as you remember, Nick, they built the Granny Annex, which added first 5, and then they squeezed one between the Granny Annex and the main pit building to add another one. And then we had the 2 additional ones down at the bottom end. But it is the way it is. But there is still enough space here, because it is a long way around. And I always love Martin Brundle's comment about Le Mans, is that you get the feeling that you're actually going somewhere else and then coming home.
I think it very much depends on the split between the classes here. 77 Ford Mustang, by the way, with some bodywork issues on the front. They've taken the front clip off and put it back on again. They opened the bonnet, put it back down again, and now they're putting it on the dolly trolleys and putting it back into the garage itself. This car has used up some of its errata waivers since the last time.
That was just to keep the boot / trunk on, wasn't it?
It was to keep the boot / trunk from becoming an air dam, and the quick release under tray from quick releasing when it didn't need
a very quick release under tray.
So yeah, that's back in the pits at the moment. As I say, I think it depends how the split is. The problem, if it is a problem, it's a nice problem to have, but it is still a problem for the ACO, is there are too many people want to be in the hypercar class. And if they want to keep LMP2, which I firmly believe they should, because I think that is a perfect training ground for young professionals, and it's the obvious place for wealthy amateurs who don't want to drive a GT3 car. We should have more GT3 cars, because we should have Audi and Mercedes. It's a hill I'm prepared to die on. I know why we haven't. I'm not saying that that's deliberate. Some team radio from Mick Schumacher.
I have.
No, we don't have at the moment.
Well, there's something happening with the wings here, because it feels pretty funny down to the second chicane to 10:13.
Mick, what about the fuel alarm?
Fuel critical now, 580.
Okay, copy.
So, Mick Schumacher with problems with the wind and his fuel alarm.
I have a missive from Shay.
Right, hello Shay. Hello Miss Shay.
Petit, 1 car every 0.05 of a mile last year.
Yeah.
Daytona this year was 1.06 mile, as was Sebring last year. So it is Petit by a time of those 3 American tracks.
Right.
And she's just tuned in, so hugs.
Missing
you, Shay.
Hugs back, Shay. Yeah, as I say, I understand why...
Well, Watkins will also be 1 every 0.06 miles as well.
All right. I know why it is the way it is, but something has to be done to keep Le Mans and to keep its place in the calendar specific. And the absolute easiest thing to do is to take it out of the World Championship. And it should be a pure invitation race, because at the moment, the WEC has too much sway on.
But if you took Le Mans out, how many WEC entries would melt away?
Well, I'm not sure that would be the case now. Here's Sebastian Bourdais. Not saying much. Well, while we're waiting for Sebastian Bourdais to say something, let's get Rodrigo Salas, who's prepared to talk to Joe Bradley in this Crowdstrike pit lane report. Brothers?
Yes, I've found someone who'll speak to me. Rodrigo Salas, he's in the Panis Racing. Number 65 is your race number, Rodrigo. LMP2 this year, you know what? I've looked at the entry list. I've thought, try and pick a winner. Impossible. Any of you guys could win this one.
No, that's absolutely right. It's the most competitive grid in P2 and particularly P2 Pro-Am that I've ever seen. And so we've got some really great teams out there, some great talent. Certainly think that we qualify as one of those as well. But it really is anyone's race on Saturday and Sunday. And that's what makes it so exciting and so special.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? We focus so much on qualifying, but, you know, I'm going to ask that question. Is it that important, 24-hour race?
Yes and no. Yes and no. I think it's a great effort. It's great. It's a great exercise for the team. It's always good to see how the car performs over a single lap, but it's equally important to ensure that we have a car that's really solid for the race. And ultimately, at the end of the day, where we end up on Sunday afternoon is what really matters, and that's going to be driven by race pace. And honestly, more than anything else, no mistakes. I mean, as we saw last year, the teams that did well weren't necessarily the quickest over a single lap or even over a single stint. They were the ones that kept the car on track and managed through the weather and everything else.
I'll let you go cool off. Thank you, Rodrigo.
The weather
on Radio Le Mans, brought to you by VP Fuels.
So tonight it's going to be clear and pretty chilly. Temperatures dropping down to a shivery 7 Celsius, as somebody said to me the other day. Softies, really they are. The good news is, double duvet they reckon. Tomorrow the good news is, although it will be mostly cloudy, there's only just a little bit of drizzle in the afternoon, but the temperature is 21 degrees. That's the forecast for the Circuit de la Sarthe here on 91.2 FM.
Whatever the weather, you can depend on VP Fuels and Lubricants.
Felipe Drugovich going slowly in the 3-1-1. He's heading back to the pits. Looks like he may have a tyre problem as he heads in to the pit lane. Left rear is what we reckon will allow him to do that, as Diana Binks gives us an update on that Ford Mustang number 77, the light blue Form 1 car that was in the pits a moment or two ago.
Yeah, the car was in the pits and he had an issue. I think you mentioned that they'd taken the front off the car, then they'd taken the bonnet off, put it back again, and apparently they've got a problem with the lights, so that's why they've had to take the car back into the garage to fix that. So they are working on that at the moment. But the other Proton that's come in just alongside seems to have a very similar issue, and that's the number 44. So they're doing exactly the same thing from what I can see standing looking at them. So there's a bit of work going on down here at the moment, John.
We'll go to Joe Bradley in a second with the 3-1-1 having just pulled in. I think it might be left rear suspension, Joe Bradley. It's a set of soft tyres on that Michelin shod wheel and engineering caddy. But it looks like there is air in the left rear, so they were looking at that left rear corner though.
No, it's just it's actually the strength of the tyre sidewall that's giving you the impression that it's still inflated. There is no air in that pneumatic tyre on that left rear. He's done well. The tyre carcasses stay together, and so far, therefore, I should say, there's no damage. It's not like the tyre has flailed. I'm not sure he could have done another lap, mine. He's been very lucky. The tyre's been deflating, and now we've got a driver change. Who's that getting in? Jack Aiken's getting in now. So, tyre coming off. the one that's punctured in some way. Can't tell how, because it looks pretty intact. But I don't think this car's going to have a problem from that.
Looks like it's got a ruptured sidewall, actually.
I think you might have cut it on a curb or something.
Yeah, absolutely right. Take a couple of your comments here. Roddy, who he has tweeted in using the hashtag RLM_24H, looks like the 86 is still struggling with the electrical issues that caused it to stop in the earlier session. And Gareth Howell says, anyone who doesn't experience a release of euphoria when they see the Le Mans circuit late in the evening really has no soul. It's unbelievably moving. I'm not going to disagree with that. In the current set of circumstances, we're discussing whether the 24 Hours of Le Mans benefits or not from being in the FIA World Endurance Championship. It causes problems because it has to give entries to all of the WEC entries before you start with anybody else, and that's my issue with it, because you're too constrained for a race that should be the absolute global pinnacle. Paul Trustwell.
I said, and I'm sure you've got a recording of it somewhere on Radio Le Mans. It was back in 2011 when in 2012 the FIA and the ACO banded together to announce the World Endurance Championship. And at that point, all of a sudden, the FIA and the ACO became a single committee, and they were then making the rules for the World Endurance Championship. At that point, the ACO could no longer extract themselves from the FIA and run Le Mans on their own. And as long as the FIA and the ACO stick together, then it will always be part of the World Endurance Championship, because that's how the FIA and the ACO work. The ACO will have to extract themselves from that agreement, and I can't see that happening unless something major happens, such as happened in the early 1990s when prototype racing disintegrated altogether. The only thing in town was John Mangaletsi's series. And all of a sudden, Le Mans started having to rely on GT cars to a much heavier extent. And it went through the cycle and all, but then proceeded nicely again. But we did have, and anybody who's been around at Le Mans for more than 15, 20 years will be able to remember the days when the ACO did run the 24 hours without it being part of the World Championship.
And they still hold the rights to the sporting regulations here, which are not identical to the FIA WEC.
They're a completely separate document, and there's 75 pages of it.
All I would say is, I don't think anybody should get in here. I like the fact that Le Mans was an invitational race, and I don't think anybody should just expect to be here because they're part of a championship. You can win your way in, you can qualify your way in. Indianapolis 500 is a part of the IndyCar Championship, but just because you're part of the IndyCar Championship doesn't get you an entry to the Indy 500. You've got to qualify it. So, all right, let's do it the other way. Let's say anybody enters that wants to enter, and instead of having a test weekend that doesn't stand for anything, make it a pre-qualifying weekend like it used to be. And you know that there's going to be X amount of cars in each of the class, and the top, however many, qualify. And if there are fewer than that, happy days. If there's more of that, somebody gets disappointed. And if that is Toyota or a Penske Porsche Penske Motorsport car or whatever, because they have a bad day on the Sunday, so be it. They don't get to come to Le Mans.
It's a difficult topic, and as I say, as long as the FIA and the ACO, as I say, are combined together and wedded almost, I would say, then it's not going to go back to those days of it being a totally different race. But it's a very interesting debate, and as I say, I'll be interested to read what some of our listeners say to it. I suspect it will be a generational thing.
Yeah, it could be. Hashtag RLM_24H if you'd like to get in touch, and we'll keep an eye on the screens in front of us. Nick, your thoughts?
My first thought is, so who out of the current WEC entries would you not give an entry to Le Mans to? because there's no make weights in there anymore.
No.
So surely the actual most obvious solution, which Paul isn't going to like, and it's actually not very expensive when you consider how much money they have made for more entries, rebuild the pit lane. 80 garages.
It's already,
80 garages.
It's already in hand. That's already
But
in
not
hand.
80 garages. They're only going to 66 on there or something. Because the license for this track's ridiculous, about 120, isn't it? Which would be a nightmare for you, Paul, I realise. But it just seems to me that I realise, of course, this is cyclical, and I think we've all agreed we're 1 year from peak hypercar. And then we know that people will pull out because that's what happens. But yeah, there are many other entries to fill it, and they could obviously fill this race 19 times over with GT3 cars. So back yourselves. Build an 80 garage pit lane.
Yes, that would be a great solution. The short-term issue that we have at the moment is the overcommitment of major manufacturers to hypercar. And
damn those manufacturers and their commitment.
And that won't last. we'll get another manufacturer next year. There'll be 10, but that just won't last. It's as simple as that.
We all know that.
Because
the ACO knows that as well.
Yeah, I know. So the other thing to do is then, if you can't have all of the GT3 manufacturers represented properly here, then don't have GT3 at all.
Well, I completely agree that the omission of the two major German manufacturers, two of the three major German manufacturers, is completely ridiculous. I think
it's unfortunate.
No,
I understand why, but I think it's unfortunate.
No, I understand. But the reasons given don't stack up, and the reasons as we had discussed is because it was supposed to be you had to do hypercar to get GT3.
Yeah.
Which is fine. We'll let Aston in on that one because they're building a hypercar.
It'll be here next year.
And then you bring in two brands who don't have a hypercar. In McLaren and Ford.
Yeah.
And McLaren and Ford are not going to build one either.
Here's Mick Schumacher against you, James.
How feel the diff setting for you?
It's a bit better. I could use another set.
He sounds like he's working quite hard.
I think they were talking to him whilst he was going actually through one of the chicanes, so it's a little bit G-force.
Yeah, it's a bit delayed. It's a great debate. Right Turn Lover said if the 24 wasn't part of the WEC would be dead. I'm not sure that's the case now, but okay. There's not enough critical mass to have prototype cars. If WEC goes away, then we'd had a Spa 24 reenactment at Le Mans. Well, no, you wouldn't, because you'd still have LMP2 cars at the very least, and you'd still have privateers. If all the factories went away but still sold their cars. Here's Valentino.
With full fuel, and we change the front nose to see if Aero is okay and the lights are the same.
Carrier is better, it's a lot more neutral and more natural, and is okay. I have a little bit too much understeer.
Allora. Front nose there, that was not us that said that. Dave Alcock, my worry is if for any reason we see a fall in support of Hypercar WEC, we need to keep the highest level of support possible for Le Mans WEC and IMSA. We don't want to go back to the late 90s levels again. Yeah. Also says, I see where John's going with Le Mans being 10 out of the championship and invitation, but I think it needs to stay with a brilliant surf feed of top class engines at the moment. All absolutely true. So Daytona should not have GT3 either, says Right Turn Lever. There are GT3s you cannot have in IMSA. What GT3s can you not have in IMSA?
No, they're all allowed. There's nothing that's not. I don't think that's correct. There's hypercars you can't have because you can't have the LMHs in IMSA, but
no, you can't. They're just nobody's homologated them yet.
Okay, the GT3s. No, you can, all the GT3s can enter IMSA.
I don't think there's any GT3s that aren't available in the States. The only problem for manufacturers in the States is you've got to sell cars in the States. So are there any GT3 manufacturers who don't sell cars in the States?
I can't think of any because people like Peugeot don't sell a GT3, Alpine don't have a GT3.
Alpine sell cars in the States.
Oh, they could do, okay, right. Renault haven't got a GT3. Please tell us who is well. I can't think one offhand.
There isn't a full complement, but that's not because they've been banned. It's because they're not there. Ferdi Habsburg has come to a halt. Ferdi, who'd been struggling with a back issue before, stopped just coming onto the Mulsanne straight, I think, Paul. Marshall's post 8. He's just out of Turt Rouge from memory. He's on driver's right. This might bring out, well, it'll probably bring out a slow zone. Let's have a listen to his engine. There he is, coming into Turt Rouge. Oh. A CAN error. Oh dear.
Well, the CAN bus is what runs
the
all
full
the
electricals.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh no. He was adjusting the brightness of his steering wheel at one stage there.
Or was it the button to cancel the error?
Cancel error, yeah, could be. However, that sounded like complete dead stick there for that car, and it looks like it's going to have to be recovered. I'll do a couple more of this. Glickenhaus sells in the States, but IMSA won't let them in. Glickenhaus aren't recognised yet as a manufacturer because they don't sell enough cars, but they're not a GT manufacturer anyway. And actually, they haven't submitted their car for homologation anyway, in terms of the prototype. So I think that's a pretty moot question. It's not an anti-Glickenhaus thing. James Brown, very interesting discussion. I prefer rules that reward the successes rather than punishes the mistakes. Having automatic invitations extended to multiple different championships, so the winners and runners-up get a guaranteed spot. I don't disagree with that. Agrees, Ricardo. GT3 teams, I did hear that Le Mans has a solution to increase pits, so the circuits need to do the same, says Gareth Howell. I've heard as Ferdi's car is...
No, that's
another one that stopped.
LMGT3.
LMGT3. That is...
Is that a Corvette? I think that's a Vet. No, it's red. It's not a Vet.
It's the JMW Motorsport Ferrari.
Yeah, good call,
number
Paul.
66.
Good call. And that is right at the start of the lap.
Sally Yolic currently at the wheel of it.
And that is completely dead stick. He's turning the main switch on and off. I think we're going to have a red flag here any second now. 41 minutes to go. RLM_24H to join in this discussion.
He's got it. He's got it.
Oh, he's got it going. He's done the old three-fingered salute. Well done. Still waiting to hear. Oh, and the yellow flag's gone at MP8 as well. So Ferdinand Habsburg has possibly got it running.
Sally Yolic.
No, Habsburg's
Ferdi as well.
Oh right, okay.
Yeah, both the flags were removed at the same time. So Sally and Ferdi have got it going. What I'm hearing is that for the WEC, the GT teams for next year are going to be asked, that each manufacturer is going to be asked to share a box, so that you'll have two cars per box, so that
stacked.
So the hypercars can be increased, because there will be more hypercars. There are likely to be more hypercars.
But there's one more issue though. What about the pit lane itself? You can put 4 cars in the garage, no issue whatsoever, but if they all come in under a yellow flag...
Well, you won't be able to. You'll only be able to service one at a
time. Well, at which point they're going to have to do what IMSA do, and do under any sort of caution, they're going to have to run hypercars and then...
No, you will not be able to service 2 GT3 cars at the same time. You'll have to do them one at a time like you do in F1. Because there won't be enough room to put 2 of them there.
Okay.
The issue comes when a manufacturer has 2 cars that are run by 2 entirely different teams.
I go back to what I previously said about 62 being too many.
Yeah.
I see
How many's too many for the WEC though, Paul?
For the season, for the whole season, I think 32.
So how do you pick those 32 then?
on merit, there is a committee that decides.
So you're back to invitations again?
Yeah.
See, I don't think the ACO and the FIA are going to go to that, because at the moment they're doing quite well out of having all the manufacturing money coming in.
Yeah.
So you're not going to say to another, you've already lost 2 manufacturers who probably be spending quite a lot of money in secondary spend.
Yep.
And you don't want to lose any more.
I do agree.
I'm not saying there's a right or a wrong here, by the way.
Indeed, and I'm not either. And it's a kind of a consequence of the structure these days. Say the FIA-WEC is a committee. They run meetings where they invite all of the manufacturers, or at least representatives from all the manufacturers, to discuss what the regulation should look like and how they should. I mean, doing this famous convergence process, which has proved so successful. But by doing that, you're kind of saying, well, let's come around and have a big meeting about it and work out how you all are going to take part in our races. Then Johnny Come Lately comes along. How does he get in? He can't, because he didn't go to any of the meetings.
Yeah. And, you know, you have a situation right now where you do have private cars in non-works cars in the World Championship at the top level, albeit not competing for the World Championship, only competing for the World Cup. But they can still win races outright. They can still win this outright. And I think that's the essence. I think you should be encouraging the manufacturers to do that. But at that stage, you squeeze even further. And how do you get a new manufacturer that, you know, let's say Damon's Demon Automobiles.
Great team. Decide
that they want to have a go. How do they get in if they can't get in as a GT car, if they can't get in as a LMP2 team? We'll continue this throughout this week. Your thoughts on hashtag RLM_24H. Let's take Crowdstrike pit report at the moment. Been some ongoing problems down in the McLaren, the United McLaren pit lane. James Cottingham is down with Joe Brody. James, whose guests are all listening in on Radio Le Mans radios on 91.2 FM. Good evening, brothers.
Welcome to Le Mans, James. I've got to tell you, mate, can you remember that GT40 race at the Donington Historics a few years ago? And you were pedaling one of those cars, and I thought, that lad can pedal a race car. And here you are at Le Mans, proving me right.
Yeah, it seems like a bit of a distant memory. I've actually raced GT40 here at Le Mans Classic as well. And so it's been a bit strange because I've come here thinking, well, I know the track, so it should be easy. And I know the McLaren now, having raced it for nearly a season. But it's just so much to take in. And obviously the whole event's amazing, but also even just going out night practice just now, I really sort of struggled with a few braking points, and you've just got to learn it all again. So it was a great experience, loved it. And tomorrow in the light, I'll be making sure that I sort of take in a few more reference points to try and refresh my memory, so that then when I go out in the dark again, I know where I'm going a bit better. But yeah, we're having a few problems here in the McLaren camp, but we're working through it.
Yeah, I've heard that it was an alternator wiring issue on your sister car, the 95, that caused a small fire. So we're looking at that now, everybody. James and I just looking across the garage, and the 95 still being worked on. The actual driving of the car during the race, James, has the team discussed driver rotors or anything like that at this stage?
No, not yet. We're just we're focusing on one day at a time. You know, the car's still new to the team, and obviously it's the first time that McLaren have been back to Le Mans since the 90s. So one day at a time. Friday we'll look at that. I suspect we'll probably put Gregoire in to start. I'd like to sort of try and break mine into sort of 3 large chunks if that's possible. So Saturday night, maybe very early, Sunday morning and Sunday afternoon, something like that. But we've got to get there first, you know, we've got lots to get through, and of course got a very important drivers' parade to think of as well.
I was about to say, it's not just about on the track, is it? I mean, you've got all of the peripheral ceremonies to take in.
Yeah, I mean, I did another interview earlier where just talked about, I'm a real Le Mans fan. I've been coming here my whole life, and I've been coming for boys trips, and later on obviously managed to do Le Mans Classic, and I've done 4 Le Mans sport races over the years, once in a 1957 Ferrari, one in a GT40, one in a 2002 Dallara LMP1 car, and then I did the Road to Le Mans back in 2016 as a one-off in a Lamborghini Huracan. So I've done in everything, but I really understand the atmosphere. So it's great. I've got loads of friends and guests of DK and all that sort of stuff coming, and people have started arriving today. So that atmosphere, for me, a big part of this race is the atmosphere. And I almost feel sorry for some of the rookies who I talk to, and I say, have you ever been here before? And they say, no, I've never been here. And I think you don't understand what it's like to be on the other side of the fence. This place is incredible to come to for 4 days. Even if you don't get anywhere near the pits or the paddock or a car, it's the atmosphere that really makes it. And that's why I am just so pumped and hyped about being here, because it's really special to me, all those years. And I was with someone earlier on who said he remembered standing on a bank at Arnage with me when I was 17, so 23 years ago. And I said, I'd love to do this one day, I'll do it. And, there was a time in my life where I never thought I would do it, and yet here I am.
We're delighted to have you here, James. I know you as we do. You're such a savvy guy. You're probably working on next year's budget. Good luck with that.
James Cunningham in that Crowdstrike update from the pit lane with Joe Bradley. Paul?
Yeah, James, Managing Director of DK Engineering, you may have heard of. One of the sons of David and Kate Cottingham, who founded the DK Engineering, David and Kate. Yep. And the other son, Justin, works for the company as well. Not quite sure about the middle one, but as I say, it is a bit of a family organisation. I think
you need to say what DK Engineering do.
They restore Ferraris, and I had the good fortune to visit them, and they said that their greatest delight was restoring Ferraris whose parts matched, where the engine number was the original engine to the chassis number and the gearbox was all original, and restoring that was what they really took pleasure in doing. But it's, as I say, a family-run company, but staffed by hugely clever engineers.
What sort of age range of Ferraris? Going all the way back?
All the way back to the 1950s.
And all the way forward to...
when I was there, it was already... probably 10 years ago, but yes, modern Ferraris as well. But they specialise in the historics.
550 M for me.
Yeah, I mean,
that's peak
I
for an
was sitting
Ferrari.
there. It was a DK Engineer. I didn't put two together. I think, a small engineering firm, turning things out for a local company. And then how can you afford to go to Le Mans? Oh, they're restoring for classic Ferraris. Oh, okay, fair enough. Work out where their money's coming from now. Then with your GTOs are worth £7 million.
Proper artisanal.
I mean, there is some fantastic talent in the engineering world.
I'm going to do a couple more of these before we move on. In fact, no, I can't, because it is almost past. So let's do another hourly update here on 91.2 FM.
The Hertz Hourly Update, getting you to your Let's Go moments for over 100